Do it again.
Guys, welcome in. Can we put down Joel Storm's Mezzo? Wasn't that the idea? We were going to storm Mezzo?
It's the top of the hour, everybody. Welcome in.
That's right.
To Hump Day Dump Day with Mezzo and Joel. We're kicking ass and taking names. Whoops, we're all out of names.
We're just kicking asses.
I know what that one
and
means,
we're going to cook the Christians. We're going to destroy them. We're going to throw their ideology to the dogs. And they're going to and the dogs are going to eat the ideology at the top of the hour. That's right. At the top of the mother-king hour.
Eat shit. It's the top of the hour. We got to get better slogans.
Eat shit.
Eat shit.
Eat shit. It's the top of the hour. Guys, eat shit. Welcome here. It's great to see all of you, all the way over from Joel Storm's Bibles live.
Why are you storming?
I'm changing it from rating. So like, this is how look. We've talked about this.
This is your paradigm shift in rating that you've been talking about?
Yeah. Well, Mezzo and I talk about like how we're going to like sort of like impact the world. And he's impacted the world with Sadak Makbivtaj. This is never going to fade.
Huge.
I've watched it like 3 or 4 times and it doesn't fade. So this is going to last forever.
You've watched that 3 times? You've been using that a lot.
Wait, more than 3 times then. More than 3 times. Crunchy. So I'm funnier on your live. This sucks.
Oh my God. I was cracking up during your live today. Sorry.
I did
I'm
something
burpier
funny.
on my live. There was a lot of funny stuff. I was at the park with my kids and I was listening to you in the background and I don't even remember, but I was like I had to like walk away for a little bit because I was laughing. And then that last bit I was cracking up at right when I left. You were hilarious. I live for this shit. Or wait, what were you saying?
Yeah, I live for this shit. I suck this shit. No,
how do we get to suck shit on that? I forget.
Yeah, I live for this shit sucking. I live for this shit. I don't know how that. Oh, mic drop was pretty funny. Yeah.
Oh, that was what it was. The mic drop was really. You kept doing mic drop.
Just everything was a mic drop. Okay, so I want to like impact the world or whatever. Mezzo and I talk about this, and the way that he's done it is through Sadak Makbivtaj, and that's like satisfying. I think you said that like if you were to die or never do anything else, that would satisfy you because it's on UrbanDictionary.com.
Yeah, I mentioned that like I'm ready anytime. So like, just going to start living more dangerously because that had already been accomplished.
Because of Sadak Makbivtaj.
Exactly.
And so don't have something like that. So what I'm trying to do is like Joel Storms.
You did come up with the apostrophe in Sadak Makbivtaj.
I know. I've like added to it, and I've added in POSFF. Everyone uses it. I saw it in a live today, and I like touched the person, and like they follow me. Damn it! I was hoping that they didn't follow me. That's what I want to see. Somebody use POSFF, and then they're not following me.
I saw someone mention Sadak Mac in Ian's live today. Someone came up and was a Sadak Mac, and people were saying it in chat, but I don't think he was just like, I don't know what that is or anything.
Can you actually, was in Ian's live that I saw POSFF as well?
Yeah, I like the idea that people are spreading our stuff around.
Yeah. Can I say this though?
Please.
I don't know how many followers I have right now, but one of them is allegedly Ian.
Oh, you hooked him?
It happened in my live today. I saw Ian, and I felt like anxiety, like not anxiety, but I was like, okay, he's in live. He's following me. He's in the live and he's followed me. He's in the live right now and he's followed me. And I was just like, this is crazy. Like, this is huge.
I had that the first time when you were in mine. Remember, I had the same feeling when I was like, who are you? I was just being I was playing it really cool. I was actually like, oh my God, it's the guy from the other night when I met him.
Yeah, who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you anyway?
Why would I mod you?
Why would I mod you anyway? I don't even know who you are.
Still not sure.
Okay. Yeah, nobody knows. But
well, welcome in everybody. We've got a great live here.
Joel
Darth was
Mezzo.
talking shit about Joel earlier today, apparently.
I've really arrived.
Vader?
I don't even.
Yeah,
Vader.
why is that his nickname? I never liked the guy. He's been like a complete disappointment to the family. The way he treated.
You'll have
Grandma- it
some
doesn't matter.
memories. You'll have some memories that are positive when he goes.
I don't know why he picked that, other than he's maybe trying to do something to me, like I am Luke, I am your father kind of thing.
But nobody knows that your first name's Luke. But anyway, the thing is that like, were you a fan of Star Wars? Is that what the connection?
Yeah,
might
but who's
be?
not? Like that's the
Yeah.
vague. No one's not.
Yeah, I don't know. I look, familial issues, but you said you don't want to talk about your dad, so let's just
Are we
move on
live?
from it? We're on the live. Yeah, we were just talking live to everybody. They're all right here. Okay, guys, welcome in. Welcome in. And if there are any Christians that want to talk to Mezzo, look, we won't be double teaming you for the whole night, but we were just testing this out just to see how it looks, and it does look fun. Can we get ones in the chat?
Once the other person comes in, you're gonna shrink down and be cropped. So it's
Yeah,
gonna
we'll
look
see
different.
how that looks.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll see what that looks like. But I feel like if we were to do, but hey, by the way, guys, and I don't have the ability to show you this right now. Oh, you guys like this. I don't have the ability to show you this right now, but we have a Bad Bible debate YouTube and TikTok. So if you guys like the podcast, you like Mezzo, you like me, forget me. If you like Mezzo on the podcast, because I know that I'm just a deterrent.
We're on my show now. It's just me now. Yeah, it's fine. You can switch.
If you love Mez, and I respect that too. That's the crazy thing. Is like no one else respects that with my life, but I respect it with yours. If you love Mez and you love BBDs, just go find the Bad Bible Debates TikTok. I'll see if I can put.
I still haven't put it in my link tree. Because this is happening live, basically. Like, this is brand new stuff.
We just made it. I just made it. I did all the legwork on this one, and so he's just coming into the
out of all my Discords. I want to update this. Everything's falling apart as soon as you get here. Like, do you notice that when you're around, things don't go well?
This looks good.
That does look good. Is that an iPhone
Not that we
SE?
can't see in our
white iPhone SE?
This is an old iPhone SE. And
I have the same one.
One of
the
newer
really
ones,
small one. I
which
have
is
a little
also
white one, just
iPhone.
like that.
Why, is that your choice too?
Yeah, it used to be. I love that. The
We
smallest
are
one was the
fucking
best.
the same guy.
I hate how big my phone is now. I feel like I have
I don't want to.
boner in my pocket everywhere I go.
Yeah, you and I are like the same guy. I gotta tell you, because I hate those types of big phones. Okay, look at Bad Bible Debates has just commented. Can you guys look at him and follow him? Where is he?
I didn't
Oh
see it.
shit. Okay, try again. There he is. There he is. There he is. There he is. Where is he? God damn it!
Push
It's not
send.
working.
Oh, I blocked it.
It's just not connecting.
I might
Oh,
have
there it
blocked
goes.
that account.
I did. You blocked him already?
Well, they're always acting up, and
Okay, hold on. This should be.
Really,
Did that
I'm
not
not
send? This phone is such shit.
yeah, it's old.
If there are any Christians that might want to have a conversation,
I have been thinking about getting a
slip in
mini
Mezzo's little
iPad
box.
thing though, to just for this only, to get even a cheap Android version, so it's a bit bigger, so I can see the screen better. Because I do when people's names show up, I'm having to do this a lot just to see. Yeah, I think that'd be cool.
Mm-hmm. I have a. Yeah,
Wait, you saw it?
I have a. Well, it's for an iPhone. Oh, there he goes.
Yeah.
There he goes. All right, guys. So there's a bunch of Bad Bible Debates. They all kind of came
All
up.
right.
But yeah, follow that guy. And the YouTube, because I think we want to try in time, if we can get enough followers and stuff like that, we would like to maybe do joint sort of
be right
debates
back.
together. I know that I hang out on Mezzo's live, he hangs out on mine, but we wanted to kind of do Bad Bible Debates. Thank you. Bad Bible Debates together, right? And it's fun
so
to do it
fun.
on our thing, but But it'd be so fun if it was just like on the same Bad Bible Debates account, and we can just like build that up and
There's a really bad
get
delay
people
though.
call in and like between you and I right now.
Yeah, like I can slightly hear my voice coming back on your side, and it's like a full second it sounds off. I don't know if it's my fault or your fault. I notice it sometimes when I'm in.
I don't know whose fault. I don't know whose fault it is, but I'm trying to get it in there fast enough.
That's all you had to offer? I don't know whose fault it is.
That's all I could do, is just try to say it fast enough to seem like it's in line. Does it feel delayed when I jump in on it?
I mean, I don't hear the delay coming this way. I just hear it like I can hear my voice repeating quietly through your headphones. And I was going to say,
but that's okay. I don't think that'll be a problem.
Don't shut up. I've heard it on your live, but you're like the lead there, so I just like know to wait anyways. But it's a little weirder with two of us.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm not sensing a delay, so I don't know if you sense a delay when I respond to you. But it's just like I think we're just maybe just polite.
Maybe it's just me.
Yeah. Josh, get in the box. If there's a Christian named Josh in the comments who's yapping away, just get in the little box and let's see what we got here. Yeah, we got do you want to see how this looks?
Yeah.
Gentlemen.
Yeah, see, it does ruin everything.
Well,
Is there a Yeah, I also wanted to see what it would look like.
I mean,
it's just the background. I would just need a different background.
Yeah, what we get to do, what we would probably do anyways is something like this, right? So I don't think it has to necessarily be like a prompt background. People would just come up and we would be like, "Hey, the Bible's bad," and then we talk shit about it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to like resize that.
Why don't you do a good background? Like, why don't you do that now? Like, just go with a good background so that like we actually get people Christians, because I think like that would be cool.
Wait, that was yours. Hold on, this is the one I want to do.
Oh, because I'm not.
Yeah, we don't want like other like heathens. It's just like waste of everyone's time. But Benny, what are you doing here? What the fuck?
I just came up. I came up first to see about this leg, this latency that Mezzo was talking about. I wanted to see firsthand.
Mm-hmm. Is it still there, do you think?
No, because I can hear my voice.
I'm still noticing it, but I mean, yeah. Benny? Do you hear your voice coming back a little bit to you?
I do a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's.
Is it through my headphone? Okay, let me leave and like maybe.
Because I don't hear it now. Oh yeah, I do. It's smaller though.
Is this better or something? Like,
it's not so bad. Like, they're hearing it too. Oh, we had a guest and they left in.
Shit. That's Mezzo's.
It might be that I'm too, like, my microphone is really loud, so it probably plays out of your headphones louder than most people's do. I like this way because I like to be commanding and powering and over controlling.
I'm going to do an experiment here. I'll say 1, Mezzo, you say 2, and then
2.
Joel, you say 3. And okay, so 1,
3.
2. You got to wait till I say 2.
Okay, I just wanted to make it seem like there was.
Are we trying to do it fast, like 1, 2, 3?
No.
Well, okay, now.
Yeah, I'll play ball. Let's do it properly.
Do it one more time. All right, 1,
2,
3.
Okay, yeah, you guys are fine.
Get out of here. All right, we have a guest.
Let's do it.
Okay, thank you, Benny. I appreciate you.
Benny and the Jets.
All right, our very first guest. We're going to try this out. We're going to see. Oh, that looks cool.
Yeah, see,
I like
cooler.
that.
Yeah.
It makes the D extra B. This guy's not connecting. I dropped a friend for you. Please connect.
I wonder, like, what if I just put like paper in front of my face? If I'll disappear.
Yeah.
Did I disappear? Did I?
Yeah, it totally worked. Yeah, I mean, kind of like now, like it went in and out, but it was.
Let me just see. Like,
Let's do this maybe. Does that work? I
No,
can't see
no,
you.
I
Can you
tried
not
that
see me?
first. I tried that first, but it was Jay. Are you there? No. Okay, just. Oh, there you go. You're gone.
Hold it like up to the camera.
Yeah.
Then it goes away. Like block your whole self with it.
Oh yeah, that definitely works.
Connection
All right,
is
if-
timed out. That's another win for the Bad Bible Debate crew. We're up here
Destroy-
giving you what you need. Dropping mics like we're dropping guests. Why did that guy keep saying there was a mic drop moment in Jonah?
He just wants it to seem cooler than it is. Like it's just a typical like Christian, like a Sunday school
pastor.
teacher. He's like, and the mic drop moment of him saying like, "You care about tree, I care about people." It's like, well, he cares about tree
is
because it's
flossing.
Which part of the Bible is that? Where Jesus is flossing.
Jesus is flossing like he do.
Jesus is actually he's the floss. He's getting that shit and that he's getting all that sin out of between your teeth. Jesus is a floss stick.
I'm a fan of the floss stick. I like the pokey side. I don't like using regular floss. I feel like it's gonna like pop my fingers off, like a CIA agent would use like a piano wire to rip someone's neck apart. It feels like my fingers are gonna go.
Yeah. Let me ask you if you think this is like a funny concept. It's like I always cared. I think I value personal hygiene. I've always looked for a girl with creases in her fingers from the floss. Like, is that like a funny joke? Well, you chuckled.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah. See, I thought that was funny. I feel like I've said it to people and they've been like, eh.
Maybe like there has to be a bit more of a twist to it. Like it has to seem like I'm not like I don't need someone who's like overly hygienic or anything. You just like as long as I can see the floss creases in their fingers from their obsessive compulsive like daily 9-hour flossing, then I'm fine.
Yeah, you just need like a little bit more like on the nose irony there.
There was a really great, and I'm saying this carefully, Ellen DeGeneres joke from from her stand-up routine. Like before she had her show, I remember this still.
Yeah.
And she said she was talking about brushing her teeth and how she's like, I brush my teeth religiously, every Christmas and Easter. And it's just like a really great joke for people who don't go to church that much. But we were allowed to watch her back then because we didn't know she was a lesbian yet.
Mm-hmm. As soon as you find that out, you're like,
yeah,
no thanks.
that's not funny anymore.
Yeah.
Lesbian hygiene.
I thought old Ellen was like before I knew she was gay too, was so funny. No, it was there was this joke. I don't even remember the whole thing, but she would ramble. She did this a lot where she would like start with like a bit of a premise and she would just ramble into like a bunch of like wild ideas and it would just become this like crazy story. And it was so funny. Like that was really great.
Yeah.
And I don't know that I loved her newest special. I don't think it was like awful, but I know she hates her staff or whatever.
Yeah, I just like, I remember her, I wasn't even talking about that show. I'm talking about her like sitcom show. Like it was before that maybe that I remember her, right?
Yeah. Like her original stand-up.
Yeah, it was funny.
Like the reason why it's funny.
But yeah, then
she's
she
really
grew
funny.
into someone who hates her staff. But I also hate mine, so I kind of get it,
Yeah, like I feel if I became famous, and we're working on it, gang. We're working on it. Famous for reading Bible. I think I'll try to mistreat people. I feel like that's something that you need to start doing.
Yeah. That's how you know you've made it. When you have
You're just
the,
like,
when you have the gall.
Where the fuck are my red peanut M&Ms?
Yep. When you have the
like,
gall
those
to
are all
throw someone's coffee on the ground, to like take their coffee because yours doesn't taste good, to take theirs and just like on the head or just throw it on the ground. Like I think that's how you know you've made it in Hollywood, right? We have a guest here. Let's see how this person connects. We're wondering today, what would you change about God's plan? God has a plan for all of us. In my opinion, I think his plan is to be fake and to be make believe, but some people think he's a real being. Rudhu, what do you think? Is God a real thing? And do you think he has a plan?
Yeah, I do believe in God, but I wouldn't try to change God's plan through my human understanding of morality or other instances.
Well,
So I wouldn't
how old
like-
are you, first of all, just to make sure that we're not doing
me
anything illegal here?
I'm 18.
Okay, because this is going to get pretty steamy. Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you ever watched an R-rated movie?
Yeah.
Which one?
Okay, that's not very Christian.
Hold on.
but
Name one.
I'm not a Christian.
It's not very Muslim either. Are you a Muslim?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which movie did you
name
see,
the
though?
R-rated movie. Yeah.
Let me
Pirates
think.
of the Caribbean?
The Adam Sandler movie where he had a stepson and then the stepson was getting married and then they didn't like each other. I forgot what it was called.
Okay, let me look it up. Adam Sandler.
Yeah, it's like
the other actor he
Punch
was also in
Drunk Love?
Brooklyn
Oh,
no,
that's
it's
my
like
boy?
a Jewish. That's my boy.
I don't know this
Now,
one.
The Adam
I'm just
Sandler.
double checking. It is rated R. That's an R movie.
It's a like anything Adam Sandler is trash.
Or
That's
the Hateful Eight.
Hateful Eight. Hateful Eight. Yeah,
what a while
Tarantino.
ago.
I think
Yeah.
that's
I don't know if that's rated R, though.
PG-13.
The Hateful Eight,
Or
PG-13.
Deadpool, actually, Deadpool.
Deadpool's gonna be
Oh,
R.
okay, that's rated R. Okay, so did you like the ending of Deadpool?
I watched it a while ago. I like the first one. It was pretty funny.
Pretty funny. Did you find anything in it like obscene, or did you find anything like that you would have changed?
I mean, I don't think so. I enjoyed the movie quite a lot.
Perfect movie.
I enjoyed it quite a lot. There wasn't anything specific I would change about it.
Well, there's a stupid-looking dog in it.
I mean, it probably served the purpose in some way for entertainment. And
He's smart.
director-
He's smart because he's playing the card already.
the directors probably know better than me when it comes to movies. They probably has a degree.
This guy's good. This guy's good.
All right, so would you say that that's true of all movies?
I think this specific topic is very subjective, especially when it comes to movies.
It is subjective. That's interesting. So as subjects, we were allowed to kind of say they maybe had a plan for that movie, but I didn't like it, right? That wasn't something
Correct.
like. You didn't like, you probably didn't like the Barbie movie, I bet.
I mean, I never watched it, so
Why not? That movie's great.
I'm just not into that type of movie. I like action. I like
Okay.
movies that are
So
based
if
on
you
real
could
life.
add a bunch of action to the Barbie movie, then maybe you would watch it.
I don't think so, because that would kind of ruin the theme of Barbie. I don't think anybody would enjoy it. But
No,
Barbie's
but just
not
for
a-
you would like it more, right?
It wouldn't feel natural. I mean, like it wouldn't feel like a typical action movie that I would like to watch. That has Barbie with violence.
Would you like Fast and the Furious or something like that?
Sure, we can go with that.
How
We can
many of
go-
those are there?
There's a lot. There's like 11, 12.
12.
Whoa. Is that
You
too
know what?
many?
Yeah.
It's way too many.
Yeah.
You know what movie like
He
I
said something was wrong. Did you hear that, Joel? There's too many
There's
Fast
too
and
many
Furious.
Fast
I've been
and
trying to
Furious
find something.
movies.
So if
It feels
you
forced.
could make there be less Fast and Furiouses, would you?
Yeah, I would definitely say that would be a better move because
All right. So God made too many Fast and Furious movies. That's step one. Now let's get a little weirder, a little harder here. What about things like the Holocaust? Do you think that we would keep that too, or would you toss that alongside with like Fast and the Furious 11?
yeah, like for instance, I liked the movie Sophie's Choice as far as like the quality of it.
You were going to say I like the Holocaust.
I did not like the Holocaust. That was
we doing,
my
Joe?
that was my let me just say that was my least favorite part of Sophie's Choice was when she had to choose when it was in the Holocaust and she had to choose one of her babies over the other one.
Yeah, Sophie's List. Yeah, it was hard.
So I kind of like hated that part of that movie and it broke my heart. Did you love that part of that movie? RDH?
So, as a person, I obviously didn't like that part. I don't think any person likes that part. That's all I gotta say about that.
If you had to change, if you could change that part of the movie, like if you and in doing that, like change that part of the story, let's say, and be like, well, now there is no choice. Sophie gets to keep her babies and no one's going to any of these internment camps or being killed. Would you change that?
In my human concept, in a human world, I see the world in my human lens. So as a human who has morality, I would definitely change it, yes.
Nice. That's good. Yeah, and you do have morality. As humans, you're allowed to have morality and to make things a little better than they were. But it sounds like you're maybe going to say, God, however, in his grand and infinite wisdom, thought that all of this was good to have happen, right?
No. So the way we deal with the problem of evil, the Quran in multiple different passages says this life is a test. There are multiple passages I can read to you, which means that if God were to intervene with events that are happening in the world, that would mean that this life is no longer a test because he's intervening. It's like if we're writing a test and the teacher suddenly, if I'm writing an answer and the answer is obviously incorrect and the teacher comes and corrects me, it's no longer a test because she's helping me. So in a way, if God were to interfere with human events, that would be as interfering with the concept of life being a test.
But don't you think? Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm not very familiar with it's. How do you pronounce it? Islam.
Islam.
And where's that from?
It's from the different countries, but the book is the Quran.
Oh my God.
Quran.
Like what country is it from? Where did it start?
It started in what is now the Saudi Arabia, but it's a universal religion, so we wouldn't like.
I'm not familiar with it, but is it the case that like there was some book that was inspired like by a god?
No. It's not. We don't believe the Quran is inspired. We believe that it's a direct and pure word of God. There's no inspiration.
But that sounds like he's like intervening with our activities then.
How is he intervening with our activities? If he sent the book,
did he tell us? Did he give us a bunch of information about how to live our lives and how to pass the test?
Yep.
So all the people that came before the book were unimpeded in their test, and then the rest of us, we can't take the test properly because we have this book now.
No.
Because of the crayon.
I haven't read it, so maybe my test is still fine, but your test is fucked, dude. Like you're cheating.
No. That's not true at all. First of all, in the Quran it says that we do not judge a nation unless we have sent them a prophet. Before the Quran and before Prophet Muhammad ﷺ was sent to the rest of humanity, you had prophets like Jesus, peace be upon him. You had Moses. You had all these people. We believe in all of them. Jesus had the Injil, or they call it the Gospel. Moses had the Torah. You had Adam, you had Noah, you had all these people that were there to guide people. But these people were sent for a specific time. And we believe as time went on, Injil got changed. As history tells us, there's been severe changes when it comes to the Gospels and when it comes to Torah.
And that's why you're saying more than you need to here. Just you can save some of that. Like I understand what you're saying, but what you're saying is that your book says if they haven't heard of God properly, they can't get in trouble from God, right?
Correct. So I can give you an example.
Do all the people from before? What's his name again? The prophet.
Prophet Muhammad.
Yeah. Before him,
Ahmed. Muhammad. Sorry, Muhammad. Yeah.
All the people before him just get to go to heaven.
So before Prophet Muhammad, you had Jesus. So people can choose to follow the teachings of Jesus or not.
I'm talking about the people who like lived in like what is now South America.
Yeah. So when it comes to this specific topic, scholars hold different opinions. Some scholars say that there will be different tests imposed upon them after they pass away, and then they're in the day of judgment. That's one of the scholarly views. Other scholars say different things. So, I mean, I can search this up and give you some information, but they will be tested based on different criteria.
But this is just stuff that they're kind of making up. It doesn't say in the book. And here's what's happened to the people.
It's in the Hadith, the sayings of Prophet Muhammad.
Oh, no, but you don't like the Hadiths, do you?
No, I like the Hadiths. The ones that are authentic.
Oh, not the inauthentic ones.
Of course, the ones that are authentic, I hold a belief into them.
So not the one from.
Yeah, I just want to know, like, what are we getting here? Like, are you asking because you don't know much about Islam, or are you trying
I
to?
don't know a lot about it, and I'm not super familiar with it. And usually, when a Muslim comes up here, they end up saying that it was like okay for Muhammad to marry a 6-year-old, and so that
Yeah,
always
so
freaks me out. And so I always like to hear someone first say like, "Yeah, that was bad. That wasn't good," or "That didn't happen." And if it did happen, it would have been terrible of him, or something along those
Yeah,
lines.
so let me just give you a little bit of information if you don't know the religion. It's a monotheistic religion. We believe in one God. We don't believe God can have partners or anything like that. It's
But RDF, aren't you a little bit late though? Because like there's a new Islam on the scene. Have you not seen this one? It's like the religion of the light or something like that, or something.
Yeah.
There's the newest prophet that's like,
Okay.
you know how like there was Moses, you already mentioned it, it's like Adam, Moses, Jesus, Muhammad. Now there's like this other guy.
All?
I forget his name, like Harash or something like that.
The Quran deals with this problem.
What's that?
The Quran deals with this problem.
No, it's not a
directly.
problem because this guy's mentioned in the Quran. So he's actually a real guy, and this is just the newest version of the cult religion of the religion.
Prove it.
Well, let me find it. It's the. Do you know what's the religion called?
Islam. You said there was someone sent.
No.
after Prophet
The
Muhammad.
religion of
Someone in chat is gonna know it. Yeah.
light, Islam, newest version. I'll put newest.
There is no
version.
newer to Islam, but I would like you to.
Yeah, because there's like a newest. Oh yeah, there it is. Ahmadi religion of peace and light. Have you not heard about that?
Ahmadi. Ahmadi is.
Ahmadi religion of peace and light, and also known simply as Ahmadi religion. It's a new religious movement derived from 12-verse Shia Islam. So it's actually
logo. They have
from
a cool logo. He's got a cool.
Oh,
beanie.
yeah.
He's like got a beanie.
Oh
You wear
yeah,
beanies?
and the text they use, the font they use is gorgeous. It's considered to be one of the emerging apocalyptic or doomsday movements, which is
By the
good
way,
because
just
that's
so you
what
guys
Jesus
know,
did.
That's a Sinzel decorative font.
Yeah.
I
So
actually know that off
what
the
are you
top of my
talking about?
Is that what it's called? Sinzel.
Yeah.
It's weird that they use something with the word sin in it as their font.
Oh, it's a C, yeah, but yeah.
Hindel. So what were you talking about?
Yeah, so what are you talking about? Ahmadiyya, this is a sect within Islam, and some scholars actually say that this is heresy.
Well, some
which means
scholars
that,
say that all of Islam is heresy.
Okay, let me just get to my point. This sect is not very different from the mainstream. What they
Oh my goodness, yeah, this is actually totally what you were talking about. It says there are 7 covenants, including 6 historical covenants with Adam, Noah, Abraham, Moses, Jesus, Muhammad, and the current covenant of Ahmed Hassan. And then, of course,
Your spit is getting into my headphones.
Yeah, so what's the sect
just trying to pronounce them correctly. And I think they do base this guy on the crayon.
No, they don't. The sect is based on a guy named Mirza Ghulam Ahmad. He basically
Is
claimed that
this
he
guy
was
not mentioned in the crayon? Because I spoke
if
to
you-
one of these guys,
I
and he
understand
was
your question, and I can give you an answer if you let me.
okay.
So in the Quran it says there's going to be a Messiah or Mahdi alongside Jesus coming back. This guy claimed that he was the Mahdi, and he did not provide.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I got you.
It's him.
I know. Let me finish now. In order to prove that he is the Mahdi, he needs to provide evidence. There are a couple of steps that need to happen before the arrival of Mahdi. None of those things happened, and he didn't provide any evidence that he was the Mahdi. So therefore, this is the wrong sect.
It says here on Wikipedia that those things have happened.
Oh, shit.
It's
Happened.
Shit.
it's wrong.
Wikipedia right now. Hold on, let me fix this.
Okay.
Ahmadi is saying that they did happen, and that's why he is the new prophet. So I don't know who's right here because these are kind of what we think is they're stupid, made-up religions. But what you think it could be that this is the new prophet of peace and light. The
No.
Ahmadi religion.
The reason why we don't think that this guy was legit because these steps they're set in authentic hadith. We know that these not have happened because all of us would have known that these.
No,
were things that happen.
he's saying they did happen, and
Okay,
like for
people
some
can say
reason
whatever they want, so what?
so you follow the false prophet. See, this is the newest prophet. You're not up to date.
Okay.
RDH,
So, as
you're
a
gonna
false,
go- you're
From
gonna
time
burn
to
in
time
hell.
throughout history, like a new
Joel,
person comes
okay, as
in
the-
and they're
okay,
sent, and you
okay.
have to start switching
One
to them
second.
now.
As the
Can't
false
believe he's
Messiah appeared yet with
Can't
the
believe he's
eye on
gonna
his
burn in
forehead.
hell.
With an eye on his
He's-
forehead.
I don't think so, but he thinks.
Okay, can you answer my
he's
question
saying
directly?
that's
Don't worry
true.
about what he says. Okay,
I don't know. I'm not Islamic. I don't pay attention to this stuff. I'm just going with what Ahmadi says.
This is not an Islamic question. This is a mainstream question. As a guy showed up with an eye on his forehead.
Yeah,
I've
I have
never
two eyes
seen-
on my forehead.
You've never seen a guy with a eye on his forehead, correct?
One eye in the middle of his forehead, or
the middle of
what's
his
the
forehead,
detail?
and he
Wait,
claims
where
to
does
be
where
God.
does it say that it's? Where does it say this? What verse does it say that?
Yeah,
Like
we
this
gotta
is-
look that up.
I can bring it to you. This person needs to show up before the arrival of Mahdi, and this person has not showed up.
See, this is the problem, RDH. This is the problem
I'm in
because
the
in the
Noble
Quran, it says that cum comes from between your chest. So if we can change all of science and reality to say that that's correct, like if that's what you do as a Muslim, then obviously saying that someone showing up with an eye on their forehead can also be massaged and changed to make it make sense, right? So all of these religions are the same. They're all false, and they all make claims that are obviously not true, and then they massage the text to try to make them make sense.
Now let me ask
so
you a question
you're
then,
just believing one of the stupid stories, but there's a new stupid story, and then there's older stupid stories,
Okay.
right?
Well, now a
Here's
question
the
returned.
question. So,
Okay, well, can we
based
have a
on
one-on-one
that,
conversation?
you're going to get to talk too. But based off of that, and also to bring us back to the main topic, do you think that it would have been better if the Quran was a bit more clear in what these things were, so that people wouldn't like spawn off these little mini cults
very clear.
and like ruin your good name?
It's very clear, and that's my point. Now, Joe, I want to ask you a question.
Or
How do you know?
can you tell us the verse that talks about the third eye?
Yeah.
Then?
I'm going to give it to you right now, but I just want to ask you a question. Before I give you, 'cause it all add up. How do you guys know anything to be true? Like, how do you know anything to be correct? Like, how do you know your father?
I
is
just
your
ask
father?
Joel, and he tells me usually.
Okay.
Yeah,
no,
I just basically let Mezzo know what's true because of just like my intuitions or whatever.
Okay, so you know what's to be the truth based on the best possible evidence that's in front of you, correct?
What's the
Yeah, like-
versus the eye thing though? I'm still trying to
I'll
find
give it to you. I'll give it to you. So we know that this guy's not the Mahdi based on the best possible evidence that we have from the Hadith, and it's very clear. It could not get any clear cut than this. You can go.
Is
you
it
can
in
go.
like the Noble Quran or?
It's in the Hadith. You can go. You can go on the Sahih al-Bukhari 3609.
I don't read that stuff anymore. I just like follow what
Sahih Muslim.
Ahmadi. I just follow what
And
Ahmadi
Sahih
says.
Muslim
That's truth to me.
2923.
2923?
Yeah, you're just. I hate when they're not up to date. I just follow Ahmadi, what he says, and I don't really like read the old books anymore because I feel
I don't know
like
how to
they're just
find
out of date.
these ones. Like it's too hard to find the Quran verses because I can't pronounce any of them.
It's because they're not called verses; they're called.
This is not in the Quran. This is Hadith. These are the saying of Prophet Muhammad.
All right, how do you spell?
Hadith.
Okay, I'm in Hadith, and how do you spell it?
Okay, once. So let me get back to it. I just lost it.
I want to see it. I want to see where it says.
And if you want, I can read it to you.
Just do that. Yeah, just read it.
Yeah.
You're not gonna miss it. Read the whole
Yeah,
thing.
so it says that the hour will not be established until about 30 imposters or Dajjals, we call them Dajjals, which are just the fake Antichrist, appear, each one claiming that he's the messenger of Allah. And this person is probably one of them because he's claiming that exact same thing. This is one criteria. I can go through many different with you guys to prove to you that he's not the true.
Get to the eye part.
I can get to that too.
There's been
What's he
way
doing?
more than 30
What's he
false
talking
prophets. So there's some part in this hadith where it says someone's going to have a cycloptic eye in the middle of their forehead. And I want to hear like what that.
Would actually read it.
Yeah, like I've just never heard of this before. This is like I'm just doing research now, I think.
Yeah. I think what we're going to learn is that it's just another really weird thing that people believe that obviously is ridiculous.
That's what I'm wondering because he said it's so specific and so clear. And like this verse, he just said we won't know the hour until 30 have come. Where are they coming from? Is it exactly 30 or is it 31?
This is as clear as it gets. It says, this is about the Dajjal or the Antichrist. It says, between his eyes will be written the word kafir, which means disbeliever. Every believer, whether literate or illiterate, will be able to read it. And so far, no one has seen a person with that word written on their forehead, and no one can read it.
So you think that's like purely literal and not a metaphor at all, that someone's going to have a word written on their head that everyone on earth can read?
This is not a metaphor. This is as literal as it gets.
But you're how old did you say you are?
18.
Oh, okay, yeah. So you still believe that like there's going to come one day where someone's going to show up with a word written on their head, and,
claiming to be
and
God.
everyone is going to be able to read this word, and then they're all going to know, hey, that's the Antichrist.
Correct. And then the Mahdi will show up.
Hold on.
And this is the way we know that's not the guy.
RDF, just a follow-up question, just so like I can understand. So like I'm sitting here in my house, I'm in Canada, and this person's going to show up somewhere, and I'm somehow going to see it, even though they're just like walking down the street in Saudi Arabia or something.
No, this specifically says every believer. So in Islamic tradition, you're not a believer. Every believer, whether they're
so like even if are you in a Middle Eastern, even if you're in like not the same country as this character, you're gonna just be able to see it.
Yeah, man. Look at the world that we live in today. Everything is posted online. We have
okay, so it's gonna be on Instagram.
Something like that.
So he's going to have a big social media following, and he's going to be like,
okay,
what up, gangs? It's me, Kafir. I got this written on my forehead. You can't read it, but if you can read it, you know what's up. It's me, right? Like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I mean,
now I'm making way for Ahmadi, and he's gonna come and be the final prophet.
Maybe it's Mr. Beast. Is he the Beast?
Wait, I don't know why we're talking about these topics. Can we talk about if the religion is true or not? Can we go over the evidence?
So the reason we're talking about these topics is because they are all so silly. And when you dig into this a little bit and find out what people like yourself actually believe, it just makes it seem so silly, goofy, fun balls. So the people in the rest of our audience and Joel and I get to realize like this is so obviously fake.
Yeah, so
this is so obviously fake. So yes, that we are doing what you're asking for. You're just not seeing it because you believe this rubbish.
So psychologically, you can make anything look silly. Literally anything if you use the right word.
Okay, make me look silly.
I don't know enough about you, and I don't know your ideology. I don't know anything what you believe in.
All right, well, you can't really make anything look silly because we're right here
about my ideology.
Yeah, but we're right here. You're trying to make anything look silly. We just made it look silly because it is silly. Like we're not even working that hard here.
What is it silly? Based on what is it silly?
Based on that there's a guy who everyone's going to...
You said the word Instagram. That's your own precept.
No, you're saying that like somehow... You said like social media or whatever. So the point is, RDH, is that you might not be a good believer, right? So all the believers probably have seen this guy with the thing written on their head.
No, it's not.
You're not a believer, so you haven't seen it.
No,
and Ahmadi is the new prophet. So you're just admitting you're not a believer.
Yeah, RDH, have you ever seen someone with something written on their head and you haven't been able to read it, like it's in Chinese or something, or it's like in a language you don't know?
Sure.
That could have been it, dude. That could have been it, and you didn't recognize it because
No, that's not the case. Because it says believers. There's an S at the end, which means
RDH, can I ask you a question real quick? Did you see, I don't know if you saw this where you are, but there was this girl who had Trump tattooed on her forehead. That video went viral. Did you see that video?
Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, you probably did. You just didn't notice it. It was easy to read. It was just like Trump right across her forehead. So that's probably what it is. I think that she was, is she the Antichrist then? And then Ahmadi.
Yeah.
Okay, can I ask you guys a question?
I also remember there was a girl who had Drake. She had the word Drake. And
yeah, can I ask you guys a question? What do you guys believe in?
Drake is the...
I'm assuming
Drake means disbelief in Finnish.
Are you guys atheists?
That's true. Drake, if you translate, go to a Finnish to English translator, type the word Drake, and you'll see it means disbelief. It might be her. I'm just saying, RDH, it could be.
Yeah, so are you guys atheists?
Oh, I am, yeah. I'm a staunch atheist.
Okay, and then
I'm a like soft atheist.
Yeah,
got you. And what's your theory on how the universe came about to be?
Oh, I don't have
the way it came about to be.
I'm not
what's your theory? Like, how did it all start?
I'm not an astrophysicist. I don't have a theory.
Mm-hmm. What's your theory? What's your theory, already at?
You know my theory, but I want to go through yours.
I don't know your theory.
You know about Islam. There you go.
Have one? You're 18 and you have a theory about how the universe came to be?
I don't have a theory. I have a fact. You have a theory because you don't have anything that's a fact. You can't prove anything.
I don't have a theory. Like a scientific theory?
Yeah, I have no fucking clue. The way I say
science-
this, I have no fucking.
Okay, so do you guys believe that? Are you guys like agnostic?
So
or
if
like
it's a
full atheists,
fact,
that there
then
was
that
no way
means
that
it's supported
God-
by something. So what's your fact?
My fact is that God created the universe, and my supporting arguments
Sorry,
are the Quran and the
that's
Hadith.
you're doing a who done it. You're doing a detective theory. You're doing a like Sherlock Holmes. I have a theory who did it, but this isn't a who done it. It's a how done it, right? We're trying to say how did the universe come to be. So we know obviously God made it, but how? How?
Yeah, but this is the problem.
exactly
you
God made
didn't
it?
hear the follow up that he said. He said it was written in a book.
Oh,
How
he wrote
exactly?
universe in a book.
No,
Yeah,
no,
he
no.
wrote that he did
Are
in
you
the
saying
book,
how
so-
exactly God made the universe?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know how God operates.
You don't
That's
have a
silly
theory
question.
on that?
That's a silly question. How would I?
silly.
Because
That was your question to
Silly.
us. You said how did the universe come to be, and we're saying, and then we said how did the universe come to be, and you said it's a silly question.
No, no, no.
made
because-
yourself look silly.
RDH,
because
did God
atheists
make
have all kind of
RDH?
different
Hold
theories
on, hold
how
on.
the universe came about to be.
RDH, did God make people?
Yeah.
Oh, how did he do that?
You want me to tell you how God operates?
Was it out of the dirt?
Was it? We believe.
Oh
that
my
humans
God!
were out of
Shit, Joel, we have
we're
better
not out of
guests.
dirt.
Hold on one second.
Not out of
RDH,
dirt.
sorry, we have some better guests. Do you
Oh,
want
like
us-
Christians?
Yeah, I think so. Did you want us to move on to those, RDH?
Yeah, but I haven't been able to make any arguments.
Perfect.
You
Great-
don't have any.
great timing. Great timing.
Yeah.
Let's do that before he can get an argument in. That would have been dangerous. We might have converted
Haley,
to Islam.
you're not a Christian. Haley, are you becoming a
I'm
Christian?
also not a better guest. That was a bold claim.
This is my friend Haley.
I like that intro. That's good.
Hi.
Haley, what are you like a? I know this is weird because it's kind of BBD's, but it's still my channel. And to be here, you have to be a W Mezzo Plus subscriber. Like,
He's gonna drop you.
what's going on? Are you a Christian or what?
Did I do it right? I haven't been on TikTok in a hot fucking minute.
Well, what did you
Well,
have
you're-
to add?
You're on, and that's correct.
I came back to complain about Doug Ford, not on this live, onto TikTok. But my religious affiliation is I am the Christian's advocate, the atheistic Christian's advocate who comes into Joel's lives and argues.
Tries to make arguments for the Christian. You know what? And nobody needs that. The Christians don't need your help. I mean, they do, but
Oh, I know they don't. So that way, like when they think I'm on their side, and I then ask them questions.
Mezzo does that too.
You're a
Except
double agent.
Mezzo does that too.
I was raised religious, and not to the extent, not the same denomination that Joel was, but and
This is the thing, Haley, and I don't want to interrupt, but I got news for you. Mezzo is seething right now, and he's going to yell at me after this.
No, I'm not.
My
seething.
life.
I'm just like out. I think it's outrageous.
He's
is all.
out. Yeah, he is outraged because he only lets non-believers come up if they're part of W Mezzo Plus subscribers. That's
I hit
his
the
rule, and
follow
I
button.
hate it.
Was that not it?
If following isn't, you have to pay like $300,000 a month or something ridiculous. And I won't.
Well,
look,
I have about $5 in Canadian Tire money.
Yeah, that's
That
not
is
gonna make
the-
it. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. I gotta let you
Okay.
go.
that's both
Sorry.
like minus money. Sorry, Haley. You know that's Mez. It's his live.
That's
I don't
me.
have control.
In fact, when you drop people on your live, Joel, that's also my fault. You can feel free to say sorry.
lot
I
of
know
time
Mezzo's
it
not
is.
even here, but he says not to.
Yeah.
You can take credit for
Mezzo wouldn't put up with this shit. Yeah.
that. Mezzo said, I don't have to have you here. Remixa, welcome in. Is this the remix?
Can you hear me?
Hello. Yeah, I
There
can
we
hear
go.
you. What's up?
So what I'd change, really depends what the plan is. You know, I can't really change without knowing what it is.
Well, let's start off with your age. How old are you?
I'm 18.
Would you change that? Like,
I don't really know. It's
Would you have preferred to have been born in like a different time period?
no, but well,
Like,
yeah.
would you have
after
liked
this
to have been
one would
born
probably
in
be nice.
Jesus' time so you could see him face to face?
No,
That sucks. What about like things like diarrhea? Do you think diarrhea is cool, or would you get rid of that?
I'll probably get rid of that one though. That was not too fun.
Okay, so that's a
We
good
got
start.
one.
So
Smart.
you're better than God because you could say, I would do the universe exactly like this, but no diarrhea. It just wouldn't exist, right? So that's one step of an improvement to God's plan. What about, like, you know how sometimes dogs run away, but sometimes they don't? Like some people's dogs just don't run away, and then some do. Would you maybe make it, because I would make it where just dogs don't run away. What about you?
Oh no, not really, because the dog needs to keep its free will.
Yeah, so you would make it where dogs run away?
No.
No, I'd make it to where the dog still has the free will. So I mean,
Okay, but I was just talking about Jonah in my live earlier, and God sent a worm to destroy the tree that Jonah was sitting under. So God actually infringes on the free will of animals all the time. So why don't we keep the dog safe and happy in its home, infringe on its free will a little bit? I think that's the better move.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Do animals have free will?
According to Remixer, they do.
I mean, in my opinion, I'd say they would.
Why? Can they sin?
Probably.
Do you think that bonobos can go to heaven?
Yeah. Yeah.
Can they also go to hell?
Jury's still out on that one.
Can you check in with them?
I mean, I'd like to say no, but I
If
don't know.
animals can sin and don't believe in Jesus, because this is going to sound like really bad news to you, there are no animals that believe in Jesus other than humans. Sorry.
You could probably train a monkey. They're pretty smart.
Okay. Bye. Everyone, my wife's going to be at Trader Joe's if you need her. Did you want me to tell them? Oh, she said not to tell you. Sorry.
I mean, you probably train a monkey.
I'm just going to run real quick.
They learn
I'm not saying where.
Joel, don't you dare. No, but listen, here's the thing, Remix. This idea of animals can maybe sin, and that means animals can maybe go to hell, is fucking crazy, because that means that almost every animal in history, except maybe Coco, I don't know if they preached to Coco, is in hell. And so that's that's a pretty bad plan. Would you change that maybe? Maybe let animals all go to heaven?
I'd probably add like a little purgatory step in there before hell,
Why? What the fuck are you are you a real Christian? What are
Not
you
for
doing?
animals. I mean, like, just in general.
Okay.
I'd personally have all the animals go to heaven. They're pretty cool.
What about,
Except for, like,
what about
termites.
yeah, no one likes termites except termites. What about like the Bible stuff? Like, would you have made it where slavery was okay for a while?
No, me personally wouldn't have done that one.
You're better than God again. You're absolute, like, you might end up in hell now too, because at some point it has to be blasphemy. At some point when you're starting to say, like, here's all the things I would do better than God, it has to count as a blasphemy, right?
Well, I already am not straight, so that might count as blasphemy. I don't know.
Why are you a Christian?
Long story.
Are you a real Christian, Remixer, or are you a troll Christian?
I'm real.
But why?
Other Christians would probably consider me a troll Christian, but I'm a real Christian.
But what makes you want to be a Christian?
Got my own unique flavor of Christianity.
Can you play songs, Joel?
Yeah, which one do we want?
Choose your own adventure.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe the stuff written in the book is not what it seems, and I'm the only one who understands.
That's you, Remixer. You're remixing the Bible.
I'll just ignore what it says because I can. I'm just making it up as I go along. It's a choose your own adventure.
Well, let me add this, which might explain it more. I'm a Christian deist, specifically.
What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
You think that there's
You know what a
one-
deist is?
right?
Yeah, but what's that supposed to mean? Christian deist.
it's like a mix of the two things.
That's it? That's all you got?
So it's like there was a deity that like created the world and then just left and sent his son to have a personal relationship with us because he loves it. Like, how do those things mix?
There was one true deity
Also-
who's super indifferent about the universe, and it's Jesus.
Well, I mean, those two things can be true. He can be indifferent. He could have got bored. I don't know.
Man, look, it's Hump Day Dump Day, and we don't have the background up right now, but you should you seems like you've already ditched most of the Bible, right? Like you don't think that the Bible's really true, right? You just kind of like to go with the
majority
idea
of
of
it, no.
Christianity. Yeah, so you like the idea of Christianity. You were probably raised a Christian, is that true?
No,
Oh, why not? What were you raised?
I wasn't raised any. Like, my parents are Christian, but they never talked about Christianity or anything. I never even went to church.
Are you from like Oregon?
No?
Where are you from?
Where'd the Oregon guy come from?
What part of the country are you from?
Midwest.
Weird. Okay. Yeah, look, just drop the Christianity part of it. Like the deism is a thing that I don't believe in. I think it's nonsense, but it doesn't like suck. It's just there, right? And when you bring like the idea of Christianity in it in any way, you're like helping boost Christians. And what they do is hate people like you, right? So you're probably better off not considering yourself one and using a better word to describe it from now on, okay? Like maybe
Well, that's why
deism?
I say Christian deist, because, like, I believe Jesus being God, but not much else of the Bible. I don't know what to call that other than Christian deism. After Jesus, he just stopped messing with the earth at all.
Joel, I just realized with this background, what's fun, you know how Jesus is going like, what the fuck am I doing? If I go right here, it's like me.
What the fuck? Remixer, it sounds like you're a Gnostic. It sounds like Gnosticism is sort of like where you're going with that. But I would just like
Gnostic.
dump
Oh no,
it.
because look
We
into
have like a
Gnosticism.
Teflon, I
That's
think it is.
different, because that has a different deity.
Yeah, either way, it's all kind of made up and nonsense. You should just like dump it entirely because you're just making it up as you go along anyway. So why stick with this? Why stick in this? What is it? What would it like
Christian
an envelope? Like
deist.
a
So
little.
like, what part of it is Christian? What part of Christianity do you think is true?
Specifically, that I think Jesus was sent by God. Other than that, not much else. That's why I say that part.
So you don't
That's
believe
why I say
any of the
Christian.
Old Testament. You don't think Yahweh happened. You don't think any of Adam and
Well,
Eve stuff.
it's not that. It's more that I don't know because I know there's some things that are verifiably false with the Bible. So I don't know what's true or false. So I'm just going to operate on the assumption that all of it's false.
Yeah,
Yes.
including the part where God sent Jesus, right? Like that's also false because that's just obviously nonsense. What does that even mean to send someone like from heaven? He's an alien?
Oh, I think that he's another creation. Yeah, that was they sent him. He's English that he sent down.
Say that sentence one more time because we're recording a podcast.
I think he's another creation that they sent down.
Okay. And then did he die on a cross and come back to life?
Maybe. Well, the cross part, I think. The comeback to life, maybe.
Right. Yeah. So what you
I'm
want to
trying to
do is
figure that
for
one out.
sure get the word Christian off of your plate here, because that's a really like important part to Christianity is Jesus came back to life, right? If you don't think that, you're not a Christian. That's like the biggest part of it. Jesus resurrected. Remember, have you heard of Easter? You know, the holiday Easter?
Yeah.
That's what that's all about.
One that isn't.
No, I know there's bunnies
ones
and
they put on
eggs
the
and it's
wrong day.
it's super confusing, but like that's really about like blood sacrifice and resurrection, you know?
Is it really, though? I mean, they didn't even put it on the right day.
The day changes. It has to do with like it's like the last full moon after Ramadan or something like that.
Yeah, I know. That's how does that even make any sense? He resurrected on one day. Not
We're not the ones who are
whenever.
trying to we're not like we're not the ones going like, yeah, I'm a Christian atheist. Although that's actually not that bad to say. You could say that, Joel, because you're an atheist to the Christian God. You'd be like, well, I'm a Christian atheist.
Yeah,
people ask
and
me.
I do feel that. I do feel that.
All right, maybe we'll take it.
There you go.
You can do all sorts of like mixed categories. It's fun. It's just that like I feel like yours is silly. Like it just doesn't really work as like Christian deist.
Oh no,
It's
this
just like-
guy's this guy's a absolute waste of a believer. I mean, like for sure. But I was saying for you, like Christian atheist is an interesting, because when people come up and go like, "What are you, like an atheist?" and you kind of go like, "Well, I'm an ex-Christian." You could say, "Well, I'm a Christian atheist."
Yeah,
Specifically to that God.
To Christianity, I am an atheist.
Yeah, that's interesting.
yeah. But I think Zeus might have existed, something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense to me. Everything.
I don't think it does. What do you think happens when you die?
What I think is, it's heaven, hell, or purgatory.
Yeah, you're just like fully making everything, like you're hodgepodging together a bunch of different stuff. Are you writing a fantasy novel?
No, but I probably should.
Well, I'm going to give you some time to do that, all right?
He's got all the time in the world.
Hello.
Hello, Pilot. Welcome in. You're here with Joel and Mezzo. That's me on the Bad Bible Debates podcast. The first one we're ever running live on the air, across the airwaves of the internet, across the internet waves.
That's right.
BBDs. Pilot, before you start, can you say BBDs as low as you can? That's good enough. That's good. We don't need that. That's good enough. Pilot, welcome in. How old are you and what's your religion?
I'm 18. I'm Orthodoxy.
Everyone's 18 tonight.
It's an 18 and up night. It's a teen night here.
It's sexy. We're having a barely legal. We're having a barely legal Christian life. That's right. All the little boys
so
are
much.
18.
That expression haunts me. It's so gross. Like, I hate it. Pilot, what would you change about God's plan?
Sorry?
That's what I would change.
Drake?
The whole plan?
Yeah, Drake.
Okay.
I don't like what he did.
I think he's 14. Like, I think he's a little tiny baby.
A little younger than you got it.
Yeah, he's not. You're 13?
Younger.
How do you block somebody? Let's see
You're
how
not.
that is.
You're not that young.
6 years old, bro.
Being silly. You're 6?
Oh, maybe I can do it. Hold on one second. He's been up here before, and I just am so sick of people who like. You guys, we can do the jokes.
Do you want me to block him?
I got it. I did it. One thing that is hard for Joel and I to do is to say Christian things. So if you want to come up and say Christian things, that'd be really helpful. But like, if you just want to come up and do jokes, we got it.
Yeah, I mean, I can say Christian things. Like, I can say it.
Yeah, but you do them as a joke.
Yeah, well, that's right. Well, I don't think it's good to kill kids. You know, like I can say the Christian thing.
He's good at it. We don't need your dumb Drake joke.
Yeah.
Alive Echoes. What a cool name. Echo. Welcome in. How old are you? Are you over?
I'm 18.
You're lying.
I was born March 7, 2006. I'm telling the truth.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome in. Are you a Christian? And do you have a scratchy microphone?
Is it better now?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say I'm new to it. I'm gonna say I'm a baby Christian. So I'm just here if I'm.
That is bad news.
Cute little baby.
Well, you are adorable, but I do think that you should probably not be a Christian because the religion offers nothing and often leads people down a dark road of moral bankruptcy where they start finding themselves defending literally undefendable stances, morally speaking, as well as condoning horrible things. So I don't know, maybe just get that out of your life now. Why did you decide to be a Christian?
To be honest, I just looked into it and it made a little more sense to me. And it gives a good basis of morality when I read about it, mostly through the Gospels. I haven't read through the Old Testament yet. I heard it's more darker. So I'm going to keep reading on that.
Here's the thing I want to read to you first. This is going to be really, really important to you since you're new here.
Can I also get the chapter and verse so I can read it myself?
This is in Jude. The letter of Jude. So this is New Testament. Jude is a servant of Jesus Christ, brother to James, okay?
Jude. Okay.
It's just before Revelation, I think, right? Jesus, the last one. Yeah. Second to last book in the Bible. It's a really short one. And when you go down to Jude 5, or it's just one chapter, so it's chapter 1, verse 5.
Chapter 1, verse 5. Okay.
It says here, now I desire to remind you, though you are all fully informed once and for all, that Jesus, who saved a people out of the land of Egypt, afterward destroyed those who did not believe. Now, it goes on, and there's some other stuff here about how terrible hell is going to be for people who are sexually immoral and pursue unnatural lust, which is pretty, like, hot stuff, I think, but punished by an eternal fire. Okay, hot stuff. The fire part is hot. And the lust is hot, too. But the thing that it says here that's really important is that they're stating very clearly in the New Testament that Jesus is the God of the Old Testament.
Yes.
That's him. He was there. He's the one who helped Moses and the people out of Egypt, right?
Yeah, the Trinity.
Yeah, he's the one who said all of the rules afterwards. Not just the Trinity, but you can say Jesus. So now when you do go back and read the Old Testament, you can flip the name Jesus into any time it says the Lord or the God or whatever, and just remember that that's Jesus doing that. So when he comes back in the New Testament and says, I really want you guys to like each other and be nice, just remember that earlier he did all of this other stuff. Okay?
Okay.
So now we can read literally anything out of here. When the Israelites were... Oh, go ahead. You want me to
it's just sometimes it's like hard to find which one, eh? You're just like, which
I know
one?
I have a bunch of tabs, but I haven't done this one ever before here, and I have a tab for it here. So back in Numbers, which if you're reading along with Joel Reads Bible, he's going through Numbers in his Bible reading. And so I heard about this verse from him. This is 15:32. When the Israelites were in the wilderness, they found a man gathering sticks on the Sabbath day. So he's just going around picking up sticks, right? Probably like a stick collector. Back then, there was a lot of people who just collect sticks and things like that. Those who found him gathering sticks brought him to Moses, Aaron, and the whole congregation. They put him in custody because it was not clear what should be done with him. Because you're not supposed to work on the Sabbath back then, right? Did you know that?
Yes, I do know that.
Yeah. So, then Jesus said to Moses, the man shall be put to death, and all the congregation shall stone him outside the camp. The whole congregation brought him outside the camp and stoned him to death, just as Jesus had commanded Moses. So, later in the Bible, when this guy's like, I really want you guys to be best friends with your neighbors. Remember that earlier he was like, that motherfucker picked up sticks? Throw as many rocks that you can at him until he dies.
Like, I don't think that's very nice. Do you ally that goes?
Well, I am more of the potter and the clay type of analogy. So the potter could do whatever what he wants to the clay. If you get from where I'm coming from, right?
So the potter can just like mold his little clay pots and then just fuck them, just fucking rail into them, just dick hard into the pots until they're like a shredded waste of like a cum-filled clay pot that's just abused and pounded. And you're just the little clay pot that's like, I like it, keep giving it to me, whatever you want, even though it hurts, like that.
If you want to put it to that analogy, I wouldn't do it like that, but
it wouldn't matter to you.
You know what? The Bible says God is love, right? And so I feel like you're just believing that God is love. Is that correct?
God is love, but he's also wrath.
Right, but just
He
like
could also
because...
hate.
Oh, he can also hate. So he's not
Yes.
pure love.
Well, he is love itself, but also he hated. I forgot what verse. He loved
Esau.
Jacob, but hated Esau. Yes, he
Well,
can
it's
hate.
actually it actually goes back to Romans 9, which was what you were quoting about the clay thing. But yeah, okay. I just was worried that maybe you thought that God was only love because he certainly is hateful because that's what he's described.
I've been looking into it more because all I heard throughout my life, God is all loving, and I was like, and I was reading and I hear about his wrath. I'm like, well, I've always heard about all loving. It to me is like it always confused me from other Christians.
Okay, so you're happy to worship a God. So it's kind of like for you, it's this phrase, might makes right. So just because he's God and he's the most powerful, he can do what he wants, and you're not going to answer or like ask any questions because, well, you're scared of him.
Fear of the Lord.
What?
Fear of the Lord.
Fear of the Lord. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
but you still worship him?
Like
Out of fear, you're like, no, I know you're doing this stuff and I hate it, but I love you. You're great still.
Yeah, thanks God for not killing me.
Not out of fear. It's not out of fear. I love him. He gave me life. He gave me opportunity. He showed me grace and
fear
mercy.
the Lord, but not out of fear.
You obviously got to fear the power of God, but you also meant to worship and love him. He's done great things for me. I'm a sinner. I don't deserve the things that I've been offered in my life. I should have been dealt worse.
Wait, do you think that if somebody deserves something that they should be dealt worse? Okay, that's interesting.
Because
What do you think you deserve?
Yeah, that's what I like to know. Because what have you done?
well, I don't want to go in depth, but I just know I was a sinner. Before I started trying to change, I was a manipulator. I was a liar. I was a cheater. I only really cared about myself. And I don't know, something really opened my heart to realize that I was really just a piece of crap.
I was too. That's called growing up. That happens around that age to a lot of guys. I was an absolute piece of shit. I used to have like slick back hair, sloppy steaks, the whole thing. But like people can change, and they don't necessarily get changed because of a God, right? Like it might just be part of growing up. A lot of people, like, it actually didn't hit me till I was like 26 or 7, to be honest. I was pretty shitty through there. So you're lucky. I was shitty while I was saved, while I was a believer in God, and then I was shitty after. And then it wasn't until I was 27 and I was like, oh, these steaks are wet. It's gross. Like, I don't need this anymore.
I was kind of shitty because I was a Christian. Like some of my shitty ideas came from Christianity. But one time I was like holding a baby and I was like, this baby thinks I'm a piece of shit. And I was just like, I don't want to be that piece of shit. So that's what I started making me deconstruct and leave Christianity.
And speaking of babies, like this was the next thing I was going to bring up because I know that we read this verse a lot, but it's time once again, everybody, for our nightly reading of the Amalekite story.
Oh, I actually haven't heard that one. So let's see.
Oh, you haven't? Well, you are in for a treat. It is the top of the hour, and we are about to read the Amalekite story. That's right, it's BBDs, and at least once a night we have to read the story of God and the Amalekites.
Also want to say thank you for not kicking me and having a genuine conversation. This is actually very fun for me.
No problem, you piece of garbage. Now, this is top of the hour. It's top of the hour, and Mezzo's going to read the Amalekite story.
That's right, everybody. It's 8:37 on the dot p.m., top of the hour. And here is 1 Samuel chapter 15, verse 3. Actually, I'll start at verse 1 just to have a little fun here. Alrighty. Now remember, this is God, so we're going to use the word Jesus from the New Testament. Samuel said to Saul, Jesus sent me to anoint you king over his people, Israel. Now therefore listen to the words of Jesus. And thus says Jesus, I will punish the Amalekites for what they did in opposing the Israelites when they came up out of Egypt. I like how it's came up out of. It's like we're gonna get up out of Egypt. So it's like, yeah. I like that kind of.
They say it all the time.
You like that, Alive Echoes? That's kind of cool sounding.
We gotta get up out of here.
I'm sorry. Can you give me the sorry for repeating this. Can you give me the chapter and verse?
Yes, chapter 15 in 1 Samuel, and I'm just starting at verse 1. But now I'm all the way to 2. Try and keep up.
There's not that many words, so he goes fast.
Okay.
All right, so this has been fun so far. God is Jesus here, and he's saying, I remember the Amalekites. They were mean, and this is something they did that was mean, so we're going to get back at them. And he says, now go and attack Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have. Do not spare them, but kill both man and woman, child and infant, ox and sheep, camel and donkey. Now,
I may be mistaken, but weren't they like sacrificing children? If I may be mistaken if it's from a different story.
This time you're mistaken, yeah.
Okay.
the donkeys?
No. The Amalekites. It was
The
like-
babies. He means the babies. The babies here were not sacrificing little
I don't
babies.
think
no.
it says anywhere in the Bible or in history that donkeys have been known to sacrifice babies.
No, Mezzo, he's talking about the babies.
Oh,
but
the
I think it's
baby
the same
sacrificing
thing. That
babies?
No.
There's no
babies
mention anywhere where
sacrificing
babies
babies.
sacrifice babies. Yeah, that's not something that's ever happened in the Bible or elsewhere.
Okay.
Because they're babies. They're innocent.
Right. So
That was
So on the other hand, though, there are times where babies are slaughtered in the Bible by like human adult soldiers, and this is one of them. The God's chosen people, by the command of God, do go and chop up the babies with swords. So, Alive Echoes, I just want to ask you, now that you've heard that verse again, is there anything you would change about God's plan? Maybe this part, maybe say not this part. God. It's a wretched verse, isn't it?
It is, but I probably need to read the whole entire book of that.
It gets fucking worse. I mean, like, I'm telling you, like, this is just the opening part, but what they do is they go do it. They get everybody, fucking women, children, men, everyone, except the king. They take the king, and Saul's like, bring the king hostage. And they also take a few, they're like, and also keep some of the lambs and the cows, because those are good cows.
What did the Amalekites do? What is the context of why God judged them?
Sure. Well, I will tell you that, but let me just really quickly, because this part's kind of funny. They save a few of the cows and sheep and the king, and God is pissed. He's like, I said fucking everything. And then they have to like kill all the cows and sheep.
Because you have to obey the Lord.
Yeah, and they have to like in the temple in front of everybody, just like it says honed to pieces. They chop the king up with a sword. So they just like chop like Dexter, maybe, like it was a Dexter scene. I don't know if they laid down tarps or not, or if they just like made the temple messy. It's kind of like kind of gross, but yeah. Okay, so the context of what it is.
Let me
Joel,
actually, if I can jump in, Live. What I want to know from you before we give you what the context is what would be in your imagination? You can think of literally anything you want. What would be the appropriate context for fully grown adults to take their swords and slice up little babies? Like, what would you think would have to have happened for them to be justified in doing that?
I don't know why that was commanded, but
just use your imagination. Like, what could somebody have done in order to justify the slaughter of a bunch of little babies with swords?
I will say in chapter 13, it says that some of the Amalekites, teenagers, had come over and stole peanut butter cups from the Israelites. So it might be that.
So that's a good example. I don't think that would be it. Personally, I don't think that would justify it. Do you?
Sorry, can you repeat that? I got lost for a second.
The Amalekite teenagers stole some peanut butter cups. I almost said Reese's peanut butter cups, but they're actually
they didn't have those
known,
back.
They were just like brand,
it was just like Israel's
just
peanut butter
generic.
cups. Yeah.
Yeah, they were just
what is
generic
the price of sin?
One peanut butter.
No, what is the price of sin?
Well, the death. But so this is the thing. We're talking about little innocent babies, and so what you have to do is come up with what could possibly have happened prior that would justify slaughtering with swords a bunch of little innocent babies.
Yeah, because
and you can think of anything you want.
Sin isn't more sin, because like it's a sin to chop up innocent babies, right?
Chop up innocent babies? Yes.
Oh yes, he's
Okay.
a new Christian. Old Christians, when they hear that, they go, "Well, sometimes you just have to
sometimes
do."
you have to still have to
Yeah,
little
that's why we
babies,
want to
yeah,
get you out of it now, because like one more year of this brainwashing, and you're going to come back on this live and defend chopping up babies with swords. I have clips and clips and clips and clips of people doing it. It's constant.
So what I want to live is I want you to like, I'm going to give you one more chance. Try really, really hard using your imagination to come up with what could have possibly happened that would justify killing all of the little babies of the Amalekites.
Okay, don't say it out loud yet. While you think about it, I'm going to write the correct answer on my whiteboard here, and then I'll reveal it, and we'll see if you get it right. Okay. So hold on.
And this can be anything. Use your imagination alive. There's got to be a reason, right? Because God commanded this. So what could it possibly be? And again, you're the sky's the limit. You can think of anything you want. What could have happened?
I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be very honest. And I'm saying this because if it was me, I wouldn't. That's what I'm saying. If it was me, I wouldn't.
So
what's the answer?
So are
of
you
the thing,
saying?
though?
So are you kind of saying that like you can't even literally imagine anything anyone could possibly do to justify the murder of a bunch of little babies?
I can't imagine one. I have a soft spot for babies, man. I can't.
You're a good guy. You're a good man. Yeah, I can't imagine one either.
Alive echoes, you're the best Christian in the world right now, because the correct answer,
It's nothing. Yeah, I knew that was going to be.
it's fucking nothing. I can't say this either.
Yeah, he's saying nothing. What it really is the Amalekites did something bad 400 years prior. So those little babies did nothing, but the people of Amalek did something 400 years prior, and that's what God was getting them back for.
How many grandfathers is that?
That's like 10. That's like 10 grandfathers.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Like, I don't know, honestly, I don't know my great grandfather's name. Like, I don't know if you know yours. Some people have, know about their heritage a lot more. I don't know my great grandfather's name.
I know I think I've told you this before. On my mom's side, they did a really good job tracing the lineage, and it does go back to the Earl of Sandwich, the guy who invented sandwiches. This is a true factual thing, that they have this old dusty book.
No, his name wasn't Reuben. Go on.
No, he hated Rubens. And this is just a true thing, that he's in the book, and it's like a distant uncle thing, but it's not that far back, I don't think. So and he was a piece of shit. He was like actually a terrible, sloppy, slave-owning, awful person. And I don't think that I deserve anything for what he did, although I did get a job at Subway, which is true, because I used that in the interview. I had nothing else to offer.
They're like, we got to give this guy the sandwich job. But that's just it. Like, you're not going to remember like your great-great-grandfather's name hardly. And yet 10 grandpas back, whatever they did to the Hebrews, now God is saying, let's kill little babies for that. And Alive echoes, you're so right to say, I can't think of any good reason for this. So could this God be good?
This is where I pause, because
I saw that. I noticed that.
Yeah, I pause.
Oh, I got the answer to this one. Hold on, let me just do this here, if you can see this here.
Yeah, there you go. Nailed it.
From what I believe, yes, but I understand
how.
It's wrong.
Look, I don't. That's why I couldn't think of a reason. I don't know if God did it for his own reason. I don't know why.
Well, he did it for his own reason.
Here's the thing: you brought up a good point, and I have to look through that story. And if I look through it more,
there's no good point. Like, that's not a good point. That's a bad reason. It's vengeance.
I got to tell you something, and this is going to get a little bit hard to get through. But when I was younger, like when I was 5, my parents would let my uncle babysit me, and he would beat the shit out of me.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Do you think that what he was doing was good or bad?
Bad.
What don't you mean you have to look into it? You have You have to like do like you don't know yet. Maybe he had a good reason to. You have to like kind of look into it and figure out why. Or are you it's so easy to condemn something because it's so obvious. See how it's so easy to do it when it's like that didn't really happen, by the way. My uncle's cool. Yeah, but like it's so easy to be like, oh yeah, bad, super bad. But then when you have like God at hand, because you want it to be true, you want to be able to pray to something. You want the creator of the universe to love you and be inside your heart, and you can tell secrets to each other, and that's cute. It's great. It's really fun and cute. And we all wish that were true, kind of. But if it is true and it's this guy from this Bible, it's okay to say he's bad. This was bad. If this is true, God is fucked up. This is terrible. And if you can't say that yet, as quickly as you did with the thing about my fake uncle, then like, I'm sorry, dude, but fuck you. Because if these were real people, then that means this really happened. And not only did babies get chopped up into pieces by swords, but the soldiers who did the chopping had to do the chopping. Can you imagine being commanded by God to do that and being like, fuck, I remember infant blood splattering across my face. Like,
and they got in trouble for not killing some of the donkeys and stuff. But imagine them not killing babies, and God goes, "Why didn't you do it?" And they're like, "I have a soft spot for babies." Like, that's you, Alive Echoes. You're like, I can't do that to babies.
And he goes,
"Do it now." Yeah, like kill all these little babies. Your intuitions are correct. This is bad. Like this God, the described God in this book, which, by the way, isn't a real God. Like this is a made up thing. This made up God, this God character, is a bad guy. He's not good. He's evil. And you have to like really hold on to like these words, right? Like you're saying God is good. He says he's good, so he's good. What are you?
I was trying to look at you.
Mezzo brought up
I was like, who's
earlier.
he looking at?
He said, if you can, he remember the analogy. I said that's bad. My intuition, oh, that's bad instantly. But if you can't say that for God, fuck you. I'm trying to quote him. He's right. Yeah. I can't say that yet. I can't say that. Nothing. I can't force myself to say that yet.
Yeah, get there because like these are obvious bad things, like obviously evil things. Killing little babies is obviously evil. So this is what I would do. I would say. Well, there's got to be something true to these words of like good and bad. So God is good. Well, if that's true, then I should be able to look through this thing and it's good. Like God, what the fuck is it? God loves, let's say God created people. That was good. That's a good thing. We can say, well, but we can say that like that's a nice thing. Oh, God sent manna. He provided for his people. Okay, this is a good thing. We can say good. God commanded his people to go kill a bunch of babies. Why do we say why don't just bad? We can just say bad, right? Because at the same time, can I just try?
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Because at the same time, if we say that God is evil and he's like pure evil, well, when we look at the good things, he sent manna. That was evil. That doesn't make sense, right? Oh, God created people. That was evil. That doesn't make sense. So we have to like use words for what they mean. We can't just change those haphazardly. Does that make sense, Alive Echoes?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. And I have to work, and I'm not trying to leave on purpose. I will come back like months later if everything happens. I'll follow the account right now. Well, thank you for your conversation, and also thank you. And have a good night.
Alive, even like you can do this off camera. This is fine, but I want you to also be able to say, if Mezzo and Joel are correct and it happened the way they're saying it happened, then it's bad. Like because maybe you'll find some other excuse and you'll find some weird loophole. But if we're right so far, then you won't be in trouble for saying if Joel and Mezzo are correct that it was like 400 years later and all this stuff. Then this is dog shit God action right here. Okay, so like you don't have to do it on camera, but I hope you do it off camera, and maybe God will give you a sign as to like why it's not, or maybe nothing will happen, or maybe we pray and pray and pray that you'll leave Christianity because it's just going to take you to a real dark place. Okay.
Okay. Have a good night, guys. Bye.
Good night, Alive. Good luck. Dump the Bible.
I love getting those early guests, man. When you're getting them, when they're just like, I think I'm starting to maybe become a baby Christian. It's like you have an opportunity to change the course of your life and save what's going to end up being like you're going to save maybe 10 years of your life instead of trying to deconstruct through it, or you can save the rest of your life where you get so deeply dove into it, dived into it.
You get dove in right into it, and then all of a sudden you're like completely brainwashed or indoctrinated, and you're saying all these heinous things. So I agree with you. It's just wonderful to get them when they're barely legal.
I don't want to keep saying that. They're.
We should do like BBDs, barely legal. Like we should just like, and just all the kids.
It'd get a lot of clicks. Like that's probably true. Get a lot of clicks.
It'd get a lot of clicks.
Get a lot of clicks. Barely legal BBDs.
BBDs, barely legal. If we have any Christians in the chat right now, by the way, come on up and tell us what you would change.
Like I said, I think that already exists. Yeah. Yeah, that was a good chat. That was a good chat, though. I enjoy that. I like being able to, for the first time, share something with them before an apologist is like, before an atheist gets to you, here's why it's okay that God sent these people to slaughter babies. Because it's bad. And I wish he could stay longer and we could have gone through the guy who's mad about mixed marriages, all the slavery stuff, all the like captive great, like there's so much to go through. Not alone, like not to put aside just the entire concept of hell, right?
Yeah,
it's all bad.
And before he gets dumb enough, I was going to say smart enough, but dumb enough to say, well, you don't have a grounding for morality, so how can you say that killing a bunch of kids is wrong? You don't even know how to. It's like, what does that do?
Yeah,
that just moves us to the side for a second. We're going to come back to this, and it's always going to be bad.
He's at a fork in the road. Right? Like he's at a fork in the road where he can either like really critically analyze this and try to find some truth and like take himself seriously and honestly enough to be like, I don't think this is good, or maybe it didn't happen at all, and like really question history a bit. Or he could, the other path is, well, you got no grounding for morality. That's what you just said. Like that's the only ending way to get out of that. You know?
I'm just gonna get out of the conversation. I'm just gonna try to not have to have the conversation. That's
I
all
don't like
apologists
thinking
do.
about it.
Yeah. Don't make me answer this. Let me just
you gotta go wee.
Let me just get out of here by go wee. I just gotta
weasel out of this.
That's it. That's all I can do. I just gotta
weasel out of this.
That's it. Just
weasel out.
That's
looks like we got a caller on Discord.
We do?
No, I'm just kidding. I'll never do that.
I will never sign up to callers on Discord.
Wait, hold on though. If someone came into your Discord thing right now, would I be able to hear them here?
Yeah, I think it would definitely just work the same. Well, no, wait.
I'd have to go over to Discord.
Yeah, you'd have to meet us there because, well, they couldn't hear you. That's always the problem with my system.
Right.
Is it just doesn't come back because then I'll just get feedback and
there's like double delay and stuff.
Do you know we're on YouTube right now?
Oh, really?
Yeah. Did you know that
you mean your
Deconstruction? No, Deconstruction Junction's streaming this. Are you aware of that?
I don't know what that means. Like, what words are you putting together and making?
We are being streamed on the Deconstruction Junction YouTube channel right now.
That might be illegal.
They're restreaming
this might
us. I thought you
Benny, would you steal a car? I don't know. Like,
I don't know if Benny's aware of that. I don't know if you're aware, Mezzo, that your car is being stolen right now.
Do you remember those ads? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. It's for like steal
a car.
Yeah,
it's like so.
You're stealing this Adam Sandler movie.
Right. Hi, I'm Adam Sandler. I wish you wouldn't steal my movie.
Oh, why are you stealing a fucking car?
Shampoo is better. Wait, I don't think I follow that account, do I? Maybe I do.
I'm subscribed because I'm supportive of the community. But
yeah, that might be why I'm not like as liked by everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how to do this stuff, guys.
But I think ultimately, Benny's just going to have to definitely privatize it once it's done. You don't want it up on the site.
I mean, I don't know. I don't care. Is that bad?
You don't care?
Should I
It's up
care?
to you. I don't. It's not. It's. I don't care. If you
But
don't
I
care,
told
don't
the
care.
last guest that I need to check with you if I don't know what's going on. Oh yeah, this is this. I made this logo for them, by the way. Did you know that?
Oh, really? That's yours? No, because this is the thing. We have our Bad Bible Debate, whatever it's called. What's it called? Our Bad Bible Debate YouTube, and we want to. It's our podcast, but we have a YouTube channel, and eventually we're going to want to go live on that YouTube channel, and maybe we would do streams on there or something like that.
I have to make a quick announcement to the chat. Someone's been using all caps, and I can't tell if you're a religious zealot or not. All caps are reserved here only for religious zealots. So if you're gonna do like some preaching, then you can use it, or like threatening Bible verses are welcomed in all caps. But I'm not really sure what they're doing. So Robert, whatever it is you're doing, just make sure you're like a religious lunatic zealot type person, and like maybe even if it's not a Bible verse you're typing, like put something like Mezzo's looking over here, whatever it is that you're doing, and then put like Psalms 3:16 or like whatever. Just put something on there so it looks like that. Okay, sorry about that, Joel. Go ahead.
What I want right now is Benny or whoever is over there, maybe Eve L. If you guys can put the YouTube link to Bad Bible Debates, it's literally called Bad Bible Debates. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to shrink myself because I think that this might be limiting our guesting.
And I shall enlarge myself.
And you could get yourself nice and big. Well,
great work,
that's
Joel.
not right. Wait, this is.
Oh, I have to do it. I think I have
Shrink
to do it.
yourself.
I have to.
No,
You want to do
okay.
like this thing?
Put me small. Yeah. And then I'm gonna. I'm just gonna be. I'm gonna become normal. Oops. I'm just gonna become my normal self here.
Hey, but let's put that last call on a Bad Bible Debate soon, because I think that that's like our first live one. Is that the one where we said we're on it live? I think it was.
Oh, that's true. Yeah,
That could be kind of cool to put that in there. Maybe in a few episodes down from here. I'll clip it down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But let's see if this prompt works for us here a little while longer, and then I might just disconnect from my computer and stuff like that. But yeah, we need some Christians, and I don't know.
Good on YouTube. This is amazing, actually. Like, this is what like people are always saying, like, Mezzo, when are you going to go on YouTube? Like, can I just put this link in our Discord? Here it is. Shut up about it now. Now people can shut up about it.
Ego. Benny, you're feeding his ego, which I don't mind.
My ego's maxed out. That's fine. It's more of I just don't want to do it myself. Here we go. Oh no, and I'll put it in our Discord, and it says, "Watch this, you idiots." And then they like that.
Yeah, if we get enough people on YouTube, and you would allow us to reach, and I don't want to take it away from Benny, but it is a Bad Bible Debate. But restreaming onto YouTube would definitely like get some watch hours up. And,
to put this on the Bad Bible Debates YouTube.
Yeah, like once we can do that, and then you are like once I don't know when you're allowed to stream, like 50 subs or something, and then which we must be almost there, I would say. But then we just restream it, throw it up there.
But you'd have to do that. I don't have I
can do that.
I don't have the computer processing power for it. I used to bring my 27-inch iMac out into my garage every time I did a stream. I hate doing it. It's really like not safe. I'm going to drop it. So I'm trying not to do that, but like I could if we needed to, but yeah, if you can just do it, that'd be fun.
I can do it. And then, that's going to get more subs and watch hours. We want watch hours. So if we can get people watching them and stuff.
Watch hours.
Watch hours.
You want to watch showers.
Okay, so this is the new background, which this is new, folks. How did you guys like? One's in the chat if you think this is a fucking fun background. Now, what else do we have? Do we have other new ones, or is this the one new exciting one?
I might, but I was trying to find our. Okay, we have 24 subscribers. 25 now.
20.
So. Yeah, check out our YouTube. I got to put it in the link tree or else it's not going to work. One time I had a bunch of, like when I was trying to get people, it went from 0 to like 500 in like 2 days. and then everyone stopped. I'm still at 500.
That
but
was at the end, the apocalypse.
let's
though.
have that happen.
Everyone was desperate.
Okay, let me see.
Let's have the apocalypse happen.
I used to have a background about that, but I got rid of it. Let's see here. Okay. Well, I have this one, which is more for you. Then
Yeah,
this
that was
is going to be
mine.
for that one, and then we got that's this one we didn't go well, and then this is just Bigfoot. Yeah.
Like, what's so interesting about this is, if there are any Christians, is that like we're talking about God's plan. Like, God has a plan for everything, and we can see it. Apparently, it's working out right now. Like, apparently, it's what happens in the world today. Allegedly.
You know, I was listening to, you know who Danny is, right?
Yeah.
Philosopher dude here on TikTok. Really good, really smart.
He's great.
And he put it in a really interesting way. He was like, there's not a God. And I usually say there is no God, but he said there's not a God. And I really like that. No, but it was more of he was so stupid. He was something like does God, being omnipotent, always get what he wants? Does he always get what he wants? And he must, because even when he like limits his powers to let you get free will, he wanted it to be that, right? Like, when you're omnipotent, you must always get what you want. There's not really a way around that, which is pretty interesting.
That's why it's weird when the Bible says the God wills that no one should perish. It's like,
Do it.
he's not doing what he wants.
Yeah. But what he wants is to say that and then also let people perish and want them. He wants to want them not to, and then for them to. Like, there's no other like way to be omnipotent and not get. How old are you?
I'm 30 years old. I'm a Christian.
Welcome in. Christians are welcome here. Look, God has this plan in place. It seems to not be going so well. I have a lot of stuff I'd change about it. What about you? What would you change about God's plan?
I wouldn't change anything about God's plan, because then it wouldn't make him God. But if I were to change anything, it wouldn't be possible, because as a human being, I don't have that much
You don't have
access.
free will?
No, I don't have that much access to tell God what to do. As a matter of fact, it's the other way around. It's like you, as the father, I don't think your
Wait,
kids
but didn't he
really
give
have
you
that.
free will? So he has some plan, but you can do whatever you want, right?
I think free will to a certain extent, yes.
Okay. You know, one thing I was thinking of that would be cool, and I did ask my kids this question, by the way. I was like, if you could change anything about the universe, what would it be? And so I'll read some of those later. But one I was thinking of is like, what if meat could grow on trees? I think that'd be cool, because meat is super yummy and tasty, but you do have to like slaughter sweet little piggies and cowies for it. And I don't care for pigs much, but cows are too cute. Like, cows are too freaking cute. So I wish that meat would just grow on trees. Like, what do you think about that idea, Super?
For me, I think that will not be logical. That will be you trying to change the course of nature.
Yeah, that's what I'm
But-
saying. You can, in this, you get to have an imagination and make any single thing about the universe a little bit better.
Maybe depending on which angle you are looking at it, but I think
Do you think the universe is perfect?
To a certain extent, yes. To
Ew.
a certain extent, no.
Oh, good.
So for
So
me,
what's
it's
one
always
of the
the
no
certain-
things? Give us one of the no's. Like, what's not perfect?
For me, I think it's not fair that as people, we don't get a chance to have a free will, to a complete free will. I don't think it's possible that, for example, the universe decides some of us through our faith. Like, if I'm born in a poor country, it has already decided a fate for me. So I'm a little bit conflicted about the universe. Sometimes it creates unnecessary pressure on me, that I feel like it's not fair. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. We have to keep on moving and evolving as human beings, right?
Sorry, I was reading something in Discord. My mind got a little distracted. Like I can only pay attention to one thing at a time, which bums me out. Like I wish we could pay attention to two things. We have two eyes. Why can't we pay attention to two things? Am I right? Wouldn't that make us a little bit better?
Yes.
Well, men are made to focus on one thing at a time. We think in boxes, right?
Yeah, but don't you think it'd be better if we could just do two things or maybe three max?
And maybe to a certain extent, yes.
Yeah. So there's a few things that could have been made a little better, right?
Yeah, there are a few things that could have been made better.
Why do you think God made things worse?
I think not worse, but maybe I will say, there are certain things that God made them because He wanted them to be that way.
Right, but if there's one thing that's better, and then we're not doing that, we're doing the thing that's it's called worse. If it's like if there's the way things are, and then there's a better way, but we're going back down to the way things are, which direction are we going? Is it also better or equal, or is it worse?
The question that I have, host, is if someone do one good thing and he does one bad thing, will you draw a conclusion that the person is bad or good?
Hold on 1 second. Sammy! Hello.
Hi, beloved. He just said, fuck your question.
I don't know what he's talking about.
He said, I don't give a damn about your question. Anyway, here's my question. Oh!
How did you do that? It looked like you Mario stomped him from above. Like you're right here and like, here's my question. And it looked like your box like just squashed him.
I would apologize, but I'm not sorry. Anyways, hi, how are you all doing?
Hi, Sam.
Doing good, feeling good, got some energy. We're feeling a little bit wily tonight. Trying a new background, not getting a ton of requests on it, but it is an interesting topic, at least to me, but not to the guests.
Yeah, I agree. It is interesting, but it requires people to think, and people don't like doing that.
They hate that.
They hate it. They do. Yeah.
That's a good point. Here's what I'll do. I'll lure them in with this other background, and then we'll jump to this one. Yeah. We'll start in. We'll just get rid of these.
Evil.
I'm just a regular, boring atheist who thinks there's no God. What's going on with you, Sam? What's new?
My birthday is in 2 days.
That's basically today.
I'm saying. Yeah.
What are you going to do for
I will officially be old enough to drink. I don't drink. It tastes like shit, but I'll be old enough to do it.
It turns out it's really bad for you to drink what is like poison, pretty much poison.
You don't say.
Yeah.
Huh.
I've heard.
Right, you wouldn't know personally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have some friendlies in the box who want to say thank you or happy birthday to you, I think.
Oh, really?
Music girl, are you here to say happy birthday to Sam?
Happy birthday, Sam. But also, I want to go over like the teleological, the cosmological, like all those arguments that I learned back in Apologetics or whatever, because I want to hear what you guys think of them.
All right, we'll pick one and run it.
Okay, so the uncaused cause. What do you think about that? That like everything has a cause and therefore there has to be an ultimate cause?
Yeah, I think that the universe is uncaused.
Why?
Why not? What, like?
Because it's what we have the most evidence for.
Yeah. Or at least reality is uncaused, right? Like you can say that. So even if at some point there was a nothingness, which doesn't really make sense, but if at some point there was nothingness, then it's like it's real that there was nothing. So reality, even if at some point there was God, reality is the case that God existed there. So
But-
reality supersedes God either way. Reality is uncaused. You don't need a God in the middle of that. Reality spawns universe. Universe exists. Fine.
But is matter eternal? Matter is not eternal. Like, doesn't something have to like create it?
Very specifically, matter and energy cannot be created, according to your homeboy Einstein.
Matter and energy cannot be created.
Energy cannot be created or destroyed. Matter cannot be created or destroyed.
Yeah. Okay.
Is that Einstein who came up with that? Actually, that might be someone else. He's the one who said energy and matter are essentially interchangeable with enough, speed. But who said energy?
Where, like,
asses are great.
how did the human race like begin then? Because I've got a creationist background, so
Yeah, the human race beginning is an awesome question. And we have tons of evidence for it. This idea of like, where's the missing link? That's from like the 1800s, where they were looking for the missing link. They've found so many missing links. They've found so many intermediate species between us and like early hominids, and eventually dating all the way back to like earlier than monkey, right? Like we have found these bones, we have found these things. So it's evolution is how it happened. And eventually at some point, a couple 100,000 years ago, people stood up. It was dope. They stood up and they changed a bit from that. And they were able to focus on different things. And then later someone eventually was like, hey, let's talk differently to each other. And they started talking. And then someone was like, let's work together. And they had a society. Actually, society was probably from before that. They were probably working as a social species before that. And then at some point they were like, let's make a city. Let's build walls. And eventually like it just turned into people. It turned into humans. It took hundreds of thousands of years.
okay. So because it took hundreds of thousands of years, that allows for macroevolution versus just microevolution.
Yeah, and it's still barely macro. You know what I mean? Like that still is not enough time for a very huge switch. Okay. I'm just talking about the switch from like early hominid to now.
Yeah, exactly. Like our version of humanity came up around 200,000 years ago, but like sapiens of any kind, that's like millions of years worth of evolution.
Yeah,
like, we've been on this bitch for a hot minute.
Have you, Music Girl, have you ever seen the cosmic calendar? Do those words sound familiar to you?
The cosmic calendar? No, what is that?
It's great. So this is from Carl Sagan's TV show and book, The Cosmos. And what he does is he's like, imagine the entire length of the time of the entire universe, which now looking back in time using telescopes we're able to measure is like 14 billion years old, give or take. And compress that down to like one calendar year, just so you can like think about it, try to think of it as if that were like shrunk down to 1 year, and you can like move across, January, February, March, and it's been that many billions of years. In fact, 14 is kind of close to 12. So if you imagine it as 12 billion years, it's almost easier to remember that each month is about 1 billion years because there's 12 months, right? Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. So you crush it all down, and each month is about 1 billion years. That means that the Earth itself, like the planet Earth, didn't even form until, gosh, it would be August? Right, so the universe goes on for January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, and then the Earth starts to form, but it's like this molten rock. Right, the universe is there for a long time, billions of years.
What is some good, like, and I kind of just want the basics, to be honest with you, because like I grew up with 6,000-year-old creationism and like haven't honestly really studied anything else, which is really sad. Is there anything that I should be reading?
Look up abiogenesis.
What now?
Abiogenesis.
Abiogenesis?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, this part, this part, we haven't even gotten to that yet. So this is just the redshift. Right now, what you want to look up is like Edwin Hubble redshift. This is how they found out that the universe is expanding. They find out how fast it's expanding, and they could count backwards in time to basically figure out the age of the universe. They've refined it over time, But yeah, they're saying in chat, yeah, watch Cosmos. Like find and buy on Prime, buy the whole original Cosmos series. And that changed my life a lot, actually. Like I learned so much from that. It explains evolution, explains like chemistry, time, universe, planets, all kinds of neat stuff. But here's what I'm saying. So we've only gotten to August and the Earth barely starts. Like life on Earth doesn't start for many more months. It's not until like life on Earth, I don't think is until like December. We're already that far into the entire length of the entire cosmos. And then like human life isn't until the last second of the last minute of the last hour of the last day. Like it's just barely that we've been here. And life had been going on for so much longer before that. So just like, it's just so much more time at stake than we can really contemplate. It's hard for us to think about. And yeah, somewhere along there, like Sam said, is this idea of abiogenesis, which, as he explains in the show later, the building blocks of life are around. And this was like made in the like late 70s, early 80s. So like we know more now, but even back then, like they were like, this is totally possible. To make a life doesn't take that much things. And what we know now is like, it's all around. We just brought back samples from an asteroid called Bennu. This is like in the last month or so that they've like done this analysis on these things. And they found like of the 20 amino acids that are in life, there's just about 20. They found on this asteroid 14 of them. 14 weird, complex amino acids floating around through space. These things are cruising around in the universe.
What do you think?
You get them all together and you get alive. That's it, you know.
What do you think of the argument that, like, you know, the world just kind of spontaneously creating itself, or life just spontaneously creating itself, is like taking pieces of a watch and putting them in a bag and shaking it up? Like, I don't quite get it.
I think it's stupid because that's like, if you were trying to make a watch by doing that, it wouldn't work. If you were trying to make humans by shaking an earth up, it also wouldn't work, right?
Well, what I'm saying is, a lot of creationists will say there must be intelligent design because evolution is the equivalent. Evolution without intelligent designer is the equivalent of taking a bunch of pieces of a watch, putting them in a bag, shaking it, and hoping for the best.
No, I know, but like,
Oh, I mean,
what it would make is a sloppy mess, and that's what we really are. Like life is this sloppy mess, right? Like we're not perfectly well-formed, refined Rolex watches. We're this amalgam. And if there was like also glue in with the watch, then whatever came out is what it would be. Sorry, Sam, you're going to say something.
no, you're good. I was gonna say, like, we suck. Like, if we were intelligently designed, like, maybe there would be more evidence of it, but we're so fragile. And there are so many things on the planet that was apparently made for us to live on that could very easily squash us and everybody else. We actively do work every day to not be unalived. Like the maintenance that we need in order to live, the things that we have to avoid in order to live. We were not intelligently designed. And if we were, that means that whoever made us shittily on purpose, which is an evil thing to do.
You don't think a human being is complex?
Complex,
it's complex.
yeah. Intelligent, no.
Well, and like intelligent designed, no. Like we are a mess because that's how nature works. That's how like evolution works. Is it like works with what it has and it does its best to survive? And most humans have died. The majority of humans have died. The majority of living things ever have died. And that death is a big part of what drives change, right? So in order for like good change to happen, the bad things have to die off. This is a shitty way to design things, just the way it naturally works. More things die than don't. The few things that survive get refined over time because the rest die off. It's a horrific way to intentionally design things. If this was the plan and he designed it like this, fuck his ass. Like that's so stupid. but if it also just like makes sense naturally, right?
Okay. What do you think?
Music Girl.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Music Girl. Let me just write this down. Check out Forrest Valkai on
to YouTube as well. Like as a young Earth creationist myself, I watched Forrest Valkai and I learned a lot about evolution and stuff like that. And it's really he's easy to get into and like really like a fun educator. He has a little series just like on the basics of evolution, so it kind of walks you through all that stuff without getting too deep and heady into stuff. Forrest Valkai on YouTube, I really did appreciate his stuff as someone who was indoctrinated the same way.
Cool.
Look into it. No, hold on. We're going on to someone else, but I want you to just like look into it. The thing about the Cosmos series, and there's a new one with Neil, which is also great. But the thing about the old Cosmos series is that because it was old and retro, that's what made me blow my mind a lot. I was like, because at that time when I watched it, I was still like not sure about this stuff, and so I was also like where you are, going like I've been taught young Earth stuff. And I don't know about what evolution is at all. And so seeing it for the first time, I remember being like, they knew this? Everyone knew this the whole time I was a kid and no one told me? This is like, there's so many things in it that are absolutely going to blow your mind. And it's old, which also means it's slow, because now things are very fast paced on shows and they go, but when it's older stuff, they went a little slower. So you get to absorb it a little bit more. It helps. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Bye. Have fun deconstructing. And I think Selena's here to apologize for dropping me the other night. Is that what?
Someone said,
"Oh my god!
Design our internal organs wouldn't prolapse out of our vaginas after the rape."
Wait, what? What are you saying?
Someone in the comments said, "If we were intelligently designed, our internal organs wouldn't prolapse out our vaginas after."
I mean, it's a great point. Normally people do stuff like where you breathe and where you eat is the same spot. But yeah, people don't talk about prolapse enough. That's a good point.
No, they don't.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
I'm here because I've never been with Joel and Mezzo at the same time. So I just want pause.
What?
Pause.
That's hot.
Oh.
Pause.
Oh. I'm sorry.
I've never been on a live with Joel and Mezzo at the same time.
It's pretty great, right? Like it's pretty much like fantastic. Or...
I don't even know if that's true. I feel like we've both been up, like all three of us have been up on Thinkers Live before.
That's probably
Have we?
I think I bet you we have. I guess that you're, because that thing's an orgy. So I mean, you don't know who's coming or going.
Hey Sam, how's it going, sweetie?
Hey. It's going incredibly well. Thank you.
It's going.
Did you come over with the tirade?
I did come over with the tirade, and I want them to, whenever we come over with a tirade, I want them to type it as a tirade. Tirade.
I mean, what else
Don't
could it
spell
be?
it correctly.
It has to be. Yeah.
It's a tirade. Come on, guys, get it together. That's
Spell
the
it wrong.
only thing I wanted to come up and say. They spell it wrong.
Please spell it wrong. It's actually like funny because people will just come in and like that, like write the word tirade, and everyone will be like, what does this mean? Like, yeah, what are we doing? Yeah. But at least do a hyphen.
So,
TYE hyphen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone.
Good
Selena.
night, guys.
All right. Good
Love
night.
you guys.
See you. Bye.
Bye.
And we have this is a very esteemed guest, I think maybe who's been here before and is able to have a really like calm and meditative, almost great communication or conversation. Sorry. And so here he goes. Jacoby, welcome in. How old are you and what are you snoring? Mm-hmm.
Go on.
Jacoby.
Me personally, I'm aroused. You told me I'd be
hold on.
calm.
Sometimes I do this when they're sleeping.
It's a good chord.
Sweet dreams.
Hello. Oh, there he's
welcome.
pretending to wake up now. There's no God.
Were you dreaming about Jesus?
I want to ask you a question. What makes you think there is no God? Why did you say that?
Imagine waking up and you're already this energetic. Like what? Just pretend you got to get some sleep out of your eyes, Jacoby. Like you can't have this level of energy right out of the gate.
I'm so sorry, Jacoby. I'm going to try to respond to this, but I just got up. I'm just feeling.
Yes, go ahead.
I just got up. I just like, oh, what are we talking about?
That see, Jacoby, learn. That's almost.
Fuck you.
So, Jacoby.
No, I'm serious. Why would you make a statement without evidence?
Sure. Well, I know you're not serious, first of all. And second of all, I do have evidence. God is undetectable. And I find that to be good evidence against his existence.
What?
Sure. I said, no, you're not serious. And I think that I do have evidence against God. God is undetectable. I find that to be very compelling evidence against his existence. And then you said, what? Can you say that again? And I did.
Okay, I heard you now. Now let me say, do you think that angels exist?
Nope.
No?
No.
Do you think
aside from that.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you think there's an existence of absolute evil, absolute good?
No.
Oh man, what do you know if you don't know that? Do you know what absolute good is? Do you know what absolute? What is absolute?
Tell me.
Absolute?
Lay it on me.
Do you know what the absolute is? In other words, 2 + 2 = 4. That's absolute. It's not 3.9.
Is that absolutely good or is it absolutely bad that 2 + 2 = 4?
Forget about good and evil. I'm talking about the absolute. You believe?
Oh
in the
yeah, I know.
existence of
I
the
understand that
absolute?
in terms of math. But is math good or evil?
Okay. Oh, hold on. You're talking to a scientist, okay? You're not talking to a dummy.
I don't think, Sam, are you a scientist?
Absolutely.
Yes, I'm a scientist.
Oh, you're a scientist?
Yes.
Oh, no wonder you're so tired.
Yeah, of course. But I want to ask you something. It's every day is 24 hours. That is absolute. The sun will rise,
incorrect.
the sun will set.
Jacoby, you don't have the numbers right.
What?
It's not exactly 24 hours. Are you talking about a sidereal day or a solar day?
No, I'm talking.
What kind of scientist are you? Are you like an astronomer?
I'm a computer scientist.
Oh yeah, so you're not an astronomer, so you're not familiar. But the 24-hour day isn't quite exactly right.
So in the decimal system, 1 + 1 + 1 = 3.
Hold on, let me check your math. Hold on, slow down. You're talking really fast. I need to get my calculator.
Jacoby, we got to check your math. It equals 3, did you say? So 1 + 1.
I'm going to Google this.
1. Yeah, equals 3.
Oh shit! I typed on. I'm in the
Okay,
document.
ask Siri.
Hold on.
Hey Siri, do you know what the binary system is?
Hold on.
The binary
That's what you
system.
mean by that.
You guys, hold on one
is that
second.
what
Hey
I'm-
Siri, what's 1 + 1 + 1?
3.
Oh, my computer broke.
It's too many ones.
You know, it says 3. It says 3. So, Jacoby, I'm going to say that you have a good guess there.
Yes,
but I don't know if you know that for sure. If you just got lucky, so I'm going to give you a different math problem.
I had an atheist as an instructor.
What's 12 times 12?
144.
All right. Let me check that. Yep, you're good. A lot of people don't get that one.
Really?
Now listen.
I'd have to look it up. I'm not good at math.
I want to ask you a question.
Wait, Jacoby, this isn't like a stupid dog trick or anything, but can you do like any math equation? Like if we gave you a tough one, like 649 times 73.
7,824, okay?
Do you look that up? What did I say?
Whatever you said, I
So
gave you the answer.
649 times 73.
649 times 73.
The object.
And what was his answer?
He wasn't even close. It's like 47,000. He just
Come on, Jacoby, that's not fair.
What is the object of the
That
broadcast?
wasn't even enough.
Wait a minute, you guys. I think I just realized something. We might be part of his dream.
I'm dreaming.
I just am like realizing like this is so absurd that we're talking about math. I think maybe this isn't real, and where this is this part of his dream. Jacoby, do me a favor and stay awake so that we can hang out and keep having this conversation in your dream.
Let me
world.
ask you a question.
But if things get a little bit kooky, just remember that's why.
What is the purpose of whether there's a God or there's no God? What is the intention of your broadcast? Can you tell me?
If there's a God or no God, it's just to search up and see within the wildest dreams of everyone's imagination whether or not fact is the case that God is a real being.
Okay. Well, there's a real danger in this premise. You know why? Because if there's no God, nobody is a loser. I mean, there's no God, there's no God. That's it. You're going to die. You're going to end up.
Nobody's a loser?
There's no losers. If there's no God, this means there's no hell, there's no heaven.
Isn't this great that there's no hell?
Of course. Listen, the question is not there's no hell, there's no existence. When you die, you don't exist, that's it.
I don't know if we do exist. We're just like characters in a dream right now. Like people are just saying weird things that don't make sense.
Is somebody dreaming of you?
I one
or
time
you're
pulled a
dreaming of somebody?
banana out of a panini bread sandwich, and it was covered in cream sauce. And my mom was there with me.
No, that's bananas, not cream sauce. That's bananas.
Why
what is happening?
If you ask me.
You know, you need to be realistic. You need to be realistic.
Like reassure me that this is real.
Yeah, I think it's real. I don't know what.
Do you think this shit's real or?
I don't
know. Jacoby?
You need to be realistic.
This mortal plane that we presently reside upon with Jacoby, because I don't.
You need to be realistic.
It's crazy. There's nothing real on the internet. Let's just be clear about that to start.
All right.
So just like lean into it.
The answer is there is absolute. And when there's absolute, this means that there is a source for this absolute.
The only thing absolute about this planet is cock and vagina. And also, like, a spectrum.
Are you serious?
And bum holes.
And bum holes. That's true. Yes.
But you know something? There's something else that's called the truth. There's the truth.
Yes.
And the truth
cock,
is...
vagina and bum holes are the truth.
Yeah, the truth is when you have a dick and a vagina meet, there will be somebody coming together and bring a baby into this universe.
It's wonderful when they come together. But Jacoby, my question for you...
Is this a thing that's happening in the dream where dicks and vaginas are coming together? Because I've had this dream.
Oh, you had that dream.
That's a good dream.
Did the baby come with... Did the baby come as a product?
While we were fucking, no, Jacoby. Ew.
No, baby. No,
reminds me of
well, you, my friend, is a result of a vagina and a dick meeting together. Don't you know that? Don't you agree with me? You are a
For some
result
reason, I
of a
think
dick
Jacoby's a
and
result
vagina
of just
together.
a bunch of dicks.
Get two dicks together, you won't exist. Get two vaginas together, you don't
Jacoby,
exist.
tell me more about how you came to be.
I came to be on this earth because I came down from heaven. God put me on this earth for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
He said, Jacoby, I want you to go down to earth and shake those ungodly people and let them wake up to the fact that there's a hell, there's a devil, there's an evil.
You used your
world.
fake internet name? That's so weird.
Wake up,
The what?
Don't yawn.
Yeah, God.
That is anybody who doesn't believe in death is a stupid person. Somebody will die today. I mean, every second people die.
Who doesn't
You
believe
don't know. You don't know when you will live and when we will die. You are living by faith. You are breathing by faith. So am I.
Is going on? What?
Jacoby, wake up and end this dream. You've been in a coma.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me wake up. Let me wake up.
Oh my God. What the fuck is going on?
Jacoby, the only way to wake up is to drop the line.
Drop the line.
This is your message.
Drop the line.
The line.
Jacoby,
Drop
there's
the line.
still no God, but people love you.
Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. You
Just
can't
come
stop
back
me.
to reality. Just come back to reality where there is no God.
I want you to know what tier are we in today? Do you know?
Mezzo, where the fuck did you get a pool noodle?
Well, listen,
You just noticed that's it.
You are denying the fact that this
I
is.
just realized that he just left frame and came back, and he just
This-
showed up with a fucking pool noodle.
I think I've had this the whole time.
Oh, wake up! What's wrong with you?
Did I have this the whole time?
That's Jacoby can hit high notes.
Oh, Jacoby, hold on, Jacoby, do your Sam impression again. Be like,
Yeah,
there's
you
no
got
God.
it.
Now, wait a minute.
Say-
We
say
are
the-
in the
say- I want you to
year-
say in Sam's voice, say the Christian God is a sick fuck. I want to hear if you can sound like her.
I want to tell you something. We
If
are
you don't
living
say
in
it,
the
I'm going to
year
drop you.
2025.
Imitate my
of the Lord
voice. Go.
Jesus Christ.
I'm going to have to drop you, Jacoby, because you won't
Bye
say it.
bye. Bye bye.
Oh, he's happy to go.
No, you.
Oh, I did it. I did it. I thought you were saying goodbye.
And yes, Jacoby, I have range. Thank you very much.
Range.
Range.
Juan, I'm so sorry about all that. We don't normally get that goofy here. It's just that that guy objectively sucks. Now, how old are you and what's your religion?
I'm 53, and I think that was very disrespectful what y'all just did.
Oh, fuck off, Oso.
Oh, really? Wait, how old did you say you were?
53.
15?
I said 53.
This is the worst one yet. Like, this is the worst
55?
one.
55? I like 55.
No, I just wanted to let you guys know that, you know, I'm not Jacoby.
Is this still part of the dream?
The bars in hell.
This is the inception part where we wake up and it turns out we were all in Oso's dream the whole time.
Oh, yay.
Oh, that'd be really fun.
Please make it stop. Please.
Yeah, I'm
Like,
not
what's
Jacoby yet.
Juan? What's Juan 44K? What is going on with your troll accounts? How
It's
do you
like
get these?
it's 144,000.
Oh my god, that's smart. Fuck this guy.
Am I the only person who figured that out?
I can't.
So far, yeah. I just changed it like 2 minutes ago.
Oh, well, that's not very good.
You were the first, actually. So
I was the
there you go, take
first.
that.
So am I going to be one of the 144,000 now? I think that's I passed the test.
Absolutely.
All right, get the fuck out of here, Oso.
Bye.
Bye, Oso. Goodbye, friend.
Juan.
Oso, doing the mosto, loving the trollzos. Trollso?
All right.
This person's name is The Onion. Welcome in. How old are you?
Oh, it's the Union Ranger, but sure, I'll go by the Union.
Sorry, I couldn't understand that. How old are you?
I'm 38.
Oh, 38. And what's your religion?
I have no religion.
Oh, good. Congrats on having the best worldview you can possibly have, which is atheism. I think you are correct. And, happy to have you on our side.
Well, I consider myself an atheist. I just believe that if we do have a creator, the mistake is to believe that the creator will be, well, human or of man. It could be anything from the natural order of the universe to something that we just don't know about. Oh, yeah. So I can simply say that the Abrahamic religions are false because of history.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. But you believe in some other God?
If I actually point down what the history taught me is that Christianity is just an amalgamation of past deities, and heck, even the story of Jesus could be linked to the story of Gilgamesh.
I don't think you're allowed to be up here, man. This is for people who don't believe in God. Or for people, sorry, that's why it's confusing. This is for people who do believe in God. So thank you very much for being part of the team. Sign up for W Mezzo Plus next time if you want to come up. Sam and Joel are my only subscribers on the W Mezzo Plus, so I appreciate you guys very greatly. Haterade, how old are you?
I'm 43.
Nice. Are you Christian, or like, do you have a religion maybe?
I'm Christian, but I'm non-denomination, and I see a lot of people on lives like trying to prove it one way or the other, but like really you have
right?
that you can't one way or the other, right? So why waste your time?
Well, you can prove it the other way. Like you can't prove it the one way, but you can definitely prove it the other way, right? Because your God is impossible and it's just like stupid, and the Bible doesn't make sense.
Well, fine. If that's the case, what is your best evidence against it?
Yeah, against God, that he's impossible, I think, is the best. Like the idea that like everything that describes him is a contradiction.
And impossible in what way? Be specific.
Yeah, sure. So you know how like contradictions can't exist? Like you can't have a 7-sided triangle. That's impossible. Just definitionally doesn't make sense.
Can you apply that to God?
I'm going to. I just want to make sure that you understand what that means first. I don't know if you're like a professional mathematician, scientist, like our earlier guest, or if you're like new to philosophy. So I don't know where you're coming from. So that's why I'm
just
like,
give me your best evidence. You don't have to dumb it down. Just why don't you just give me?
I don't know if I need to dumb it down or not. I always do dumb it down a bit for the audience. I'm going to say things in clear, like things for the audience. And then if you want to respond to them in a way that's not whiny or interrupt you, that would be cool too.
Why don't you just throw it out there and then we'll break it down from there? How about that?
How about I'll do it the way I like to do it, and you can be like not a dick.
I'm not trying to be a dick.
Oh, well, then don't. That'd be helpful if you were like not a dick. That'd be great.
But you just said that you're trying to dumb it down for me?
No, for the chat.
Okay, so go ahead.
Okay. So, and you can just like agree with me or disagree. If I be like, do you understand? You can be like, yeah, I gotcha. And then I'll know they get it too. Okay. So, you know, like contradictions can't exist, right? Like a 7-sided triangle, right? You get that?
So, okay. Are you talking about in physics or in general?
At all. In any way, in reality, there's no way for a triangle to have 7 sides.
Okay.
Do you agree with that, or you have issue with that?
I agree with that.
Okay, cool. So yeah, that's what a contradiction is. When something can't exist because part of the definition contradicts another part of the definition. Okay? And with God, you have an omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, omnibenevolent creator being, right? Those things contradict each other. You can't be all of those.
Okay, but your definition of God is based on what?
Every description I've ever heard of him.
Why does he have to be all of those?
I mean, I understand them to be like essential divine nature, which means if any one of those is reduced in any way, then God's not the right word for it anymore. If not, then that's fine. If you want to say God doesn't have all power, if he's not all powerful, that's great. You want to tell us that? If you want to say he doesn't know everything, then that makes like our job a little bit harder. I still think it's mythological, but it's a good start that like we can say, if you think he knows everything, he doesn't exist.
I'm just asking why you have those definitions as God. And
these are the classical theistic definitions, like attributes of God as described by basically every Christian ever. Do you not think that he has those though?
So can we just define each one? So he has to be all powerful, all knowing, and what else?
So all powerful means he can do anything he wants. He has ultimate supreme power to do whatever he wants, right?
What else?
All knowing means he knows everything past, present, and future.
Okay. And what else?
As they're happening and all possibilities of them. Omnipresent means he literally exists everywhere.
Okay.
And then omnibenevolent means he's all good. Everything he does is supreme goodness.
Okay. So do you think that supreme goodness means that he is going to not allow evil?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't agree with that definition, and I don't think that the Bible does or most historic religious texts agree with that.
You think allowing evil can be good sometimes?
I don't think that you can have good without evil.
Oh, well, that's impossible.
What?
How can you have good without evil?
So
sure, you can have neutral.
Created,
how can you have light without dark?
Before God created, God was by himself, correct?
Okay.
God is all good, correct?
You have the possibility for good. You have the possibility for evil. You can't have light.
You're not answering my questions right now, Haterade. I need you to try.
It's an abstract question.
It's not abstract. Everything that I just said was very straightforward.
It's a hard question for theists, though. It's a hard one. It's a good, like, you're right to try to get away from it because it's a challenging question. But if you want to try to get into the question, we might get to a better point in this conversation.
So here, let me try to reframe it. If
No,
you,
I don't even get to finish yet. Can I finish?
Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. God existed alone at some point. God is all good, right?
No, I don't think that in the essence that you're presenting the question that God is all good.
Is God literally good?
God can be good, but that doesn't mean he's all good. And that doesn't mean that he wouldn't allow for evil.
Can he do evil things?
Of course.
Okay, so this is a difference. So now we have a God that can do evil things. Does he do evil things?
Well, I think that you have to think about it like this. If you look at like animals versus people, are animals evil or do they just exist? Are people evil or are they good and evil? You can't have evil and good without each other. Either a person or someone or anything is capable of good and they're also capable of evil, or they're not capable of anything and it's just nature.
Yeah, I think it's just nature. But I'm not totally sure why that's relevant to God. It seems a little bit different.
Well, you were talking about the definitions of God, and one of them were that God is all good, and I don't believe in that. Okay. I don't think that God is all good. So we can continue on the original explanation, but the idea that God is all good, I don't agree with.
So you disagree with the Bible?
I'm not 100% sold on everything that the Bible says, but I don't think that the Bible says that it's all good because there's a lot of negative stuff that happen in the Bible, right? Like
so that's a contradiction in the Bible. I'm glad we brought that up. In the Bible, it says
not say that
God is all good and also okay. So we're gonna have this conversation. Listen. I'm proverbially pleading on my knees. Please stop talking over us. It's very hard to track. I have a canker sore. My mouth hurts. Every word that comes out of my mouth is hand selected and feels like shit. Okay, I just want to make that abundantly clear.
I'm not trying to interrupt you, but please, when you say something, give 2 seconds for a person to respond like normal. Don't go off on a 10-minute tangent. Is that fair?
Sam would never do that. How dare you?
I'm saying. I made one sentence, and you interrupt me in the middle of it. Can I please make my sentence, please? What's going on?
All right, fine. I responded, I'm sorry to interrupt. Please go on.
There you go. Thank you so much. Anyway, how do you decide what you do and do not accept in the Bible, and why?
I don't really follow the Bible as per se like a word of God because it was written hundreds of years after Jesus. So like when you guys are describing what God is, I said, no, I don't think that God is all good because obviously if you look in a very abstract way, I think that the floods in the Bible are not all good. Would you all agree?
Absolutely. I mean, I don't think they happened at all. Yeah, but like, but W's for the guests. Like, if you're going to say God is evil, or can do good and can do evil, and does some good things and does some evil things, that's a really great concession that helps make your the possibility of your God more likely.
So,
right?
Are we all aware that the floods in the Bible, or the Great Flood, is in the Bible, correct? Like in the Christian Bible, there are the floods, which is probably not a positive thing. I would say it's a negative or possibly evil thing. And I don't think anybody in the world is unaware that the floods were in the Bible. Am I wrong?
Right. But then later in Psalms, it says that the Lord is good to all.
Well, okay, fine. Later in the Bible, but in the earlier Bible, every person on earth was killed by a flood.
Yeah, right. So that's why we are like, the Bible has contradictions. That makes the story less believable. It seems like mythology. And then other descriptions of God are a hodgepodge. Like, you have a different view of God than someone else. So maybe we are fighting the wrong God here. When we're talking to Christians, normally they're going to say God is good. That's a like standard Christian thing, right? But you're not a normal Christian. You're here saying sometimes God does evil when he floods, for example.
I'm not talking about Christians' belief. I'm saying that your belief, knowing what the Bible says, you're going to ignore the floods and say that God is all good, and that's your definition? Why are you ignoring what the Bible says happened?
We're not. That's why we don't believe
it's
in him.
true.
So you don't think that God is evil and that the floods...
I don't think God exists. What we do when we do internal critiques is we temporarily place ourselves inside the sweet little Christian shoes of a believer, and we go, let's look at this worldview, and let's pretend the Bible's true. Well, it says over here God is good to everyone, and it says over here he floods people. That's a contradiction. This story falls apart like a house of cards, right?
Well, yes, but when you define God and you say that God is all good, if you are not a believer and you're looking at the Bible as an abstract as a whole, and then part of the Bible, the flood kills everyone on earth, and your definition is, well, God is all good. So your definition of God as a non-believer is that God is all good. So you're ignoring half the Bible? Where are you coming up with this?
What are you talking about? Nobody here on this panel is saying that God is all good, because nobody here on this panel believes in the God. You are the believer. We are trying to go by your belief system. Why are you talking about our belief system? Do you believe that God is all good?
This is the start of this conversation was the host was
Joel, he doesn't. He said he doesn't think God is all good, so we can move past it, okay? We agree.
So we agree God is not all good, and
he thinks he's omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent, but not omnibenevolent. So he's scratched off
that. At the beginning of this conversation, the host listed 4 things.
These are super standard classical theistic omnis that apply to God. This isn't something I made up.
I'm trying to explain to the other guy, and please, can I just get it out? The host described 4 things of a God, and the 4th was that God is all good. And I said, why do you think that God is all good?
It's just because the Bible says that he's righteous. God is righteous. Above all, he is righteous. He is holy. He is holy. He is righteous. If you don't think those are good things, or that he's not morally pure, or blah, 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 that's fine. God is good all the time, is what all Christians say all the time.
We agree with you. The Bible's wrong.
Yeah, but I mean,
I don't know what this other sentence was where you were just like, well, what would you guys do? Ignore half the Bible? What are you talking about? So let's move past that. Sorry for throwing a fit.
In the Bible, he flooded the entire world and killed everyone except the chosen.
We know.
No, we think it's
this
evil.
Is in the Bible.
We agree with you.
Are you a Gnostic? Are you a Gnostic?
No.
We're agreeing with you here. Everyone here thinks if God exists and it's the God from the Bible, then it must be evil. Do you agree?
I don't think that, like, you can't just say evil. I don't, like I said,
evil and good. Yeah, I think that, like, the time he said to not hurt your neighbor was good, and the time he flooded the people was bad. He does evil and good stuff.
I just don't think you can have either without each other. That's how good and evil works.
Do you think do you believe in angels?
I think so, yeah, probably.
Are they all also evil?
I don't think that everything is all, like, okay, as a duality.
Or do they only do good things?
It's a duality of existence. Either if good is a possibility, so is evil.
Neat. That's awesome.
Do you agree or disagree?
I don't know what it means, but I'm just going to say, sure, let's move on. Yeah.
Okay. Well, fine. If you think about an animal, like a lion eating a giraffe or whatever, is that good or is that evil? Or is it just...
I think it's neutral. I think it's nature and it's neutral.
Okay, so fine. But now you take it and you take a man, and you take a man killing a child. Is that good, evil, or nature?
I would call that evil, because now you have someone with intent making a choice. Yep.
And now you understand good and evil.
Thank you. I was like fully in the I was in the dark. Like I was just like, what?
So the guy who
what does this mean? What are these things? What are these words? And now that you've cleared this up, I'm right on track.
You want to be sarcastic, but you obviously.
I mean, a little bit, but just because like we're in screaming agreement. Like you're getting really heated, and I don't know why. Like we're like, yeah, I'm with you. We agree with you.
I'm not heated at all. I asked you if you understand the difference between good and evil. And
I would say that, like, just to make it clear, like, I would say that what we believe, just to make it abundantly clear, what we believe is that the flood never happened and that God doesn't exist. We don't believe he's good or evil. He's non-existent. He's a fiction, just like, I don't know, that story with Captain Ahab and Moby Dick. It's very similar to Moby Dick, where that's reality. No, it's a complete fiction. It never even happened.
But it has similar, like, there's a flood.
There's water in it.
Was it not a flood?
Well, no, I don't think there's a flood. It's just water's in it. And so there's water in both stories. Not to say that every story that has water in it is fiction.
I think Moby Dick was a flood. I think that there was a flood, and that's why they were trying to chase the whale.
No, it was normal water. 1 second, guest. There was normal water, and then the Captain Ahab goes out to catch a white whale, and that's not racial. That's just it was just a kind of whale.
Flood.
And
Thank you so much for the clarification, Joel.
yeah, and then in the Bible, there's a whole flood thing, and then alien baby or fallen angel mixed race babies, and then
but wait, were there whales in the Noah's flood?
Not mentioned, but probably. You would have to ask Hammurabi.
Not mentioned?
Not mentioned. That's not in the Bible.
That's kind of weird. So, like, God did kill all the baby raccoons and the sweet little deer and like the human babies and all the monkeys. Mm-hmm. But then he was like, whales, you're fine. Like, he could have also poisoned the water.
He didn't kill everyone. Did you not read the story?
Just the 8. He kept the 8 and then a couple of the raccoons. But then the whales probably would have made it, just even though it was a massive storm and stuff like that.
I think that a lot of people would have also just had boats. But also maybe as the waters were started rising, people saw whales coming into their towns, just like with Captain Ahab, and they speared the whales. Because I still think with Moby Dick that there was a flood in that.
In science?
There wasn't a flood in Moby Dick, but just to say, like, if other people had boats, one second guest, if other people had boats, I have a feeling that, like, they would have survived better because they wouldn't have been stuck in an ark with a bunch of farting animals. Like, eventually there's just too much gas, you know?
Oh yeah, but how long was it? Because maybe they starved. Although if you get a boat with like 10 people, and by the end of the 40 days and 40 nights, you have 2 people left. You know what I mean? Like, you kind of
Yep.
Like, I think you could probably. But you know what happens though is after you eat the first person.
Yep.
Now everyone starts to get suspicious. Who's next?
So I'm curious. Does the host?
Like, you're kind of eyeing eye to eye, being like, "Okay, this was cool. Like, we all had lunch, but like, what's next on the menu?" You know. Mm-hmm. But then you could always eat whales.
I'm curious if I can ask.
And by the way, guest, and that's how we know, like, God is like people, and we're made in His image in the sense that, like, you don't like. I don't want to eat people, but if I'm pushed to it, I might eat a person. Like, I might be forced to eat a person, right? Like,
I don't know if that would be evil in that case, though. Guess, do you think if you ate a person, it would be evil if you were like pushed to that to the extreme?
I'm trying to ask it, but you guys keep talking. So, do you guys think
you want to ask us if we'd eat people?
I'm trying to ask a very.
I probably would, and I honestly wouldn't have to be pushed that far.
Okay, that's weird. Like,
I mean, like, I'm a vegetarian, but like, I'm curious. Like, I'm not gonna. I would probably eat if we had like Beyond People. I would try that first.
Yeah. Like, you wouldn't want to go straight to. You wouldn't get Impossible People.
Start with like the Impossible People.
Yeah, Impossible People.
Yeah.
I honestly I like quote unquote eating people in a certain context, but
I mean, same.
Yeah, but to actually eat somebody, to cook them and eat them, I don't want to get a taste for that.
That's fair.
That's trouble. Yeah.
You know, because
one way or another, I do enjoy having a taste, but just like not like that. You know.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, for me, and I don't know how
might
you
be
feel about
talking
this.
about like licking clit.
Maybe.
Like, I'm not totally sure, but
to licking ass. As a part of my pansexual journey, I have yet to lick clit. You know, I've had girl.
Oh, you're gonna love it. You're
I
gonna love
believe
it. You're
it.
gonna love it. You're gonna love it.
I've had girl cock. I've
pure
had
bliss.
boy cock. But I have yet to have clit. You know.
I bet Haterade hasn't either.
Put it on the list. It's the best.
Oh, I'm sure, and I can't wait to try it.
So, Haterade, of all the things that are evil actions, do you think eating another person is evil?
I don't think so. No.
Eating people. Okay, so let me ask you this question. In Numbers 13, there's a reference to the people in Canaan. Caleb and Joshua have gone and checked it out, and they saw that these Nephilim are eating each other. They're all actually not just the Nephilim. All these Canaanites are eating each other. They're cannibals. Would you say that
what reference you're talking to? Because you guys have been talking about eating each other.
Try to keep up, Haterade. We're all having a
talking about
conversation.
Numbers 13.
So I don't know
when
if you're
people were
talking,
eating each other,
or you're talking about eating your boyfriend's ass, or what? Like what the hell you're talking?
No, I was talking about the Bible story. No, okay, you were saying that it's okay to eat your boyfriend's ass.
No, I think that you said that.
I'm saying it's okay to eat my boyfriend's ass.
But you were all talking about eating each other's genitals, and then in the middle of
and
it,
that's fine. So you were saying that that's fine.
The Bible, and I'm supposed to ask.
Haterade, I'm trying to clarify.
Can I read this verse from Numbers?
I thought you were talking about your sexual relationship. I'm sorry.
First of all,
so you were saying
first
it's
of all, you
wonderful-
guys, just for the chat, you should get married before you eat ass. Because I mean, I'm not. I know
I
I'm a little
actually
bit.
don't
I'm
have
old
a boyfriend
fashioned.
as of right now.
I'm a little
But I
old-fashioned.
assure you that before the next time I decide to devour ass, I will be wedded. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're getting married, Sam?
You got to get wedded.
I mean, I wasn't planning on it, but I really enjoy eating ass. So if
Like, I'm
I
not
have
stopping
to get
you.
married or to do that, then I will.
All right, what's the verse in Numbers, Joel?
marriage.
It's at the end of Numbers 13,
Okay.
so it's like
I got
one
it
of the
here.
later verses.
All right, it says. Hold on, I'm going to read this verse real quick.
But marriage
13,
is okay.
17. Call me Ishmael. Some years ago, never mind how long precisely, having little or no money in my purse and nothing particular to interest me on shore, I thought I would sail about in a little. What?
Does he eat
That's
ass?
not- See, you're doing that's Moby Dick.
You guys are talking about eating dick and ass and all kinds of weird shit.
Have you ever read The Old Man in the Sea, Haterade?
No, I don't think so.
I feel like I always mix those two up with Moby Dick, like The Old Man in the Sea and Moby Dick. Which one have you? You know like there's two different shows.
It's The Old Man in the Sea.
I don't think we watch the same videos.
Maybe that's just a movie, but there's just an old man, and he goes out to the sea and he
Noah?
tries to catch fish.
Is he eating? What are you guys talking about again?
Hey, Haderati, try not to get in on the jokes. That's kind of like our thing.
But they're super funny.
We'll give you a chance. Hey, how about this? You do one joke, and if it lands, we'll keep talking to you. But otherwise, we'll probably move on to a better guest.
Oh no!
I'm going to set you up.
Joel's
okay?
good at
I'm gonna
this.
do the setup, and then you can do the punchline. All right.
In chat, what I want you to do in chat, put a hold on one second. Wait for the setup. Wait for the setup. So people in chat, get the laughing face thing ready, but don't hit send yet. Wait till you hear it and then hit
You're
send. Okay.
super condescending to your guest.
Okay,
and you don't
Haderati,
wanna
are you
talk
ready?
to them.
This is not. By the way, what
This
you're
is
saying
why
right
the
now is
argument
not
goes
funny at
away.
all.
Because you don't want to talk to me.
Hey,
you just talk to each other.
Do you want
you're saying is
the
not
music
funny.
for this, Joel? Do you think that'll help him or no?
Well, he's not.
You're a bunch
Hey, I
of
don't think
liberal
he's gonna
idiots.
do
and
it.
You don't want to have a conversation. You just
We're what?
You're a bunch
You're
of
what?
idiots. You're
Idiots.
all. Yeah, you don't want to talk about the flood. You don't want to talk about science. You want to talk about
That's
ass
early.
and eating
That's
dick.
early.
Like what?
How
idiots
can
do you
ass
talk-
eat? Well, I can see how that could happen.
You don't want to talk about science. You don't want to talk.
Ass can really eat it up for real.
You want to talk to each other.
Depending on how fat that thing is, man,
Ass eating dick.
gobble
Interesting.
gobble, you know. Chomp chomp.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Haterade, our most recent guest here on Bab Bible Debates Live. Tonight we've got Sam, Joel, and me, Mezzo. And our next guest is going to be so much better than the last. I don't think it could go any other way. Tan Brown 2, welcome in. How are you and what's your age? Tan Brown. Oh, fuck, it's worse than the last guest.
Dan Brown did not.
Brown. Period. We have that in common.
I'm sorry, I joined by accident.
Oh, period. I knew it. Hi, how old are you?
Wait, are you an atheist?
I am.
You're welcome
I'm
for setting you
atheist.
straight.
Do not
Yeah.
believe in this God.
And was it me, Sam, or Joel who got you on the right track of atheism?
Joel, say Joel.
Actually, I was an atheist before, but I love watching you guys and thinkers.
Pre-atheist.
Go, dang
before.
it.
Gosh, come in. We love
I'm still
you,
taking
Deborah. We
credit
love
for
you.
it. My fault.
You're taking...
I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to take that one.
All right, I'll mark it down. If she says she's taking credit for it, I have to give it to her. Like, that's the...
You don't have to just. Well, I've said I'm taking credit like 20 times. You've been like, nah.
Hey, Joel. Hey, Joel. Cry about it. Thank you, Mezzo. Thank you.
I think I'm gonna whimper about it.
Oh.
Always got to bust out the thesaurus.
Just gonna do a little bit of some whimpering over here about that.
This next guest that we have here is just like my genitals at one time in college. Revealed, welcome in. How old are you and what's your religion?
Mezzo, do you want to unpack that?
They already were. That's what happened. At one time in college.
I hate you so much.
Revealed, are you there? This has been Revealed on Bad Bible Debates. Let's get our next guest up here. Happy Hump Day. What's after Hump Day? Thursday? Happy Thursday's Eve.
It's basically just Thursday.
I couldn't get a really good Eve joke. What's an Eve song? Remember she was like a rapper? Oh, she's gone. Okay.
Oh, yeah, she was actually.
I don't know if I know any Eve songs. I kind of missed out on Eve.
What about Eve 6? That would have been our era. I will swallow my pride. I will choke on the line.
I feel like Eve might be. Let's get it pumping, jumping, down, pump, this dance for me.
That's Mary J. Blige.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
God dang.
Let's get it crunk up.
Oh, Let Me Blow Your Mind. I know that one. Yeah. Let me blow your mind. Dahlia, welcome in. Let me blow your mind. How old are you? Dahlia.
Not meaning to be here.
Dahlia. I'm going to take a tally for her and just drop her down.
No.
I cleaned it.
No.
That was a whimper.
Say the whimpering for OnlyFans, Joel. My God.
Yeah. Gotta get
She's
paid for that
another
shit.
thinker? Wait, what do you mean another
That was
thinker?
true.
Thinker, what do you mean by she's another thinker?
Thinker's taking credit for everything.
Oh, mark it down for thinker?
Oh.
Like the only reason anyone of you knows about you guys is because of me.
That's very
Which
true.
is true.
That's probably true. But I was thinking that Thinker it was one of her like fake account things that comes up, which I'm suspicious of all the time. Todd Bridges, welcome in. How old are you?
You are mad. You are really mad. You are a big fool.
Oh, I remember you. You were in someone else's live, but just for TikTok, if you don't say your age, I have to drop. Oh, there we go. That guy's funny. Fuck. I shouldn't have said I remembered him because he knew that I knew his bit.
What was his bit? What
He
did do?
just like does that. He's like, "Yo, look, you guys are crazy. You're all mad," and just does that on repeat. It's really funny.
That's it. The whole thing.
You say bad things about God, you're crazy mad.
Okay.
I think that's him.
It's a very complex bit.
Yeah, there's a lot of layers.
Mm-hmm.
I might have been generous to it, even.
This is genius. You guys have got to check this out.
Absolutely absurd bit.
You guys don't know what you're talking about. This is crazy. Oh my goodness, that is off the hook.
All right, let's look up some other Eve songs. Who's that girl?
Oh, who's that girl? La, 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 la,
Oh yeah,
la.
that's a good one too.
I love that song.
Yeah, I kind of like. I know them a little bit, but I just like did not catch the Eve vibe for some reason. Good stuff though.
The Eve, like it's an STD. Crazy work.
I might have seen Eve 6 in concert, but I'm thinking of Everclear. They're all alphabetically like right in line with each other. I saw Everclear and Weezer together once, snuck into
I
that
thought
concert.
Everclear was a kind of alcoholic beverage.
Yeah, well, it's both. I mean, it's not even a beverage. It's like hyper distilled. So like, I had a friend in college who would make this. Like, he would take vodka, and he was a chemist. Like, he was a real chemistry chemist, and he would like redistill it to like drip out. It's like moonshine, basically, like just the higher concentrate alcohol to make like 200 proof or something like that, or one. It's like how they make 151 or something like that. It's all flammable, and I think Everclear is that kind of thing. Super Toxic, and then also their band was about how he missed his dad. I think the dad band. There's a song about how he missed his dad. I think.
Oh.
Or he loved his, father of mine. Yeah, I actually used to sing this song like about my, like I remember sitting at home in high school being like, father of mine, where have you been? You know, I just closed my eyes and my whole world disappeared, because he did like kind of ditch out on us.
But you can see him anytime you want.
I don't want like, I don't want to like, I know he might have even blocked me, to be honest, because he used to come by here. Like I would see, they would show up that he was like in the thing, and I don't see it anymore. He never requested, but I would see that it would show up that he was here.
Yeah, he's gone up on my live, and then he just crashed out as usual and left. But we don't talk about.
I don't think he knew that we were like friends though.
Yeah, but you got to guess.
We're talking about your actual father.
Yeah,
he's on TikTok.
Darth.
Whoa.
Sam.
I don't want to like make everyone know who it is.
Oh, I won't say about it.
You know who he is. You've heard of him. But yeah.
Tag. Anyway, I wonder if there's any other. There was another guest in the box, guys. We're talking to Christians tonight.
Right.
About the Bible or something. Prove there is no. I was distracted. I don't know. I can see when you get emotional.
Everclear sucked that show, but Weezer kicked ass. They were fucking amazing. Like Weezer is good. I like Weezer a lot.
Mm-hmm.
My kids are getting into Weezer now. They're 9, and they're like they've found like Buddy Holly, and which is so cute because like they're little tiny little rock stars to it. They like it. I have like 2 twin boys, and one of them is like. I don't mean to say this in a way that is offensive to your community, Sam, but he is so gay, like so gay in the most stereotype, like in a way where it's like, you're being offensive to gay people, but he doesn't know yet. It's just like, dude, calm down. But he does like, they don't fully know what it means yet, but when they go out, they'll like go outside and like play with each other, and they bring a little iPad out that they have, and they take turns playing songs, and one of them plays like Weezer and like all this like rock, like, or he wants to play like Prince sometimes, which actually like seems kind of both. And then the other one is always playing like theatrical like musical songs. Like he wants to hear the songs Elsa sings from like, you know, like, but not even from the Disney movie, but like from the theater version. Like it's like like he's like so it's like they don't realize what they're doing, but they're going back and forth between like dramatic theater musicals, like Broadway musicals, to like bro music. It's really funny.
How deep into theater are we talking? Are we talking like Waitress type beat? Like
I don't know. I don't know what he knows the words to yet, but yeah.
He sees me. I like him and he knows it. That type of shit.
You'd have to ask him. I don't know. Like I don't recognize the songs. He sings songs I don't know. He's doing a lot of a song from The Greatest Showman on Earth, but I don't really know it.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Spence, welcome in. How old are you?
Hi, I'm 19.
That's excellent. Are you a religious person?
I am, yes.
We're talking about how there's not a God, but I also was wondering if you'd be open to answering the question of what you would change about God's plan.
Well,
you don't have to. You can pass.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, well, okay. I honestly, I just want to preface this by saying that I'm a Latter-day Saint, aka I'm Mormon, right?
Cool.
And so we have a little bit of a different view on God's plan, but really, I mean, really, I think God's plan in Mormonism is the best theologically out of
Curse the blacks.
Well,
yeah, great
well,
plan.
I can disagree with that.
Yep. Okay. Well, that's a good one right there. You would have said like the part of the Mormon Bible where it says black people were cursed with dark skin. You would take that out, right?
Well, so I'll explain what that basically is. So in the Book of Mormon, not the Mormon Bible, there's two families that come over from Jerusalem and they go to the Americas and they, kind of start a population, right? And so since they descended from the same two families, they look the same. They were Jewish, so they had white skin. Okay. And eventually these two groups splintered off and one of them was objectively evil. They were doing bad stuff. The other one was doing good stuff, right?
They're all white though, right? Right. So far they're all white.
At this time, yes. At this time they are white.
So you have
Spence,
good whites and evil whites.
Yeah, but before you go on, let's just clarify here. While you tell this tale, like you literally believe this stuff as an adult?
Yes. Well, okay. Also, first off, let me preface. I'm fine with getting into the race stuff, but my main argument was something else. I would still like to go over that,
cool,
but yeah.
Cool. But it's just like while you're telling the story,
I do.
This is a fancy tale, but like it seems like it's just like a fictional.
Well, I thought you were doing like this is just like when Perseus fought the Gorgon or something.
Well,
no,
okay.
He might think that this is actually true. So you actually think this is real?
Well, to be honest, well, yes, I do. But to be honest with you, I was raised in the church and stuff, and
you're indoctrinated.
I'd say
you can't help yourself. You believe all sorts of nonsense.
I had a kind of a faith crisis at 17. I dove into a lot of I don't like to say anti-Mormon, but evidences that people bring forth against the church. And there's a lot out there, but I just don't find a lot of it very compelling. I think there are answers that are compelling to me, at least. Okay. And I think there are evidences that are in support of the Book of Mormon and Joseph Smith being a prophet that a lot of people don't really bring up. So, yeah. Okay. Well,
I want to really quickly do this story because I've heard about it before, but I actually don't know what it is. And I have a hard time tracking stories that sound like mythology to me. So I'm going to kind of like sketch along as we go. So you were saying there was two different like families?
Okay. So yeah, there's Lehi, right? Okay. And he has a family. Nephi, like there's a lot of people in there, and then there's another family, the daughters of Ishmael, and they, those are the wives, right? There's two families. Yeah. So they go to America, right?
Okay.
And they, started basically a civilization. They had a lot of children and, it sprouts like a, civilization. And since they are descended from the same.
From each family, there's a different like lineage, right?
Yeah. Okay. Well, like, the sons of Lehi take the daughters of Ishmael as wives and, have children, obviously. Yeah. So what it's talking about.
I get it. Yeah. It's cool.
Yeah. And in the Book of Mormon, they are battling. One group is evil. So they split off into the Lamanites and the Nephites. So from those two families, they start civilization. They split off into the Lamanites and the Nephites. The Lamanites are objectively bad people. Okay. They're not good. They're evil. The Nephites are good people and they're doing good things. But again, these people, are, first off, these are a very isolated group. And there's the evil people. And also in war, because they were fighting, since they look the same, oftentimes they were, killing each other.
So they're like living close to each other and like these lineages go to war with each other?
Well, I wouldn't, it's not specifically Ishmael and Lehi. It's replace the I and the L and put N and put L. Yeah. Keep the L, put an N there. Yeah. Okay. So we got the Nephites and Lamanites. Okay.
Thank you.
The Nephites are being good people. Okay. And the Lamanites for being bad people. And God does not want the Lamanites to basically corrupt what's left of the good people. Okay.
Okay.
So what he does is he puts a mark on them, and it changes their skin color. And it's not black, but it's darker. Okay. It's like the Native American color. So not full on black. Okay. But yeah.
Can I use
you can use
marker?
black.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
so
fine.
Later, their lineage down here is like, just to fill it in.
Mm-hmm.
Darker. And then theirs is still white people.
Uh-huh. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. And so...
And are they interacting with each other?
Well, yeah, they're going to war and stuff. And so basically the whole purpose is, again, these look the same people, and, it's thousands of years ago. And so God wants
Who wins?
them to
like
understand.
when they go to war,
well,
does it
actually, well, yeah. Well, I'll point that out because people say, well, okay, their skin turned dark. Okay, so would that imply then where that means, okay, everyone from the Book of Mormon is saying everyone from here on out. Because again, this is a small group of people. This isn't like millions and millions of people. Okay, but it never says from here on out everyone born with dark skin. Okay, because this isn't even like the Africans. This isn't Indians. This is just
why is dark skin like the consequence though?
Well, it's not really it's just to show the Nephites a physical representation to the Nephites. Hey, these are the Lamanites. These are, you don't want to be.
Here's who to get. How many generations is this?
I don't know exactly.
Like
but,
from
many.
All right, so yeah, so especially if this is going to be black, like this should be longer. I think. Like this should almost go all the way up here.
Yeah.
If it's like a.
But they are like I think in the story they are described as black, are they not?
Yeah,
like they're really.
Yeah. Well, no,
so they're not just like
they're not full on black. Like they're not from Africa. Again, it's like you take
Spence,
a Native American today.
This is the reason why the church.
That's not. To be black just means having dark skin. That's it. That's all black is. It's not.
Okay, I know, but my point is, right, this is not a super large group of people, and God never says from here on out everyone in the world born. Hold on. It never says that everyone in the world from this point out, if you are born with black skin because you are inherently evil because you have that black skin. Okay,
but then why were they allowed to be part of the church?
You just marked them, right?
Huh? Well, yeah. I mean. Again, it could have been.
So it wasn't like
it could have been
it wasn't
hair
a
color,
curse,
right? Well, you could define it as a curse because obviously their skin changed color. Like,
right,
I mean, that's
but
like
I mean,
magic
like
stuff.
curses imply a bad thing. Was it a good thing?
Not
or a bad
not
thing?
necessarily. It doesn't necessarily. I mean, it has that connotation.
What's a good curse?
I'm not saying it was a good curse. Okay, I mean, obviously,
no. Are there any such things as good curses?
Well, I would say, like, I mean, there's not many instances of curses in our world or society. We don't run into curses. And so, like, that's not something, but like, you could say like,
Spence, is it maybe because like curses aren't real and this is a made up stupid story that you still believe as an adult?
It is what it is. If you think that's fine. But
so what happens when these two finally meet? You were saying when they meet in the middle that something happens here? And like when they go to war with each other, like what's the
I mean, there's lots of practical stuff that goes on. One, they can differentiate each other in war. Two, they just know like that these people have an ideology that is evil.
When they go to war, who wins?
Well, in the end, the Lamanites win. And actually, in the end, which is my main point, in the end, the Lamanites are the good guys. Right, Samuel the Lamanite is a prophet in the Book of Mormon.
Did you say Sam is a Lamanite because Sam is black?
Okay, no, not Sam. Not Sam. No, there's a prophet in the Book of Mormon called Samuel the Lamanite. Okay.
Oh, okay.
And he's probably the biggest.
Sam, are you a descendant of Samuel?
In the Book of Mormon.
Okay.
Same name.
I'm also curious. I know there was a war happening, but were any of these like in the story? Like, is there Romeo and Juliet, where some people from this side are like hooking up with people from this side, like they're kind of.
I'm sorry.
Never talks about it in there, but it's probably happened.
Racist?
Sorry, what was that, Sam?
Can we talk about why this is absolutely racist? And like, I don't want to leave any room for this not being racist because I feel like that's what's being argued right now, and I don't like it.
Okay, real quick.
So,
I'll point out, Sam, that again, in your position, Joseph Smith made this all up, right? So Joseph Smith is a racist. Well, I'll have you know that Joseph Smith is the first presidential candidate to ever run on a anti-slavery platform. That is a fact.
okay.
So Joseph Smith, for the age, was an extremely progressive. So I'll just point that out. I'll just point it out.
I do not care. I actually could not care less.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people were anti-racist, and a lot of people were anti-racist not because they disliked black people or saw them as human, but because they were pro-capitalist.
Mm-hmm.
And it was better to not have civil unrest in the country, so they opted to run an anti-racist campaign because civil unrest disturbs capitalism.
Okay, well,
let's talk about how this person is not racist because they believe that we shouldn't own slaves, which is below the bare minimum. That's the seventh layer of hell. Stop talking about
Elijah Abel and other people.
Okay, disrespectfully,
and also, by the way,
shut the actual fuck up. This is not funny.
So.
I didn't ask.
Just stay muted, Spence. Let her finish talking without interrupting.
Thank you. It's so cute how when I want to actually discuss how this is racist, it's time to talk over me. You're gross, and it's not funny. Stop laughing. Thank you. Anyway, the idea that the outward representation of their badness, of their evilness, of their lack of goodness is the blackness, is the racist part. Sure, in the book, they didn't say, yeah, from here on, everyone who's black is to be cursed, or everyone who is black or everyone who has dark skin is not a good person. But if the outward representation of the evil is the pigment of their skin, that's fucking racist. And if not racist, then at the bare minimum, colorist, both of which perpetuate the idea that darker colors are morally connected to badness and that lighter colors are morally connected to goodness. I don't care if that makes you uncomfortable. I don't care if you don't like it. The fact of the matter is, it perpetuates the idea, dark color bad, light color good. Cope. And don't talk over me when I talk about racism again.
Why were the Lamanites the good ones in the end? Why were they the good ones in the end?
Because their skin turned white. Because their skin turned white in Jacob 3:5. Literally, that's why. Hey, Mezzo. Hey, Joel. Hey, Sam.
Hey, Thinker.
So I don't know about this, and this is what I was going to ask next because I wanted to actually read the verses. So this is in like 2nd Nephi, where he had caused a cursing to come upon them, even a sore cursing because of their iniquity. So they become like a flint, whereas before they were white and exceedingly fair and delightsome, that they might not be enticing unto my people. The Lord God did cause the skin of blackness. So he's saying he made them dark to make them like uglier, is what the book is saying. But now, Thinker, you're saying in Jacob, what happens?
But look, first Nephi 13:15, they were white and exceedingly fair. First Nephi 12:33, become a dark and loathsome and filthy people, full of idleness and all manner of abominations. And then in Jacob 3:8 and 9, their skins will be whiter than yours. Revile no more against them because of the darkness of their skin. When they become pure, their skin becomes white. The goal is to become white.
So they get healed of their dark skin curse, and then they're considered good again, or like attractive again.
Yeah,
that's even better.
So let me first off point this out that if you're doing bad, if God were to turn your skin red or blue, let's get rid of the racial, prejudices, whatever. Let's say he turned their skin blue. Okay, let's take their skin is blue. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Again, wouldn't you want, if you were in their situation, to get your skin back to normal? like to how it
This
normally
doesn't
works.
even make any
Right.
sense. But like,
No,
why
no, no.
why are you pretending that the Mormons don't tell the story that black people
they don't.
didn't take the side of God or the devil, and that's why
That's false.
you're
That
the
was
God.
actually condemned
That's
by the
it
church.
doesn't
You're
matter.
wrong.
But that
You're
is
wrong.
literally
You're
the
wrong.
story that the Mormons told.
No,
like, why
you're
are you
wrong.
pretending that?
You are
What?
wrong.
No, I'm not. Like the
Yeah,
very
yes,
fact that
you
you
are.
are saying
Yes,
that
you
it
are.
was
Yes, you are. You're
condemned
retarded.
by the Mormon
You
church.
was
It was
wrong.
a Mormon story that they told that black people didn't take the side of this God or the devil. They were fence watchers and they got kicked out and their skin got turned black. And that's the curse. That's literally the story.
Spence, before you say anything else, I think you were about to use it. You were spoke over, so I couldn't tell for sure, but I think you were about to use an ableist slur. If you say that, the live gets in trouble. Don't use that word, okay?
I'm sorry.
I know this conversation already is like hard for you, and you're not looking great because you follow this like gross religion. But like, don't like add on top of that, okay? Just like
Okay.
you know,
Well,
yeah.
I'll
But,
just point out,
I
thinker
want
is
you to be able to-
objectively wrong.
I want you to be able to respond to this too, but like, this is like, you have to at least first say this is problematic. The like at the very least, like obviously to us this is like blatant horrendous racism, but you have to at the very least be like, you know, this is problematic because even you're trying to say, let's take the race out of it. Let's take the racist part out of it and then consider it again. The whole thing is, this whole part of this story is, if we take the racist part out, there's full pages that we're ripping out of this book, right? And I don't think you want to do that, do you?
Well, I wouldn't say there's not full pages. I mean, that's really a small aspect. But I would also say,
Okay, well, you can get a Sharpie and mark out these spots in your book.
This was 1,000
Can I read
years
something?
ago.
Can I
and you
read
think This is
something?
wrong.
Can I
Let me
read
let me
something?
Speak. You've been muting me.
Mezzo,
They're going against
Mezzo,
me.
can I read something?
Yeah,
Thank
I want to
you.
hear the verse.
This isn't a verse. This is a forum where former Mormons are talking to each other.
That's
and
hard
the
to say.
question is, were you taught that black people were the fence sitters during the war in heaven? Reply number 1, yep. I was born in 1974, and my only memory was that blacks were bad. I was 100% taught that by my TBM parents. Number 2, yep. Number 3, more times than I can remember. Then all of a sudden, that teaching stopped. Remember, I am 53, and I grew up in 1960s and the 70s. Our ward never, ever encouraged anyone other than WASPs in the doors. This ward, the one that my father was bishop
What
of,
does that mean again?
I guess white people. I don't know.
No,
I don't know.
WASPs isn't-
A wasp. I have no idea.
I don't remember. What it is.
I'm sure the
White
W stands for
Anglo-Saxon
white.
Protestant.
Oh, okay. This ward, the one that my father was bishop of, was right near the Sac State campus. So a lot of students that lived in the dorms would show up, paperwork in hand, and say, hello, here is my new ward. Fall 1981, a black girl arrived, paperwork in hand. She was not a foreign-born TBM. She came from Oregon. My father had no choice but to let her attend. He told me this later. Shall we say, her reception was rather cold. Mark, my friend who is an ex-TBM, also a new student, was about the only one that spoke to her. He also took her a couple of times to the LDS Student Center. They also were cold. I came to understand she claimed to have moved off campus and transferred her membership to a ward that had more blacks in attendance. So, like literally, this whole forum is filled with people talking about how they were taught this teaching. Shut up, Spence. You said it wasn't true. Shut up. It's filled with people who were taught this teaching.
Give me a source from the church.
Like literally, 1949, August 17th, 1949. The attitude of the church with reference to Negroes remains. I'm reading from your church. August 7th, official first presidency statement, August 17th, 1949. The attitude of the church with reference to Negroes remains as it has always stood. It is not a matter of the declaration of the policy, but a direct commandment from the Lord, on which is founded the doctrine of the church from the days of its organization, to the effect that Negroes may become members of the church, but that they are not entitled to the priesthood at this present time. The prophets of the Lord have made several statements as to the operation of the principle. President Brigham Young said, said, why are so many of the inhabitants of the earth cursed with the skin of blackness? It comes in consequence of their fathers rejecting the power of the holy priesthood and the law of God. They will go down to death. And when all the rest of the children have received their blessings in the holy priesthood, then the curse will be removed from the seed of Cain, and they then come up and possess the priesthood and receive all the blessings which we now are entitled to. President Wilford Woodruff made the following statement: the day will come when all the race will be redeemed and possess all the blessings which we now have. The position of the church regarding the Negro may be understood when another doctrine of the church is kept in mind, namely the conduct of spirits in the premortal existence has some determining effect upon the conditions and circumstances under which these spirits take on mortality, and that while the details of this principle have not been made known, the mortality is a privilege. Like literally George Albert Smith, the president. So like, this was from 1949. You are up here fucking capping.
So this is what happened with these people were taught that the stuff was racist, right? And they were being taught that it was racist. But you're saying that this racist stuff was taught to you as not racist. So I'm curious, like, how was this part taught to you?
Well, thank you for letting me explain instead of just muting me. But I'll just say again, in the scriptures, it says nothing about what you're talking about, okay? Brigham Young was the second prophet of the church, okay? I have no problem admitting that that man was racist, like 100%. And they all were up until like the 80s, 70s, 80s. I have no problem admitting that because we don't hold our prophets to be infallible, okay? They were racist, and I have, again, no problem at all admitting that. They were, okay? And a lot of them taught some things that were really messed up. Okay. And I totally see that. But again, if you look in the scriptures and again, listen, we're just gonna have to agree to disagree because, there's so much emotion here. This is a leftist stream that you have in here.
Don't be a liar. Don't be a liar.
These people, I thought this was just honest, leftism. And it's just leftism, okay?
Yeah,
and so
it sounds like you're agreeing with Thinker. You're saying that is how they used to teach it. That is what they taught. They were all racist. The book has stuff in it that is problematic.
Yeah, but I'm acknowledging that yes, the leaders in the church years and years ago were racist, 100%.
Well, then apologize to Thinker because you told her she was wrong.
Okay, no. What I told her, which I was ridiculous, that she was reading some ex-Mormon atheist Reddit post. Okay,
what you told me was the fence sitter story was a lie. What you told me that they never taught that black people were fence sitters, and that's why their skin is black. That's what the fuck you said.
They were taught that. They were taught that. Like that's because now you're saying that is how they used to teach you.
Okay, right? What they actually taught, which is still equally as bad. What they really the fence sitter thing is really just like a myth. The actual prophets, and apostles, they taught something that was racist, and I'm not saying it's any better, but it wasn't specifically like that they were fence sitters. It was just saying it was the mark of Cain thing, right? And it was still racist. I have no problem with that.
Say
but that was not.
Thinker, you're right. The Mormon Church taught racist views.
Yes, Thinker, you are right. The Mormon Church taught racist views.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Just say I was splitting hairs to be pedantic and I was disingenuous.
No, I'm saying that I came in here, right, and this is totally not what I wanted to talk about. But I'm going against three people who keep muting me, and this isn't even just like honest like atheism. This is like just leftism. Like you guys worship yourselves. This is leftism. Leftism is cancer on society, right? Anti-racism is really
no. Hold on, this is true. Actually, I'm gonna actually side with you. It is a very leftist view to be anti-racist. I think that's true.
Anti-racism is inherently racist. Like a
no, that's like a
leftist
thing.
Is ridiculous.
The right is the ones that are like
black
pro
Bill down there with the freaking.
You know what? Actually, you know what? Actually.
What's up? Actually.
Okay. Shut the actual fuck up. Anyway. What's really interesting about this is I'm actually so glad to say because now
he's a racist motherfucker.
He is.
As like a member of a community, like you're not anti-racist. So thank you for outwardly declaring
That's
yourself
retarded.
as
I mean, there's
racist.
So now
Oh,
I already
that's
told you that, and now you're trying to get banned on purpose because you know you just made yourself and your whole religion look stupid up here, and your whole political views. Now you look like a piece of shit fuck face. You sat here and tried so long to say that you're not a racist, you're not a racist. Now you're saying racist stuff and ableist stuff in order to get kicked. You're summing, and we all see through it. You suck, and your religion sucks. And if you don't drop, I'm going to block you. You want to drop yourself down now so you can try again another day, or do you want to get blocked? Go ahead and drop down, because we're fucking done with it. Block you? Okay, great.
Ew.
To sit here the whole time and be like, it's not racist. I swear it's not racist. I swear it's not racist. And then mock the axe actually thing, like the most racist piece of shit ever.
He tried to mock her hair.
I started to hear that. Like, what?
It didn't work. I'm hot. Cry about it. But what pissed me off was at first, like, it was already very clear that he was a fucking racist. But then when you called him out on his bullshit, he called you objectively wrong and stupid, and then you proved him wrong to his face, and then he backtracked. Fuck you.
I think people like that are just dicks. I don't think he noticed the whole time.
I don't think he did either. But this is like one of the most biblically accurate penises you've drawn. So I feel like it was pretty easy to catch.
Because it was circumcised. We've had them. We've done it before. But yeah, it's a little harder to get that curve in there. It's easier to just have a nice ball at the top. Thinker, thanks for coming up with that. And please stay if you can. I know it's your off night, but I would love to have you.
I'm here.
I haven't heard like that much about this. I've heard other lives cover this thing, and I've never like gotten into it in mine. So I wanted to kind of learn more about it and see what was actually written. I was reading while he was saying stuff, this other like Mormon apologist site, and he was like kind of bar for bar trying to like do what they're doing. Yeah, it's all bad. It's all gross.
Oh, he was reading from a Mormon apologist site?
He wasn't reading from it, but it was like the same like talking points. It seems like, well, what does it really mean? And is it bad? And these kinds of things, what is it like? What does dark mean? Like darker than that, or just like fully like all the same kind of stuff? So yeah.
Yeah, I found something similar.
His PFP though makes me wonder. Like he looks like he might be Native American, and I'm wondering if that's why he was like, oh, they were Native American because this is what they taught him, right? And why he goes hard for it, because I don't think that he was a white person. Like,
he claimed to be Mexican, so he could say he can't be racist because he's Mexican.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I figured he didn't look European.
Yeah.
I had a feeling once he was trying to.
Oh, sorry. 1 second, Kerrigan. Sorry, I don't know who you are yet. Do I?
No, we haven't.
Okay, 1 second. Well, I'll introduce you in a second. I think there's a whole thing. We do a music intro and stuff. Are you a Christian?
My bad. No, I'm not.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, you're not allowed to be up here, Kerrigan.
I'm so sorry. I thought we were talking Mormons, and I was like, if you want to talk some Mormon shit, I'm here for you.
It's fun to make fun of it because it's so dumb. But you got to be a W Mezzo Plus subscriber. I only have 3 W Mezzo Plus subscribers, and they're all up here. So yeah. Anyways, whatever. That guy fucking sucked in every way, and I hope he like trips on his own shoelaces on the way home because I hated him.
Quite.
And the Ahmed or Bamed, whatever the hell your name is, in the comments, you too.
Oh yeah.
I missed. Is there someone else who sucks too?
In the comments, he says we baited him into being racist.
How?
It was so horrible. Like we clock these things, and like a lot of lives like just like call them out. We sometimes ignore them, Mezzo, but like when he's polite to Mezzo, I didn't really talk to him, but he was really polite. But when Sam goes or when Thinker goes, it's just like like you're a complete dickhead. Like it's so obnoxious, such obnoxious behavior. I just had my finger on that mute button the whole time. I couldn't take it.
I love the idea of like, this is so leftist of you to not like racism. Yep.
No, that was crazy.
Anti-racist is racist.
Huh?
Mercy, mercy me. Our next guest is named that. Welcome in. How old are you and what's your religion? Mercy. Mercy says they love animals. I have a feeling people who love animals are not followers of Yahweh. Famously loves the burning stench of animals, so we'll drop you down, Mercy. But if Yahweh loves the smell of burning animals, doesn't like alive animals.
He doesn't care for alive animals, really. There's no mention.
There's no mention. It's indifferent.
He loves making them not alive. He loves making them not alive. It's like one of his favorite things.
He's like, honestly, just the two is enough. Got another guest popping up here. Before we get this guest, hey, 8W2A, are you here? 8W2A through? Okay. I was going to say it was the top of the hour. We kind of like blazed right through it with that last one. We might need to lead in here, but there's not a guest now, so I don't know. Like, should we still do it, Joel? Like, what are the rules?
Well, we usually do a top of the hour when we got a guest. So, but we do have like three people on this panel, and then you. I don't know if that counts. I mean, it's
Maybe
not.
we can do let's do a top of the hour, and like Joel, you can lead in Sam and Thinker and be like, and here's our other hosts. And then you guys, Sam and Thinker, you'd be like, and I'm Sam, and this is what I'm about. And like, you have a little like one sentence thing, and like, and I'm Thinker, and this is what I like, maybe like a catchphrase, like a fun catchphrase. And then by the end of it, we'll have a guest.
Think of the catchphrase for me.
Okay, Thinker, you'll be like,
disciples over dogma or whatever.
Joel.
It's your catchphrase. I can't be remembering
disciples. Thinking over, and I'm Thinker.
Overthinking dogma. Yeah, just like overthinking dogma.
Just imagine like you're like a pro wrestler and you're about to go in the ring and someone's like, what are you going to do in there to the Christian religion? And they hand you the mic and you can be like,
I'm going to drag Brandon like dogma.
Okay, that's good. Okay. Sam, you got one ready? Okay. And Joel.
Sure.
Hold on. What's the... Oh, I don't know what... This might be a little intense. We're going to try it.
The beat. Whoa. Holy fuck. It's the top of the hour, bitches. That's right. We are live on Mezzo's Live. Top of the hour at 1:50 a.m. or whatever the time is where you are. And we've got a couple of great co-hosts here. Sam, who are you?
Hi, my name's Sam. Suck cock for Christ.
And we also have Thinker. Go ahead, Thinker. Tell us about yourself.
What's up, y'all? I'm Thinker, and we're in here dragging Brandon like dogma.
And that's right. Sam and Thinker are with us here on Mezzo's Live. We're cooking Christians for Christ. And back to you, Mezzo, at the top of the hour, 1:50 a.m.
And I'm Mezzo. It's the top of the hour. 1:51 on my clock. We had guests, but they left. So we're just up here rocking, rolling, and getting rid of Christians.
Rocking and rolling and getting rid of
I was so busy thinking of theirs, I forgot to think of one for me.
You forgot. We're going to get rid of them. Let's get rid of these Christians.
We're just going to completely get rid of them.
I got, and also like while we were doing it, I got, oh, hey, we're at 6:06. I got flagged for harassment and bullying while we were doing this.
Well, I mean, we were harassed. And
You're harassing.
We're bullied.
Oh, that's what I should have said. We're up here harassing and bullying. That's my catchphrase.
That is a very precarious catchphrase to have on
might get us in
TikTok,
trouble.
but close enough.
We've been talking a little bit about like what words we think we can actually get away with on TikTok. Because the other day
Oh wait,
I
that
said,
reminds me. Actually, hold on. This I've noticed this actually helps with lives. Excuse me. Harassment or bullying of any kind will not be tolerated. Harassment or bullying of any kind will not be tolerated.
I feel like you should be able to harass racists, but
You
maybe
should,
not.
but you can't.
Yeah. But we've been saying like Hitler and genocide just a bunch, and nothing has been happening. So I don't know. Like some of the things I'm thinking we're being a little too safe. What better safe than sorry? Which is
I
probably,
say it all except for great.
Yeah, that's something we were saying too. Like I also just don't want to say that. That word is like
It's gross.
it's a hard one.
Yeah.
Expedition. Let me see what your full name is here. Expeditiously, serendipitously, expialidocious. Welcome
Absolutely.
in. What is your age and religion?
21 Christian.
We have 21 Christian. Salute right here. So glad to have you here.
Yeah, can I ask you a question?
Sure. Can I ask you a question too?
Yeah. Can I ask my question first, if you don't mind?
I would love that.
Yeah, so let's say God doesn't exist. How do you know you exist?
I guess I don't. Let's say God does exist. How does he know he exists?
Well, God's necessarily self-proving. So he doesn't need to have justification. God does not have
But I mean,
justified.
if God is like some God brain in a vat somewhere, and there's some other character who's just making this being think that he's God of a universe, who's all knowing and all powerful and stuff, how would God actually know that he wasn't just a God brain in a vat?
Yeah, so you're importing a different type of metaphysics into the conception that we have as Christians as God. So this doesn't work because as Christian belief, that metaphysical system doesn't work. So when you said that you don't know whether you exist, you can't actually make sentences anymore.
Right, but did you understand what I asked you next after
Yeah,
that?
so can you repeat to me what I said?
Yeah, you said that I
answered
can't
it.
make sentences anymore because I don't know if I exist.
Yeah, not before that. I answered your critique regarding the brain in the
So
vat.
how does God know that he's like not a brain in a vat?
Yeah, and I just answered it to you. Can you repeat it?
No, I can't. Can you try it
So
one more time?
You didn't. Yeah, you're importing a specific type of metaphysical definition.
I don't know what that means. Can you try that again?
You don't know what metaphysics mean?
Yeah,
No,
the way
what
that you're
he's
saying
saying,
importing
I don't know.
metaphysics.
Do you want me to help you, Mezzo?
Sure, that'd be fine.
He's saying that like they made up a story that's based on the Bible, but it's not really, because he's never going to find what he's talking about in the Bible. So a bunch of people made up this whole like philosophical scenario. And because your scenario isn't part of their made up scenario, it doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, but my scenario wouldn't be in the Bible or his made up scenario because God wouldn't know that this is happening.
Right. So
Yeah.
that makes sense. But he's not following that because it's not part of his made up scenario.
Maybe expeditious. Like, let me just try it this way. Like, pretend for a minute that there's like just a guy named Greg, and Greg is like a just a
Wait,
really.
hang on. Before you ask this hypothetical, do you concede that you don't exist?
Yeah, I don't exist. Okay, so now I don't exist, and
Wait,
and
dude,
you do.
you can't make sentences, bro.
I know I'm not making sentences right now, but this
Wait,
voice
you're not
in your
making
head that you're
sentences?
hearing. Sorry, do you want to engage in this or not?
Okay, no, continue.
Sorry.
She was. Don't worry her. She was just saying "ew" because your laugh is so gross and childish.
You
and
never
like
admitted. You admitted you don't exist.
I know I don't exist. I never claimed to exist. That's not any part of my claim or this
So
hypothetical.
you're like a ghost, right? You're like
I don't believe in ghosts. I don't think that's true.
Wait, what is speaking to me right now?
I don't know. Like, you're asking someone who doesn't exist. You'll have to figure that out in your own
Right.
head.
So like what?
Wait, do
so
you exist?
Where am I on? Yeah.
You do exist. Okay. So as someone who exists, try to follow along with this hypothetical, because I don't, and I can't wrap my head around it. But
Wait,
you
but
might
how do
be
you
able
make
to.
hypotheticals if you don't exist?
I don't know.
Dude,
Like, you're asking
we've
questions
already
to a
conceded
ghost.
to
Like,
absurdism. You don't have to keep asking.
Yeah, if it's the case that your position is absurdism, you can't you can't ask questions anymore.
Okay,
Well, what's crazy about that is you were already still asking questions. If you
Right,
don't
just
like
doing
that, then you
something
can
is not
leave.
justification, so it's a category error.
okay, so I'm not going to ask a question, and I'm not going to exist, and you can ignore this hypothetical, or you can engage with it. It's up to you if you
Well,
want
dude,
to engage
how
with
do
it.
I
If you want
engage?
to not engage with it, you can drop down, and we'll talk to a better person who's more interesting.
Wait, dude, how
but
do
if
I
you want
engage
to
with a
engage with this, then you can just say, "Okay, let's engage."
Yeah, well, how do I engage?
Are you going to say, "Okay, let's engage"?
How do I engage a hypothetical to someone that doesn't exist?
All right, I'll just move on to someone
Why are
else
you talking
then.
to someone who doesn't exist?
That's hilarious, bro.
No, I'm happy to talk with you if you want to engage. Do you want to engage?
No, this is funny. No, you can say that, but I'll engage with it. This is hilarious.
Okay. So just try to actually engage with it. So imagine a guy named Greg, and Greg creates a simulation, right? And he puts a brain inside of this simulation, okay? Just the classic brain in a vat. But this brain, instead of being like a human in a simulation, it's a God in a simulation. So he convinces this brain that it knows everything about the universe. It's all powerful. It's all good. It's the God from Christianity, right? It's that God. He convinces this brain it's Yahweh. How would this brain ever know that it was in a simulation? Because it's not really all knowing. It just thinks it is, right?
Yeah. So this is called Descartes' evil demon theory. This makes knowledge impossible, and it's entirely self-refuting. So this doesn't work.
It's not Descartes' evil demon theory.
You're saying that how do you know that you're not in a brain in a vat? And your
no, I'm saying how does
experiences
God know?
Yeah, again, you're importing a conception of God that is not identical to our conception of God.
Do you think God knows everything?
Do you think there's a properly? Well, that's contingent on what we mean.
You're still not engaging in this idea.
I am. Do you think there's a properly basic?
This isn't the real God. I know that there's the real God.
Do you think there's a properly basic
Just
definition
pretend
of
in
what
this
those words
hypothetical there's a guy named Greg who made a brain think he was God. How would that brain, who's not, that brain isn't really God. It's not really your God. How would that brain know that it's not God? Would it? Or would it think it's God?
So the hypothetical doesn't work because if it is the case, it makes you can't predicate anymore because it makes knowledge impossible. So
you're not inside this brain. We're not thoughts of this brain. We're not part of this experiment.
Do you think there's a properly basic definition and a self-evident?
I don't think you're understanding. Can you say back to me the experiment?
Yeah. So you're saying let's have this guy, right? And
it's Greg. Thank you.
It's Greg, right? And it's essentially a brain in a vat, and all of the knowledge that's coming into his head is deceiving him, and he convinces Greg that the Christian God is Yahweh, but it's not really the Christian God. It's a fake God.
Let's use a different name so it's not confusing for you. So Greg's actually like the scientist, and the brain, let's say, is Chorbach. Okay, so Chorbach thinks that Chorbach is the creator of the universe who knows everything, but they're actually just a brain in a vat, right? Would Chorbach be able to, and we're all outside of this, we're all real, except me, obviously I don't exist, remember that, but like we're all outside of this, but Chorbach thinks that he's the God, not just a person participating in the simulation, but the God of the simulation. How would Chorbach be able to figure out that he was part of the simulation? Would he know?
No, he wouldn't, because again, this hypothetical makes knowledge impossible, as I said, for the fourth time.
So the simulation makes knowledge impossible.
Yeah.
Okay. So how does that now to connect it to reality, how does the real God that you believe in know that they actually exist?
Yeah, because again, when you say God, there's not a properly basic self-evident definition of what these words mean. So for example, when you say all-knowing, when you saying all-knowing or omniscient, what do you mean? What verse is this?
Is this from the Bible you're talking about? Because now we're talking about the real Yahweh, right? You believe in Yahweh?
Well, again, when you say God, all-knowing is contingent on the metaphysical system that we have.
No, I mean Yahweh. I'm not just using just God, like because God could be Zeus or whoever, or Greg or
You're saying how does God know that He knows?
No,
himself,
I'm saying Yahweh now. Like so now we switch it to your. Do you believe in Yahweh? Is that right?
How does Yahweh know that He knows Himself? That's the question you're asking, right?
Yeah. How does He know that He's the real God?
Again, God does not have propositions. God is omniscient. He knows all things.
Or he's been led to think that he does by an
and again,
simulation.
if that is the case, that makes knowledge impossible.
Well, not for us, but for the higher beings, right? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so expeditious. There's a certain amount, certain.
Wait, hang on. Am I engaging with one person, or am I engaging?
No, we're all talking. Joel's debating me while you sit here and
expeditious. Expeditious.
I want to get this
right. You're a very smart boy. So
before you ask me the question, how do you?
I'm talking to Joel. Shut up.
You're a very smart boy, so you're going to be able to engage with more than one person. Okay.
Great. So I just want to ask how you.
I can't hear two voices. I can only hear Joel right now.
So I can't ask him a question, or like?
No, I'm going to ask you this question.
Can I ask you a question?
Let's do that. Hold on, Joel. Hold on, Expeditious and Joel. Let's do it this way. Let's all take turns.
All right, I'm going to ask him a question.
Joel's going to ask now.
Wait, can I ask a question?
No, Joel's. It's Joel's turn.
Well, we were having a conversation.
I'm talking to Joel now.
Interrupted.
Okay. So, are you mad?
So the question is really like that I had was that I don't even really want to ask him because then he'll answer, but it has to do with like a specific attribute set that he understands to be his God. And how does he understand that specific attribute set? I believe it's because it's revealed to him. God has been revealed through the prophets and through the word. Is that not true, Expeditious? Is that's
we believe in divine revelation. So can I ask a question? Can I ask a question now?
Well, hold on. Let me finish my point.
This is a follow-up. He was just making sure.
Let me finish my point. So my point is, Expeditious, all of the information that has been revealed to you and the attribute set of the God has come from the God that is actually a brain in a vat that doesn't know what he's doing. That is Mezzo's point, right? So you can't know that anything you understand about this God is true because he might not be right. His revelation might be
for the fifth time. So can I answer it for the fifth time?
If it is a better answer this time, because that one didn't work.
So
remember?
if it again, I want you to repeat back to me the answer, right? Because I answered this.
I'll do the answer. I'll do the answer. So the reason why this can't be true is because then knowledge would be impossible, and the question is why.
Yeah, because you can't predicate if it's the case that all of the knowledge that you're getting is deceiving you. If it's the case that you can't predicate between the true and the false, the good and the bad, that makes justified true belief impossible. So now let me ask you a question since I answered a question. How do you know you exist?
Yeah, I like I said, I'm not sure that I do.
He's not sure. I'm pretty. You know what? I'm confident. I'm having experiences. I know that I'm having experiences.
Oh, okay. How do you know your experiences aren't deceiving you? This is called the myth of the gift.
That might be. They might be deceiving me, but I know I'm having.
So actually, Expeditious, I have a question for you. I don't know this deep level of stuff that you're doing, but I want to learn it.
You don't exist one last time.
I would love to learn it from you.
Say you don't exist one last time.
Can you just let me like say a thing without being
I'll let you say
rude?
one last time. I just want to hear it.
He wants to be dropped. Yeah, absolutely. Expeditiously, I don't know if I exist or not. So I want to find out from you, but I want to make sure before I learn any of I don't know what any of these words mean. I'm new to philosophy. I want to make sure, do you believe in the Bible? Do you believe in the young earth, a snake talked in the garden, Noah's flood, all that stuff?
So let me respond to each one of those, right? Regarding young earth, agnostic. Regarding the snake, yes, I believe in those things, but young earth, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Oh, shit. See, this is a real big bummer for me because I wanted to learn a lot of smart stuff from you, but now I've learned that you think snakes can talk, so I don't think I want to learn this stuff from you. I'd rather learn it from someone who thinks snakes can't talk, you know?
Wait, if it's the case that God does exist, why can't God make a snake talk?
Yeah, I just don't. I'm
saying if God does exist.
I don't think he does yet. So if you're going to start with talking snakes, I'm going to learn these things about. You hang on. I'm going to learn about what it means to exist from someone who doesn't think snakes can talk first, and then we can get back together and talk about this again sometime.
If God does exist, can he? Yeah. Is it the case that he can make a snake talk?
It's supercalifragilistic. You're basically saying if make believe is real, can't make believe happen?
That's a good point. Yeah. So if we can believe,
even
so
under
if I
your
can pretend.
So I can't respond.
Do you believe in unicorns too?
You guys are going to filibuster, or can I respond?
We're going to filibuster. Do you believe in unicorns too?
So you guys are going to filibuster? Or
yeah, do you believe in unicorns too?
If everything's made up and stupid, then my made up and stupid thing must be true, right, guys?
Just say you believe in unicorns because a god can make unicorns.
So can I respond, or are you guys going to continue to filibuster? What are we doing?
Joel, I swear you and I have the same damn mind.
That's a compliment, Tinker. That's a huge compliment.
Fucking gross! My God.
Love it, dude. I love
somebody
it.
Somebody just.
Hey, Mezzo, real quick.
Shut up, dude. We're in the middle of listening to Sam. She was just interrupted by the last guy. Come on. Go ahead, Sam.
Mezzo, real quick. You believe in evolution, right?
Insufferable kind of oh my God. Okay, we're not doing this again. I will lose my shit. Okay? I will lose the little bit of shit that I have left, and it's not a lot. All right?
Sam is running out of shit, guys.
I don't think this is going to be
my supply is dwindling.
I can do a little evolution.
Yeah, I think this is going to be evolution. It's not going to be
Sam, do you know about evolution?
Thank you. I know evolution led me to this unfortunate moment. Does that count? Fuck.
Is that woman still talking, or?
What?
Yeah. Well, I mean, no. W gender affirmation, I guess. I don't know. Sure. Like
I don't know anybody's pronouns. I just assumed.
Yeah. What are yours?
You can refer to me as he if you want.
Okay, sure.
Get to misogyny already.
I'm going to try
How is it referring to somebody a woman misogyny?
No, hold on, Helios. How old are you?
That woman.
36.
Yeah, it's the that. Yeah. It's.
I will give you props
because you didn't go. Is it a like intelligent woman that I'm intrigued by still listening? Is that woman still talking? Like you said it real bitchy.
Or
you know?
even
I think that's what
my name in bold letters in Gothic font between two stars. Or you could have asked me my name.
Or she.
Or like person.
Is she still talking?
Yeah.
If somebody referred to, I guess if somebody referred to me as a man, I wouldn't be offended.
Okay.
Is that man?
You could also say, by the way, you're a guest on the live. You could also go like this. Oh, guys, can I interject here for a second? Like, you don't even have to talk. Like, you just, hey, can I? Sorry, I apologize.
Talking?
Can I interject?
Okay, you guys
you could have said that to any one of us, and it would have been.
Oh my God! Ew.
All right, hold on, everyone. Hold on, you guys. This is too many people talking at once. I know, Helios, you're one of them. This is my live. I'm gonna rein it in. Okay.
What color are your nails?
We're gonna shut up. We're gonna rein it in. Okay. So what we're gonna do for this, Helios, is we're gonna take turns. I'm gonna give everyone on the panel a chance to talk. If you agree to those rules, say yes.
Cool. Let's do it. Yes.
Thank you. All right. So you can go first, and then I'll respond, and then we'll go Thinker, Sam, Joel, and then we'll go back to you. Okay. So Helios,
Sure.
how would you change God's plan?
Real quick, so I don't want to reiterate the same stuff the last guy was doing because that would be redundant and you guys didn't want to answer it. I know it's probably precept. What did he say so I don't say it?
He didn't answer the question as to how he would change God's plan like you are doing. He's doing the same thing as you, just avoiding the question and trying to talk about something else to get Phil Broy, to try to tangle people up into a weird philosophical conundrum that they think can only be solved by God and by like laughing about people not existing when he doesn't know what it really means.
Okay. When you mean God's plan.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. He also said,
when you're saying God's plan, are you meaning like in a deterministic fashion?
in any way, like this is, do you think we're following God's plan right now?
Yeah.
What?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So do you like everything about the plan so far? Is there anything where you're thinking, you know, God, I'd make an adjustment here?
No, I can only control my will.
All right. So thinkers up.
But if you could.
Sure.
I'm sorry, I just got back. What?
He's basically so far. We're taking turns with everybody. If you want to pass, you can pass. But he said that so far with God's plan, he wouldn't change a single thing.
And then he said,
I kind of want to control my own will. That's pretty much it.
And so, does your will match your God's plan?
My will is my will.
Does it match your God's plan?
I don't really know my God's plan as far as like I'm not God, so I can't assume to know what God's doing. So I mean, like it's like I don't even assume to know what you're doing. So it's kind of a weird question.
So how can you then say it's perfect if you don't know it?
I didn't say it was perfect. I said that I can only worry about myself. Like I can't say that
Didn't
your
you say
plan.
that it was perfect when you asked?
He
No,
said he
I didn't say
wouldn't
that.
change any of it.
I wouldn't change anything.
Okay. All right. Sam, your turn, if you want.
Sure. How do you know we're following God's plan? Because Joel asked you if you think we're following God's plan, and you said yes, if you don't know what God's plan is to begin with.
Okay, so you're talking to me. I would say that God is all powerful and omniscient, so not bound by time. So if you are or aren't doing whatever you think would be considered God's plan, doesn't really matter. You can control your will, like your decisions, but ultimately you're doing your will. So if your will may go against God, but that's your will. It doesn't necessarily interfere with his plan. You know, if there's a war going on and one soldier decides to not participate in the war, it doesn't stop the war from happening. You know what I mean? So you can kind of do your own thing.
The cool thing about that is that I did answer my question. So I think I'm going to try and reframe it. So earlier when you hopped into the live, Joel said, do you think we're following God's plan? And you said,
Unabashedly so. Yes. But then after that, Thinker asked you if you think God's plan is perfect, or was under the impression that you said God's plan was perfect. And then you said that one, you're following your own will. And two, that
you're
how
implying.
could you say
Sorry, go
that
ahead.
the
Go ahead.
plan is perfect because you don't know God's plan. And it's fine if you don't know God's plan.
Or I guess-
We're human.
Like,
You would
how do you know
assume-
we're following it at all if you don't know what it is? If we
Yeah,
are
or-
following it, then you know what it is. It's this.
Well, because I don't believe in determinism.
Hold on, because let me because I didn't get to say this point. If you're following your own will, then everybody else is following their own will, and so how do you even know that it's God's plan and not everybody else's will?
That's a good point. So you are bound by your will, right? So you can decide. Is everybody here assume they have their own free will?
No.
No, but I understand that in your theology it exists.
So why are you guys even talking if you guys don't feel like you have free will? It's a little weird. Am I contradicting or are you guys contradicting? You guys are all
I feel like
internal.
you're trying to change the point. Is this a pivot? Because I like
Not really a
pivots are- I like
pivot, it's
pivots
just-
are cool. I think those are interesting, like on skateboards.
It's just you
But
guys
in
are
a
asking
debate,
me.
it's
No,
kind of annoying. Yeah.
you're asking me about God's plan, and I'm trying to describe God's plan for the world since it's been laid out. But when I
So no
ask
answer
you,
so
hey,
far. All right, so it's going to be Joel's turn now. Okay. And
sure.
and keep in mind, and Joel.
real quick, is
maybe you
everybody
can
here
help with this.
determinist? Is everybody here?
1 second. So you'll get another turn. You can ask that on your turn. Okay. And so just to remind you guys, this is a hypothetical of what you would change about God's plan if you could. I'm not saying you need to actually do this, but that's kind of the idea. But Joel, you kind of get that. So do you want to maybe chime in?
Yeah, determinist here. So just a real quick note before I just do my question to Helios, but because I'm not going to do the change of plan thing, Mezzo, I'm going to ask a question. So my first point is that God's will is that no one should perish. We know what his will is. So Helios, if there are people perishing, I would say that his plan is probably not being successful right now. But what I want to do is and I think we're going to have a lot of fun with this. I just want to just pull down the curtain. I just want to everybody relax. Let's all have a lot of fun. And Helios, I know you can't change anything, okay? I know God's plan is going to be God's plan. And I know that sucks or it's great or whatever. But what I want you to do is just imagine if you could, and this is so fun. This is imagination right now. If you could change anything in God's plan as you see it, if you could change any little thing, and remember, babies have cancer and 600,000 people are sexually assaulted every year. If you could change anything in God's amazing plan, what would it be, if anything at all? Let's have fun with it, Helios. Go.
Again, you're asking me for a logical impossibility.
I'm saying, if you could change anything in God's plan, you can see how the world is, and if the world as it is God's plan.
I get it. I get what you're saying.
What would it be?
I get it. I get what you're saying, man. But you see suffering as a bad thing, right?
Okay, so you wouldn't change the suffering. You like the suffering because I do see suffering as bad.
Yes, I wouldn't change anything. Correct.
It wouldn't be suffering if it wasn't bad, would it?
Thinker, that's too smart, and you're talking out of turn.
I don't think necessarily suffering.
My bad.
Suffering is bad. It's all good. Yeah,
My suffer.
I don't consider
So
suffering
that's
bad.
weird. That's true. So suffering is good, Helios. So then could it still be suffering? Good, really great question, actually.
Yeah, that's a great answer.
But I don't consider suffering to be bad. Do you consider anything to be necessarily root core evil or bad, whatever you want to use?
I don't know what root core means.
Do you consider
root
anything
core is
to be
there was
truly,
post root, and then
do you
there was
consider
root core, which is a little more hardcore root.
Do you consider
It's like
anything to be
banjos
truly
and electric guitars.
Do you consider anything to be absolutely, truly evil, wrong,
like objective
bad?
Evil?
Not necessarily objective, because objective would imply that you're relying on a fact. So it would be the core of.
Wait, so I'm sorry. Is this directed to me?
Anybody. I mean, does anybody
I'll take
necessarily?
it because I'm going to be next, and so go ahead and
Sweet.
ask the question one more time to me. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Do you believe that the concept of evil is real?
Me, yes, I do believe that.
Oh, that's actually very interesting. Can you tell me more about that? As an atheist, how do you?
Yeah, I don't think it's
evil?
like a supernatural evil. I just use it as in the thesaurus. So if I say something is bad, then that means I don't prefer it. If I say it's really bad, then I really don't prefer it. And if I get to like the fourth really, then I use the word evil. So it goes like bad, really bad, awful, terrible, horrendous, evil. I guess it was 5. Like, so the fifth really, I would switch it to the word evil. It's just like it's like a scale of super, super duper bad, right?
Right.
And so I use it in that term, and that's just like the least preferable, like the most unpreferable thing that does the most damage to what I prefer.
Okay, so it's your preference.
Right.
Okay, but it's not objectively like
no, I don't think there's
conceptually
objective.
real.
No, I don't think that there's like some like evil out there, you know,
Okay.
that like that
So what
we
if
like
somebody's
tap
other
into or something.
Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead. Go ahead.
That's all. I mean, I don't think there's a supernatural evil. Do you?
I do believe there
Okay.
is a concept of bad, just like I believe there's a concept of good. I would actually be really curious because you guys actually seem like pretty nice. I watch you guys, and I've messed with Joel a few times. You guys
Well, yeah,
actually
but you
seem
just
like
did a
nice.
question, so now it's my turn though.
Sir, okay. I just want to. You guys have kids?
I do, yeah. And then
Okay, go ahead.
Sam is one of them, and then Joel's her brother, but no, it's from a different mother. And then Thinker's what are you, like our mom or something?
Yeah, I'm the mom.
She's the mom. So, and then Helios, you're like the, like, do you want to be the uncle or what do you want to do? Hey, let's do this. Here's my question for real. So if you wouldn't change a thing, I find some like weird entailments now out of that where, if God, like if you got to heaven and it's the afterlife and God says, hey, there's a cool feature in heaven where you can like actually, if you want, push this button, it goes back in time and it undoes Genghis Khan's terrible raids, or this one undoes the Holocaust. This one undoes the like Columbine shootings. Probably shouldn't have said that. This one undoes 9/11, whatever. Like, here's all these buttons where you can undo these horrible things. And this one here just is an undo button for like time where Mezzo had a really bad day. He just had a really shitty day one day. Do you want to undo anything? You can do whichever ones you want. Or do you want all these things to happen?
No, it's all good. I would not undo anything. Yeah.
Okay, let me make a slight adjustment to it to make this more interesting.
Sure.
He says Helios, he, him, Leos, I think is what he said, right?
He, him, they, whatever you want.
Yeah. So we're stuck and I need your help. Time is frozen. And it has to, like it's stuck and it's like in the 1940s and you have to push a button to get it back into motion here. You have to either push the Holocaust button or the no Holocaust button. And I need you to pick one. Which one do you push then?
Sorry, I'm very confused by the question. Can you kind of state it again?
Helios, it's me, God. This is terrible news. Welcome to heaven. This is bad news. Time is circular, as you know, but we got stuck in the 1940s. It's just a glitch in time, and we're frozen. I need you to push a button.
You're putting me in a weird. Yeah,
it's a weird hypothetical.
Logical impossibility. Do you want to make it to where it's like we
You don't think this is possible for God?
No, this doesn't
you don't
logically
think God can
make
change
sense.
the past?
Logically, God wouldn't.
We're
be
not using
contradicting.
logic. We're talking about God.
Well, God is logic, right?
Okay, so can God change the past?
Well, God is non-contradictory, so you're contradicting things.
Fine. Can God change the past as a non-contradictory being?
No, it's contradiction.
Okay. All right.
So it's just like, again, it's just a contradiction in logic where it's like, logically, that's just not possible because it's
You
a
don't think so?
contradiction.
Yeah, it's outside of God's capability.
God doesn't contradict. He's not a contradiction.
What's the contradiction?
Well, if he's truth, you can't contradict truth. Truth can't be a contradiction, right? Because otherwise it wouldn't be truth.
That didn't make any sense.
So truth, you believe in the concept of truth, right?
Right, but how,
okay,
but
so if a truth is a lie,
why
so if
God
can't,
what makes the past changing the past a contradiction?
Because it logically is coherent. It follows through. Once it's happened, it's happened.
Even for God, because like, so
if you took away your will, right? So if something happened,
no, you're not.
Hold
like,
on.
Yeah,
so if something happened,
Joel,
in the past,
do the fun thing again. He's not understanding that time travel's fun.
No, I
Helios,
get what
we're going to have a lot of fun with this. This is what I really love this. You know what? Just give it a second, Helios, because you're really going to enjoy this.
I just don't think you guys quite understand the concept of God.
Imaginations. This is the thing. I don't even know. I don't think it's a contradiction for a timeless being who's outside of space and time that can move within our time at like whatever it is. And he can just pop back to the 1930s. He could pop back to the 1600s. He could come on forward and see us here. Now, in this case, he brings you back to the 1940s and he goes, listen, we're kind of frozen here for a second and we can move forward in time.
I understand,
but you have to hit a button. Holocaust button or no Holocaust button? It's up to you, Helios.
I understand the question.
Which one? This is so fun. Which one are you going to choose? It's a bit of a Sophie's
I understand
choice.
the question. Again, it's a contradiction in logic, right? So the logic doesn't follow through because people have a will.
You know what else it is, Helios? It's
So
a
what's
really
good
hard
o-
question to answer.
It's not a hard question.
When
It's-
we went
it's a
back in time
logically
before, you
impossible
had no
question.
problem with it.
Doesn't make
but
sense.
now that I've pinned you down to have to actually make a choice, now you're finding a
You're
contradiction.
asking me to make a choice. It's a
I
logical
understand.
impossibility.
Before, when I said, would you
It
push
doesn't
the
make any
button? When I
sense,
said,
dude.
would you push a button? You were like, no, I wouldn't do it. I would just let time keep going. You had no problem engaging in the hypothetical, but this is why I think you're being dishonest as hell.
Well,
is that now that I went and changed the
You asked me
hypothetical
the
because I wanted to
hypothetical if I
shut
would
up.
change
Shut up.
anything.
Shut up. Now that I changed the hypothetical to kind of like corner you into actually giving an answer, now suddenly this is a contradiction that's impossible for God. This is very dishonest of you, okay? So I don't know. I think you should probably
You
answer
asked
the
me if I would
question.
change anything. I said no.
Okay.
You understand that concept, right?
Yeah.
Hey, Helios, do you think...
Sorry, if he's not going to, like, I mean, he's welcome to try to come back up if you want to engage in a hypothetical. But like, just so you know, when you say yes or no to it, it's not really going to change the past. It's just like a fun thing, okay? You can just have fun.
And boy, was it ever fun. I wonder if he thinks that the Bible is true. I think this is a troll. I wonder if he thinks that the Bible is true, like inerrant, because then you could show him how God and the devil both incited David to do the census, and then that's a contradiction, so that would disprove the book, and then maybe we can throw it away.
Oh, right.
This is the account that said we baited old boy into being racist.
Thinker, how about you let me...
Hold on 1 second, Ben. I just have to introduce you before you can talk 1 second. Okay, it's 11:24. It's getting a little bit late for me, guys. I'm good to go for a little bit longer, and I'm happy to try to talk to this guy, but everyone in chat, be on your toes, okay? Just be really wary because we might have like a what potentially racist apologist here. I don't want to like pre-accuse him yet, but it sounds like he might be, and so either way, he's talking about baiting, so I'm interested.
I love masturbating.
Band, how old are you?
How old am I? I am a 19-year-old.
Okay, and what's your religion?
I am Jewish.
Okay, and how would you change God's plan?
You can't change God's plan yet. This is the problem of the last person you were asking. You're asking a logical question.
Okay, so God comes to you and says, Band, there's about to be another Holocaust.
Oh my God, it's a bad cornering you're doing because now you're trying to put time travel into the...
I wasn't going to do time travel, just so you know. There's another one coming in the future, but I don't know. If he's just going to do the same thing as the last guy and like do everything they can to not engage in the hypothetical, then we're not going to have a conversation.
I'm not going to do that though.
Yeah.
Davey, we weren't talking about you yet.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
We believe you.
How do you?
We're not doing it.
Davey, you are doing it.
Thanks.
Just hold for a second, okay, Davey? We need a reset. Guys, it is that time of the night. The top of the mother.
Hold on, this is hold on, let me change to a different song.
What the heck are you guys doing?
Davey, calm down. We're just doing a bit of like an intro thing. This happens at the top of the hour.
Okay.
Okay, so just mute up for a second, okay? That's right, folks. It's Mezzo_WS Live, and it is the top of the hour. That's right. It's 2:26, the top of the hour. We're live with Sam Thinker and somebody that won't shut up and mute.
I told you to mute.
Trying, dude.
And that's right. It's the top of the hour mezzo. Take it away at 2:26, top of the hour mezzo.
Oh, hell yeah. We got a whole bunch of Christians here, so we're doing harassment and bullying. You know it, it's the Mezzo Show. How would you change God's plan? We got Thinker, Sam, Joel, and our next guest, Davey. Boy, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
What's my age and religion? Look, I'm 45, and I was brought up Baptist, and I fell away from it.
And you fell away from it?
Let's redo that. What's your age and your fucking life story? We want to know what your religion is.
My religion is not very, actually.
Wait, are you not a Christian?
I was growing up in the whole Christian church my whole life, but I fell away.
Okay.
No, I'm not Christian. I don't think I'm Christian.
Period.
Davey boy, let me be the first to congratulate you on having the correct worldview. Religion is bullshit. And yeah, please go ahead. And the only thing is that it says for believers to request up and to be cool. So you were cool, but you're not a believer, so we have to drop you down, okay?
But we can discuss.
No, actually, you can't.
What? Discuss what?
There is nothing to discuss. But
Ben, did you want to try to do this
Are you ready
hypothetical
to
one
be
more
a grown
time?
up and have an intellectual conversation?
oh, please.
No,
Sam,
I'm not.
Sam, shh.
No one.
This is between me and Mezzo. He's the host.
That's crazy work.
Yeah, definitely
Anyway, no.
You don't shush somebody.
Bye.
Well, his voice sounded like that turtle. Look what he said. Are you ready to have a conversation?
Are you ready to have a conversation?
Are you ready?
Hi, how are you?
Are you guys ready to grow up and talk to a cartoon turtle?
It's my favorite adult activity, personally.
Look, I own, I don't even own, but I live with a tortoise. Okay. And I spend more time and energy than I wish I had to scooping up tortoise shit. It's a fucking shit monster. It shits so much. And it also eats dog shit. So the tortoise shit reeks of dog shit and extra shit. And I don't want to have to clean up all of your shit, band, because I already deal with a lot of turtle shit. Okay. So don't come up here and shush. That's shit. And I already have enough shit to deal with. Jesse, welcome in. You're going to be such a great guest. I can feel it. I love it. I'm so glad you're here. How old are you? And please share your religion with us.
Hi, I'm 28 and I'm a Christian.
All right. And as a Christian, do you think that we're following God's plan?
I think that as a community of people, not all of us, no.
What about the plan back in the day where it was hey, before Jesus came, if you sin, you got to cook this animal up and then Jesus is going to die and then you don't have to anymore. That was all part of the plan, right?
Say that one more time.
Do you know do you know about the Bible?
You could say that. I know some.
Oh, this is going to be, how long have you been a Christian?
So I grew up Christian, but I'm just now kind of getting into the Bible for myself as an adult.
Oh, okay. So yeah, we'll tell you a little bit about your religion here. So in the old days as a Christian, what you believe is that if somebody did a sin, which is you break any one of the rules, you have the Bible here and it has all these rules in it, it'll be
Are you referring to the 10 Commandments?
Those are the first 10, but there's 600 rules. So if you do something bad, any of these rules, there's hundreds and hundreds of them. And if you do something bad, then what you do is you have to kill an animal, right? You sacrifice this animal. It's a whole blood ritual thing on an altar. And I think you burn it, right, guys? Thinker, do you burn them?
Yeah, you burn
You
them.
burn the organs and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes you do this.
I actually have
Jesse.
a really interesting point on the Holocaust question. Can I talk about that?
That's a weird request, but yeah, just real quick, just so you know for future, you burn the animal and then God is thank you for doing that for some reason. I forgive you for sinning because you burnt that animal's organs up. And then later he was this is crazy. What am I doing? And so we sent Jesus and Jesus said, I forgive all of you. You don't have to burn stuff anymore. And I'm also going to be tortured on this cross. And now you're all saved and can go to heaven, but a bunch of you don't, you go to hell. So that's what you believe. and it's like not true. Like it's just not true. It's like none of this stuff ever happened, and the book is crazy. But yeah, so next time you can say you understand that as a believer. But yeah, you wanted to defend why the Holocaust happened or something.
Well, I kind of had like my own like outlook on it, so I kind of get why they weren't answering the question directly, like if you could change it, God's plan and all that stuff. And you said, hey, if you could press a button and change it, would you choose the Holocaust or not? Right? So just because, so we all have our own free will, in my opinion. My belief is we have free will. As a human, a good person would definitely choose not to have that happen, you know, but in the world, yeah. So like me personally, if I could push a button and change it, I wouldn't have that happen.
I guess I should ask the rest of the panel. I kind of like assume that you guys would all pick no Holocaust, but that might result in like you not existing. Would you still push it? I would.
I would.
Yeah.
I don't need to be here. It's all right.
I'm not God though. So, you know, like it's my personal thing.
Yeah, and that's the whole point of the question is God's plan was that the Holocaust would need to happen. My plan would be just not to have that happen.
So I have a little bit of a different belief with that, if you want to hear it.
That's what we're here for.
Awesome.
I do,
So,
and I have a question after you do that. It's about this. So if you're getting ready to take us away, just let me know.
So in the Bible and the stuff that I believe, God doesn't necessarily like make it happen. He allows it because of like the evil that we chose. So it's kind of just like playing out the evil stuff that's happening in the world due to the fact that that was the choices that we made in the beginning. Could he stop it as God? Yes, but that would take away our free will.
Hold on a second. This guy, Band, is in the chat, and someone just posted this in Discord, and so I got a little distracted. I didn't see this comment, but he said, I'll just say the quiet part loud. Mezzo is Jewish, and this is grifting. That's all. Goodbye. And he's saying he thinks I'm Jewish because of my ring.
Yeah.
So I have a
"Nice
lion-shaped
Star of
ring
David
from,
ring."
I think this is from Ross. And then this is a
Oh, he
green.
thinks that's the Lion of Judah. He thinks you're of the tribe of Judah.
I also have the other ones that I usually am wearing are this one, which maybe that could be interpreted as a Star of David, but it has too many points.
No, yeah, he specifically said, "Nice Star of David ring. Glad to know you're one of us."
And then
And I'm like, huh?
it's not focusing, but this one like has a like little Hermes kind of character on it.
That's pretty.
I love, and this one's actually real silver. This one's dope. This is a really cool ring. I wear that one a lot. I have a few more, but I don't think any of them have. I don't have any. So, yeah. So just for Band, I love that you're here. Keep sucking. It's hilarious for everyone else in chat. You're super entertaining. I hope you can stay because when people like that are in chat, I think it's fun for all the atheists and deconstruction people to have someone to laugh at for how stupid.
Do you have an extra ring on your cock, or is that gone? Because if it's gone, then you're probably Jewish.
Oh.
He also must not.
He dropped it.
He also, Ben must not have the ring because he should have been able to recognize that they weren't the same.
I would show it, but my cock ring does have the Star of David. He's caught me. He caught me. That's okay. Yeah, we'll see you in synagogue. So yeah, there he is. So everyone have a good laugh at Band. He's stupid. Sorry about that, Jesse and Thinker. I know you had a question, so go ahead. I just had to let that be known.
I'm sorry, but the cock ring and all that, I can't remember. I'm sorry.
Okay, Jesse, I'm sorry about cock rings. Say your thing one more time about why you want the Holocaust to happen.
Yeah, cock wipes my mind.
Oh, I don't want the Holocaust to happen.
Oh yeah, you're saying you would pick no.
I do not.
Yeah,
I'm a big no on people dying. You know, like that's not my thing.
I think.
But Jesse, was your answer, Jesse, that basically God has given free will and that's part of his plan, and that's led to the Holocaust? So it's kind of a result of free will that he allows that.
Well, to me, the reason we have free will is because God wants us to love him without saying, hey, you have to love me. You know,
right,
it's
and
not
then that
really
resulted in the Holocaust, right?
because some people are evil. Yes.
Yeah, so basically, because God wants to be loved, which sounds a little bit narcissistic, horrific things happen every single year, and the Holocaust was just like this extra horrific thing that we experienced in this world. And you're saying that free will is a good part of God's plan, then somehow, because that's something that I would actually get rid of. I would remove that if that was what caused the Holocaust.
Well, I don't know if I would like entirely get rid of free will, but I would get rid of the bad choices. Like I would say, like everyone can pick to like love me or eat peanut butter, you know, or you can like love me or you can love like
Flowers.
Flowers.
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Two
Great,
good
sure.
options.
But like the options of like you can love me or have holocausts, I would be like, nah, that's too far. Like obviously there are some limits to our free will, right, Jesse?
Clearly not.
No, I mean like we can't fly and stuff, right?
If we had wings.
But we don't.
Correct.
Right, so we're limited physically to there are impossible things for us. And so I would just make those things also impossible. But that's just me. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, I feel that. Yeah, that would make sense.
So you agree that free will should be changed at least, if not
poorly executed.
Yeah. So that's a good change for God's plan, eh, Jesse?
So I would say that if it was changed, then it wouldn't be completely free will. It would be like modified will.
Well, it's already not. That's what we're saying. It's already not completely free. It's already modified. I would just modify it a little bit more. Yeah.
Yeah, to try and illustrate this, guest, are you heterosexual?
Me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So that means you have no desire for women or other genders, just men, right?
Yes.
I'm pan. Do I have more free will than you?
I think we all have the same amount of free will.
Okay, but you lack a desire that I have.
Yes.
Okay, so what if instead, you just, and no one ever had the desire to say, schmurder, or genocide, or, systematically plan to eradicate anyone ever, really?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that wouldn't be infringing upon your free will. Yeah.
So as far as like what I do know about the Bible, because I haven't read it cover to cover, you know, but before, like in the garden with Adam and Eve and stuff like that, before all of that happened, that is kind of how it was. And then evil entered into the world when that event happened.
Why do you think that though? Like, do you think that just because they didn't know about good and evil, that meant that they were not capable of doing good or evil?
Because it wasn't something that was even a thought. Or
how do you know that though? That's my question.
Well, based off my belief in my religion, that's just what I believe.
Right, that's just what you believe, but it's not logical, right? That just because you don't know a thing exists or know what to call it doesn't mean that you can't do it.
That's true, but if you have like a completely pure heart and soul and mind and body, and you just don't know or have any idea what evil even is because you're in this sanctuary of perfection, then evil is not going to be something that is...
But it wasn't a sanctuary of perfection.
The Garden of Eden?
Right.
Not if there's like toxic fruit that'll surely kill you, or at least open your eyes to the horrors of morality, plus like sneaky snakes, right? Is that what we're talking about, Thinker? Like, how's that perfect?
Yeah. It couldn't have been perfect either, because the God recognized that there was imperfection in Adam being alone. And then he had to open up his perfect man to make another human to fix that imperfection. He had to put him to sleep, right? So, yeah, it wasn't perfect.
I sometimes think, like, you know, if true, the story, then like women were created so delicately, yet so miraculously magnificent that when I stop to truly think about what our creator created when he created a woman, I get chills that cover my entire body.
Aw.
And
That's so sweet.
Right?
it's the same body that God himself created perfectly just for me. I don't know, does that sound like anything to anybody?
Pulling the heartstrings of the ladies over here.
And when I'm learning about,
I knew he was going to my book. I knew he was going to my book. I knew it. I'm like, he about to pull out my book.
Shameless product placement.
I thought I was off camera.
Hold it up. Hold it up nice and clear so we can see it.
Mm-hmm. Let them know.
All right, I'm just kidding. Yeah, no, none of that stuff
Wow.
ever happened. That stuff's all bullshit. It didn't happen. Women don't come from ribs. But yeah, I think that's a good point that like, there's nothing implying that everything was perfect there. In fact, like, it seems very much like, I don't know, like some people read it as a setup to be like God was tricking them into getting free will because he wanted them to have free will. And almost like when God like says like, oh no, they ate the fruit, it sounds like he's like, oh no, they ate the fruit. Oh my God. Like it rings of like, of course they were going to do that. I knew they were going to do that. I'm omniscient. And now they know, now it's better that they know everything, but it's not better. It gets worse after that. Every Christian that believes in the Garden of Eden story will explain that it gets worse after that. Now there's cancer, hurricanes, the animals all start eating each other for some reason. Why is it that like, I never got this where it's like, oh, this fruit looks so good. And then suddenly this lion and this rabbit are like, wow, like, why are they mad? What the fuck is going on? It's so confusing, you know?
That is a bit confusing.
I have to grab a water real quick. You guys go ahead and just deconstruct her real quick. I'll be right back.
It's also weird that, like, to imagine God's omniscient when he had to try to find a helper for Adam. And they, like, put in effort, you know, they're like bringing the animals in, showing them all the animals. And then they're like, yeah, that's not going to work. Let's make a woman now. Like it's like, just do the woman thing if that's where it's going to go and you're omniscient. Jesse, I feel like you are like literally on the brink of deconstruct. Like I feel like you're reasonable and you hear this stuff and you're like, yeah, none of this makes any sense. Like, is there part of you that's kind of feeling that way these days?
Well, not to the point where I would like not believe in God, because I just have had experiences in my life that confirm for me that what I believe in is true. But of course I've had questions. I feel like everybody has questions about certain things.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have experiences and they attribute it to this particular God and this particular book. But when you actually look at the book and the description of the God and stuff, it's like, well, this is unreasonable. Like it's not reasonable to believe it at all. So maybe the experiences are the things that you could question. Like maybe this isn't God, or it could be a different God, or, you know what I mean? Like there's many, many different things that different experiences can come from. But I think exploring whether or not this God is reasonable is what you could be doing, and you're going to learn that he's not. And we've just like touched on like a few things tonight.
Mm.
And that's the end of that conversation.
You guys want to see my dog?
I did respond. It just wasn't much.
Yes.
I just said, interesting.
Yeah, no, I heard that. I was just like, I wanted a little bit more
definitely a
pushback,
reaction.
I guess you agree.
I think that your perspective is interesting, and you know, if I ever agree with that completely, I'll come back on here and let you know. But right now, it's not like that for me.
Okay. Can I ask what part of it you don't agree with?
He would have to say exactly what he said again, because I kind of got distracted.
Well, you know what? I would rather like ask, what's like keeping you in?
Weird dog.
Oh my
Wait,
God!
what did you just say?
Look at
Queer
him.
dog?
Look at the queer dog. Look at him. Oh my God, he's so queer and dog-like. Look at his cute little queer dog face.
How do you know?
If the collar is rainbow, it means he's one of us. All right. Thank you.
I like your hair, by the way.
She's Pan, and thank you for that.
It's very kind.
Oh, you have a nice cut too, sir. But
Whatever.
I mean, I just cut my son's hair,
Top
and it
of the
looks a little
line
bit
cut.
like that, but a curly top. So I mean, I can't hate on your hair, So
Period.
All right. Did you finish deconstructing now?
Yeah, you know what, Jesse? Can you follow me and come into my live, and we'll talk a little bit more about why you don't want to dump the book?
Oh, is that because like she's about to be on the brink of deconstructing, and you want the tally for it, or what's going on?
That, yeah, for sure, it's that, and I think that it's going to be a long. I just didn't know if you wanted to go try to get into a longer conversation.
Well, I mean, I do think that this, for people who are right here, and Jesse, we had someone earlier today too, where you're at a crossroads. I know that you were kind of raised in it, but there's some stuff that you don't know about and some stuff you do know about it. And I just want to warn you.
Sure.
That as you can see from some of the guests who were here before you, if you stay with the religion long enough, they will teach you how to say, yeah, I would make it so the Holocaust happened again. They will teach you how to say, I know. They will teach you how to say, when atheists will be like, do you think it's ever okay to own slaves? What's your answer to that?
No.
Yeah, right. Me too. But the Christians who have been Christians for a few years, well, their answer is, well, see, during certain times, there was a necessary thing, and they will weasel and get to a point where they're basically saying yeah, sometimes it was appropriate.
So I will say that I've read some passages in the Bible where it says, if you do have slaves, this is how you should treat them. And in those passages, there's no harm and stuff like that. So the way that slaves have been treated is unacceptable, period, even in the Bible. But I don't think that we should own anyone.
Yeah, look, the fact of the matter is, even if you're nice to the person you own, you still own them, right?
Yeah.
And you're not paying them. And also it says you can beat them within an inch of their life. And as long as they don't die, you don't get any punishment.
I guess I didn't read that one.
Yeah. And that's why I'm saying you're at a crossroads right now. You should. What you should do is Google what are all the worst parts of the Bible, and just go through that list and see if there's a few of them and you're like, wow, that's gross, but I either don't think it really happened or there's some excuse I have for that, then neat, that's fine. If you read the part where these bears mauled a bunch of children because God sent bears to maul the children, then you might be able to look at that and go, nah, I don't think that happened. That part's just a story. That's fine. But if you think it's real, then that's fucked up. You have to cope with that. You have to find a way out of that, right?
Yeah. That would be.
There's all the times that he says to do grapes, the dashing babies' heads against rocks.
I have come across that scripture before, and I had to speak with my sister about that one because it kind of hurt my feelings a little bit. A lot. I didn't think
it's bad.
Yeah.
It says it's in here a couple times. It's saying this, it's soon I will return, and everyone will be so delightful in the return of Jesus that they'll be dashing the non-believers' babies' heads against rocks. And
what did your sister say?
Yeah, what'd your sister say? That's a good question.
It's been a long time, so I can't exactly remember. Something about
Were they evil babies or?
Babies can't be evil.
Maybe dashing to
Was it hyperbolic?
Do what?
Did she say it was hyperbolic?
She didn't use that word. Can you tell me what that means exactly?
It's an exaggeration. It doesn't really mean what.
Oh no, she didn't say it was an exaggeration because I don't think it would be written that way if that was the case.
I like you.
I like you too.
That's why, you're still good. You're still good.
Matter of fact, you know what? Hold on.
I think I follow
drop
you,
a
bro.
follow real quick.
Oh,
Hold
that's so
on.
nice.
Yeah, because
I fucks with you heavy. Period.
Cool.
Yeah.
So, what about did we already read the Amalekites one time this live? I think we did. Are we allowed to do that?
No, but like, this is what I want to ask if you want to get into it. Like, Jesse, what is keeping you? And I know you mentioned your experience, but like, is it just your experience and you've now just randomly attributed to the Christian God? Or is there something about the Christian God that's keeping you in there? Like, how are you sure that this is a God that exists? You know, why are you still a Christian at the heart of it?
So there's the religious aspect of Christianity, and then there's the part where you're supposed to be less religious and like more in relationship and just seek God as who he is. So that's the part that I'm in. I'm in the journey of trying to like really know who God is, even outside of like reading the word and stuff like that, because outside of the Bible, you know, he is an entity, and you know, the word is what is written, but then, you know, just because I wrote a book, that's not everything about me. You know, just because I have children, I don't treat all my children exactly the same, you know, so on and so forth kind of thing.
Yeah,
so
but just
it's an intimate relationship.
Where'd you get this notion of God wanting, or that there's an option to have an intimate relationship with this God?
I mean, because in the very beginning, I feel like initially that's what he wanted in the Garden of Eden. He wanted to walk with us and, you know, be there. So that's one example for it.
He kicked us out.
He also didn't walk with them. I'm just telling y'all, next week I'm doing a live things that Christians believe are in the Bible but aren't.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure it says in the Bible that he came down and...
Yeah.
I've got to be in that live.
Thinker, do you know about non-existicus? Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, I sent Thinker non-existicus. Well, no, I just want to hang out.
Yeah.
So that I can just get all of the stuff, because I'm sure I'm missing some stuff still. So,
Wait, Thinker, is it true that even though Christians say that Noah gave a warning, that there actually isn't a warning?
Yeah, there's no warning in there.
Yeah, because I
heard that he tweeted about it but didn't have any followers.
Oh my God.
A relevant ass motherfucker. Crazy work.
I've made
he was shadow banned.
It's I've made like a few videos about it, and I get like Christians saying, "Yeah, I was taught that too," and then a pile of Christians are like, "Nope, no one's ever taught that. That's never been." I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about? This is what we've all heard."
For real.
I mean, they literally say, when we've been like, don't force your beliefs on us. Like, nobody forces it. We don't do that. Like, they deny the very obvious things.
I personally, like, if I'm in front of a person that doesn't believe, you know, what I believe, I don't force it down their throat. If they have questions, they can ask me questions and I will tell them what I believe and what I, you know, nice suggestions. But I would never be like, here, believe in the Bible, eat this, eat it. Like, that's not, you know, that's not very nice. So
do you vote?
Do I vote?
Were you mocking her, or were you mocking yourself?
I was mocking myself, like low-key, because so that's a little bit complicated. I haven't.
Libertarian Party.
What?
You like a libertarian? They're the ones who don't like to say anything. Like, do you vote? And they're just like, I don't want to talk about it.
Oh my gosh, no. So I'm not a liberal, but I'm also not a Republican or a Democrat. I don't think. I'm kind of like, there's some things on both sides that I can agree with, you know? So it's just like,
I just want to know, like, when you do vote, like if they had a bill against abortion or overturning gay marriages, would you vote according to your beliefs or according to human rights?
So I would vote according to free will. So I don't think, say again.
I said what?
Okay, so here, I'll give you an example. So as far as abortion is concerned, I don't believe in abortion. I don't think that we should abort children, but because, hang on, what was I going to say?
You would give the choice to the woman.
Yeah,
You're
yeah,
gonna say
because
give the
it's
choice to
her
the
free
woman.
will. Like
Yeah,
she should.
You
be
are a
able to
libertarian.
choose.
Yeah, you're like less government. Yeah, I think I nailed it actually.
But
Yeah,
also,
you look into
I don't think
not
we should do
liberal,
it.
not liberal. Look into libertarianism. You're a Ron Swanson. It's not the
I'll have
worst
to
thing you
look
could
that
be.
up.
It's not like I'm not that for sure, but like there's worse things
You could be alt right, you know.
Yeah, you could be
I want to
even
keep.
a little
I
bit
want to
right.
keep my pew pew. You know, like I want to keep that, but I don't want to
you're
take
libertarian.
the choice. I don't want to keep the choice. I don't want to take the choice away from the woman, but I would suggest heavily that she didn't do it if she asked me. If that makes sense.
You know what? I might.
Yeah,
do
and
that
that's
too.
fair.
To be honest, like I don't know. Like it just depends. If someone was like, I don't know if I want to do this or not, I might say like, well, parenting's fucking hard. So if you're ready for it, do it. If not, don't. But like, I don't know if I would like. I would vote to let them choose for sure. Always.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. But if someone was like confiding in me and going like, what do you think? Then maybe I would give a different opinion. But like, I would never ever fucking vote in a way where like the
They don't have a choice,
government
yeah.
forces it. Yeah, it's so creepy.
And also
horrendous.
there's a thing where children have actually been born without a vessel to hold all of their organs together, you know, so they're just like a pile of organs but it's like alive, but they don't have a body to hold it together. So those
What,
are the
really?
things-
I don't know about this.
I heard that once. There was
I don't
a lady
think that's
that does
true.
ultrasounds and stuff like that, and she was like, these are the things that I've experienced. So based off her stories,
I don't think that's a thing.
you don't think so?
I
Maybe
don't
that's a
think
little far, but
Yeah, like
you
they're
know,
just like
lots
a
of
bunch of
problems.
alive organs without skin and bones. Yeah,
I
I
mean,
don't.
there are
functioning.
definitely people who are born with organs outside of their body instead of inside.
Yeah.
That is a thing.
So
That lady would have had to push out bones, and that shit would have fucked her up.
Well, I don't know if the bones had formed. You know, it wasn't like a whole. I didn't read a book about it, and it wasn't like in depth kind of thing. I'm not sure how far it went, but she kind of explained like what holds us together, and you know, just the
skin
human
mostly.
stuff. Yeah,
Yeah.
It just kind of was like absent.
Guys,
So that's
just
like
go
one of those
easy on-
things.
Go easy on Jessie. She's a believer, so she'll believe anything. Right.
Hey, now.
Well, that's
the
true.
sky is blue.
No, that's actually true. That's like an actual thing. That's like there's studies about that. Like you'll believe anything. Yeah.
I don't
The sky is
believe
blue,
that.
though. You did eat that up.
Yeah, you do.
The sky is blue. That is true.
All right. Well, look, Jesse, I want you to follow everyone on this panel and take some time to listen to the other lives that happen and listen to all of our great points, but also listen to the other side. Every now and then we get someone who's like you, who's actually not only charming, but also sensible and seems to be morally good. Right. And so you're battling with the Bible because you're reading some stuff going like, this is crazy, but I still want there to be a God. Look, if there, like, imagine for a second, there was an all powerful, not even all powerful. There's just an all good God. There's a God who's super duper duper good. And his name is Sam, let's just say. And Sam is for sure not a his, like it's all good. So it's just like a neither. It's just like this Sam. Okay. And Sam can hear you pray to Jesus and say that you want to have some comfort. And Sam is so good that even though you prayed to the wrong God, they give you this peace. They say, you know, it doesn't matter if you say my name or someone else's name. Just I want you. You're good. I want you to have peace, right? Like it's very possible that is what's happening. I'm not trying to make you believe in some other God. I don't think there's another God either. But like that could be happening. And what that would do is if you believe in this Sam instead of Jesus, every one of these tabs in the Bible that I have here that are awful, horrendous things, which is like not even a quarter of them, goes away. That all is solved. Every problem is solved. Every contradiction, every time it says, I'm going to like lead families to eat their own children. I'm going to wreck them so hard that they'll eat their kids. That goes away.
Yikes.
That problem goes away.
Yikes, indeed.
And I will make this city of horror a thing to be hissed at. Everyone who passes by it will be horrified, the Lord said. And I will make them eat the flesh of their sons and flesh of their daughters, and all shall eat the flesh of their neighbors in the siege and in the distress in which their enemies and those who seek their life afflict them. Problem solved.
Oof.
Not real. You're signing up for it, Jesse. Like,
I need you to send me your tabbed Bible in the mail.
Well, get into a Discord if you want, or like DM me. I'll start sending you verses on DM for sure. Like for real. I'll send you some.
Okay, I'll follow you.
Speaking of following, Thinker, you must be racist because you don't follow me back.
Yes, I do.
Man.
Wait, but is
Wait, did I follow you? Did I follow you on my backup account?
You were on a backup account last time here, Sam.
I followed you the other day. I know I followed you, but
It's making me look at you like I'm some crazed fan that and I'm irrelevant and terrible.
No, because I literally typed your name in the other day, went to your account and hit follow, but I must have been on my backup when I did that.
Can we get some baby bottles in chat for Sam though? Because I think that would be helpful for her.
You know what? Actually, Mezzo.
No, I mean it in a good way.
This is about Thinker's racism.
I mean it in a good way.
How do you?
Who did it?
You know what? I'm
How
not even
dare
gonna.
you people? All right, Jesse.
I appreciate that.
Follow everyone, and like I said, listen to our side and listen to the like the Ghost of Christmas Future, the Ghost of Jesse Future, right? Like what you might become, and you'll start to hear a lot of when we bring up all these verses that we're bringing to you that you're saying are terrible. You'll hear them explain it away as like, here's why this is all okay.
Mm-hmm.
By other
pick the good
Christian
side.
folks.
Yep, pick the good side. All right.
You got it.
All right, I'm taking the
Thinker
tally.
followed
Thank you,
me all
Jesse.
as well.
I did a lot of work on that tally. Like you can't get the whole
She said
tally.
you got it to me at the end. She wasn't like, and you got it, Joel.
Yeah, you got to give him that one, Joel.
She's not ready yet. She's still not ready.
She's
She's
not
on the
ready yet.
fence.
You know, Joel's gonna start reconverting people I convert. Just give Jesus one more chance.
By the way, I find it interesting that in like Numbers 13, it's like these people eat each other, and then later on, God's like, and actually in Leviticus, Leviticus 26 as well. He's like, I'm gonna make you eat each other. It's like, whoa, is it good or is it like? You're doing this now? Like, what the fuck? Anyway,
It's fine when he does it.
These are the worst people ever. Let's do it. Sarah, welcome in. How old are you?
25.
And what's your religion?
I recently left the Mormon church and thank you. And then I just started with a friend to her. She's Baptist and kind of resonated with it.
Ooh, I was raised a Baptist.
out of the frying pan into the fire.
I think it's
Is
going
it Southern
from, it's
Baptist?
going, yeah, it's like going from one extreme to like, and then they have a band and it's just so
Yep,
different.
we had the band, yeah.
Yeah, so it's just like, oh wow, okay, there's like a huge difference. And so I was like, oh, is this what religion can be
you
like?
know why we have the band and stuff? Because I was in Baptist church too. We have the band to lure people in. That's it.
I mean,
I'm not joking. Like we talked about it.
agree.
Like that's what it's for.
I mean, it definitely, I guess, lured me in a little bit then.
Yeah, that's the trick. That's how they get you in there.
But I think it doesn't, for me, it kind of just came down to like wanting to believe that there is life after death. So like I can live on in eternity with my kids and my family and so forth. And so if believing in, I don't know, I guess
I think that's what led so many people to make up all these religions. I really think like so much of that, like the reason why all this bullshit started is because people wanted to like have something after, and they wanted someone to rule them during the present because they were like, you know, society was unruly back then.
No, yeah, I completely agree. That's why basically every religion has a creation story, because there were things that people didn't understand and they looked for some kind of reasoning, even if that reasoning isn't super well supported by evidence. If it gives them comfort, then it's easy to make it up and spread it around, because humans are constantly in distress.
And the word Lord used to be lured. Like it just became Lord. Like it's just different ways to lure people. It's like you were lured. Oh Lord, oh Lord, oh Lord. That's the evolution of it, probably.
Translation. Yeah.
Oh.
Wait, are you being serious right now, Joel?
No.
Don't be a Christian, Sam.
I was like, what an interestingly conspiratorial coincidence. But okay.
Sound alike.
Sorry, it says host might do jokes up here, but like their
Sorry about
co-host.
that.
No, it's okay. It's like co-host too. What's this? What's happening?
This is my grandbaby. Don't she look so sweet? Oh my, she's on my chest sleeping. No, it's a picture. Like just looking down at her.
So
like she just looks so precious, don't she?
She's so cute.
Oh my gosh, that's my tinky butt. I'm so in love.
Cute. Ah.
Oh my God.
Her mom told me today that I could finally show people. Like she's 3 months old, and so she was like, "Don't show anybody. Don't post her yet." So she told me today I could post her. So it's my tinky butt.
So this is a granddaughter.
Yeah.
Is this the daughter this can't be the same daughter who has like a song out?
No, this is my son's daughter.
Revolutionary.
Oh, okay. I was like, you can't just like have a baby and then be like, and I'm on Spotify at the same time. I mean, I guess you can. Like, y'all can do whatever you want, but like, yeah, damn. That's amazing. That song was good, by the way.
Thank you. She's nervous about it.
No, it sounds really good. I also like a long time ago wrote a song called "By My Side." So at first I was like, oh hell yeah, and it's way better.
Oh really?
Yeah, it's better than mine. Mine was fucking emo, but pretty. Yeah, I'll play it sometime. Thanks for sharing that, Thinker. W's in chat for babies. Sarah, sorry, we were talking about how you used to be a Mormon and then you switched to just a kind of better religion. I think this is good progress. You're making your way all the way out. Your next step will probably be Sadakmak, and then it'll be on to agnostic atheist, right? So I think that this is a good step, but wanting an afterlife is common. And I think there's nothing wrong with wanting an afterlife. I would like one. I would like a little one. I wouldn't want an eternal one, I think, but like I'd love 1,000,000 years or something, maybe. Like that'd be cool. Eternal's too long though, right?
I mean, you would just want like after 1,000,000 years, just like non-existent.
Yeah, eventually I'd be like, I get it.
Yeah.
But I want to see like
eternity.
Yeah, I want to see like friends of mine who have died. That'd be cool.
Yeah, definitely. I think after I had kids, then and then I left the Mormon church, I think it made me realize that like I do still in some capacity believe in God, but not to like a specific religion necessarily.
Well, the problem with the religion that you've joined now is that they also believe in hell, right? So afterlife isn't all, flowers and bumblebees, right? It's also mosquitoes and dog shit. And by that I mean quinoa?
No, I said wasps.
Oh, I thought you said quinoa.
All caps.
Yeah, and all caps.
Yes, quinoa.
Yes. But seriously, like this is a big problem for the religion. So to take part in a religion that, like, for example, I had a friend who died of a brain tumor when he was 31. I would love to see that guy again. He was a very close friend, and I was like with him in the room when he passed, and I loved that guy. He was a really good guy. I would like to see him again. But if your religion's true, he's in hell, right? He wasn't a believer. So if baptism Christianity is true, he's been suffering for the last 10 years, and 12 years or so. He's been suffering and being tortured and being burned eternally, and he's 12 years in. And while that's happening, the God is aware of this, is able to fix this, and is choosing not to fix it. And you're singing fun band songs to the God, saying, good job on the plan.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah, I don't really know much of anything about, because I'm still learning because I literally just left, but about Christianity. What do you think about like being Christian and non-dominational?
It's just like, it's all mythology. Like it's all pointless. Like there's just nothing to it, right? Mm-hmm. I think that if you get some like peace or joy in something, you should really try to find that in something else that doesn't come along with all the baggage of religion.
Yeah. I mean,
Sarah, what was it that led you out of Mormonism? Like, why did you suddenly go like,
great question.
This is garbage?
Oh, yeah. So kind of crazy. I think I grew up in Utah, and as I got older, things I thought that were normal when I was like 11 that they would have us do, I'd be like, yeah, this is like a normal thing they have kids do. And then I got older and I'm like, hey, this is really weird. I think the biggest thing was we did this thing called baptism for the dead. And
oh, yeah.
And so they would like put you in like, have a single file line of all girls and then a single file line of all boys. And I mean, we're like 11 years old, and then some are like in their, teenagers. And then only men can hold the priesthood, and they would, one by one, you would be taken into this ox hot tub statue thing, and you would baptize. A lot of people did their ancestors who'd passed away and never got baptized. If you didn't have any, then they just had a random book or whatever and just gave you random names. So they would baptize you for like people who have died and maybe chosen not to be Mormon, and be like, okay, you're baptizing for this person, and then go underwater. And then so you did that.
What happened to free will? Yeah, that's amazing. Just like forcing people back into heaven. I guess.
Yeah, and so it was just things like that I thought were just kind of crazy, and I'm like, it just made me kind of take a step back and really look at it.
The idea of what's really happening, because assuming that when we're souls in the afterlife, we're still aware of what's happening at all, is that, a thinker and I are in hell together, just getting frickin' fried. And, they're just like ripping our fingernails off, and they're like, cooking our eyeballs and stuff. And like, all imagine other gross, horrendous things. And then like, you up there do this weird ritual for Thinker, but not for me. So Thinker gets to go to heaven, and she just goes and evaporates out and is in heaven. And I'm obviously like, oh, fuck, I'm pissed off. Now I'm also lonely. This is terrible. But like, Thinker's in heaven, laughing, enjoying this, knowing I'm down there still. That's weird.
Mm-hmm.
Are we aware? And wait, in Mormon, there's like planets and stuff, right?
Yeah, and like they believe that like you can like become like God, but not.
Do the women get planets too, or is it just the men get planets?
I think it's just the men. Like right now, only men can hold the priesthood. You can be like a god, but not independent of God. And yeah,
so the women just marry the men on their planets, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
And then
But I think that. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, you can go.
I was just going to say that like this ritual that you guys participated in, I don't know how like they think that it actually does something. Maybe it does, but the Catholics, I think, light candles for the people who've gone on, or they pray to the saints for people who've gone on. And that's Christianity. I mean, that's maybe not Protestantism and Baptist, but it's like the same thing basically. So what I'm trying to get at obviously is that like the things that led you out of Mormonism should be leading you out of Christianity. Yeah. When I was a kid, really short little testimonial, we had Cabbage Patch dolls. I don't know if you remember Cabbage Patch Kids, but it was a cartoon, and we had all these dolls, and my mom got this notion that like somehow it was made in a Hindu factory and the guy was praying over them, or they were demon possessed or something along these lines. And so she ceremonially burned the Cabbage Patch dolls in our backyard in garbage cans. And yeah, this is my childhood, guys. And and it was because they were preyed on by some like Hindu, or she thought there was going to be an evil spirit in them. This is Christianity. This isn't like, I know that sounds crazy, but that's not like the farthest left field, wacky Christianity. This is fairly
Oh wait, actually, I have a similar story. Kitty, can I please tell it, please?
Yeah.
Only if it's Christianity, Sam.
And it is. It's horrible. So, I was dating a trans woman, but her mom was/is incredibly transphobic and also homophobic and also Christian. These things are tied together. And my girlfriend told me that she wanted a plug of sorts with a cattail on the end. And that's not what I'm into, but like, I'm a good partner, so I bought it. And then the mom found it. So she cut it up with scissors and put it in a box and then made my girlfriend take a picture of it and send it to me and told me that I was a leftist of the devil and that I cannot be introducing her son to these things.
This is so similar to my story.
I know. These are very closely tied together.
Wait, hold on. We didn't let Joel finish. He was about to get to the cattail part.
Exactly. Go ahead. You got it.
So anyway, we took the ashes of the Cabbage Patch Kids and we put them in our buttholes.
Right.
Oh, period. And that's
You were so close to the end of the story. You were right. So close.
But the point is, Sarah, that like the religion you're free from, and I'm so happy you're out of it, is like these religions are all the same. They're superficially different, but they're all like the same. Well, you were a Christian.
Yeah, I think another main thing, a big thing for me too, was like they didn't even accept like people of color and like specifically Black people
I was gonna ask you.
until the 70s.
Hold on, can I tell a story?
Yeah.
Okay. So, look, I didn't know that Utah was like the home of Mormonism, and I had no idea about this Lamanites Nephites thing. So I'm in Utah, pitching my business, and I had to, give a keynote on stage. I get off stage, and there's a line of white men and their young daughters coming to meet me, and I heard one guy say, "See, you can grow up," and I'm thinking he's telling her like women can do this and blah blah blah. And now I'm learning that, or I'm wondering if they're like, look, Levites can do great things too.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, because I'm thinking they're having their daughters meet me because it's a woman on stage and doing all this great stuff. But they're like, look, the Levite.
They were like, look, she's doing so good. Any day her skin's gonna turn white again.
Right. Like, what the fuck?
Thinker, can you tell Sarah? Oh, sorry.
Well, I was just gonna ask Sarah because we had a Mormon earlier who just sucked. Oh my God, that guy just fucking sucked. And he was super racist, but he was also trying to say that Mormonism isn't racist. But when you were in there, were you kind of taught, like as far as the curse and the black stuff, were you taught that was just like about Black people?
Yeah, like it was when, like hearing about it growing up, it was specifically like directed about Black people. And then in the 70s is kind of when they started letting them join the church as members. But
there it is.
Yeah, I mean, now I'm...
God, I wish you were here earlier. That would have been so great. That would have been so great.
I wish I could have heard him.
Oh, he wouldn't have listened to you. He was a misogynist piece of shit.
Oh. Yeah, they say, and then here's another thing. They say for, like, if you're gay, then basically you can be gay, just can't act on it, which I found really weird.
That's Christian, Sarah.
Yeah,
that's the
Christian.
same religion.
Yeah.
Thinker, isn't there something about like the Southern Baptist Convention and they like put that together so they could keep slaves?
Yeah, that's the whole reason that the Southern Baptist Convention exists.
And that's like the birth. Is that the birth? I don't know this to be true, but is this the birth of like the Baptist Church?
It's the birth of the Southern Baptist Convention.
So that's a separate thing from the Southern Baptist Church.
The organization itself.
Oh, that the church is like comes from.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So Sarah, when you go to a Baptist church, you're going from Mormonism to a different version of Mormonism. Like it's Christianity all down the line, and it sucks, and it's going to be fucked up in some different ways everywhere you look. Get out of religion, be free.
Yeah, I guess the biggest thing and the only thing that was really hard about leaving the Mormon church was just the community, because they do have a way of really like propping each other up and building like a community, like your neighbors, and living in Utah, like all.
Watch this. Hey, Thinker, Sam, Joel, you guys are freaking great. You guys are going to have a really good day tomorrow because you are just powerful people, and you can do things all on your own damn self. Not only do you like live for the moment and for the day, but you live for yourself, and you deserve the best. And look, also, there's no God. There's also not a God. Like, you don't need the God for that. So community support. Sarah, what I would suggest for you, by the way, Sarah, you too. Sorry, I shouldn't have left you out of that. You're fucking great. You're going to have a good day tomorrow too. I hope you do. And if you do, it's all you. All right. Now, what I would suggest you do, and you legally have to do this. I don't know if you're aware of, like, when you come up on someone's live, if they give you homework, it's just like,
a notarized letter will be arriving in the mail.
Yeah, I have it over here. Try being an atheist for a week. Just do like a 7-day, just don't pray, don't go to church or read the Bible, don't sing any praise songs. If you want, maybe like watch one science video. Just watch a science video or something. I don't know. Like, you don't have to do that. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, just like the one video about chemistry and be like, oh, that's neat.
Yeah, I do that at school right now. So.
Okay, wait. What are you in, like a science major?
No, I'm in a finance major, but I'm taking like science courses.
Cool. Yeah. Like it's not, science isn't the opposite of religion, but it is something that atheists sometimes like look into because we're curious, and we now realize that the answers aren't in this dumb book, that you have to find them through better means. But take a little bit and just try it, and then go back. Don't quit, but then just go back and know the whole time that you're going to be okay. You're going to go back. You're not going to get hit by lightning. You're not going to like get struck down, because God knows you're coming back in a week. It's okay. It's like rum
and
spring.
By the way, no, you don't have to murder anyone.
No, you don't have to.
That is not a requirement. No.
Optional. Actually, you really can't still, like, even more so you can't.
Please don't murder somebody.
Please don't. But don't do it because you don't want to, and not because the creator of galaxies doesn't want you to, right? Just do it because
or even
Sarah's
like if
good.
you do have the desire to do it, like, you still shouldn't do it. I just want to make that abundantly clear.
Right.
Yeah.
And then Sarah, I don't mean to get too personal, but are you in a relationship?
Yes, I am.
A boyfriend or husband, or what's the situation?
Fiance.
Okay. During your Mormon and Christian life, God watches you guys when you're intimate. Okay. It's weird. It's creepy. It's just part of the belief system. For this week, go crazy. Seriously, just take a week and be like, you know what? It's just me and him right now. Be a little bit less inhibited. I don't know, like, Thinker, Sam, if you guys, or Joel too, if you guys want to give tips on how to like do things to a cock that he's never imagined or whatever, like new position or something, you guys can do that. DM maybe, or DP. I don't know.
In front of a mirror.
In front of a mirror. There you go. Yeah. Try
Hell
that.
yeah.
Do some stuff that you haven't done before and try it. And because we've had a few people here who are in your situation, and we've given them this little, like, just try a 7-day run at it. And without me saying it, they've come back and be like, I had the best sex of my life this week, because it's different. It feels a little different, and just enjoy it, and then go back and just see if it's okay, and see if you get hit by lightning, or see if like a bunch of terrible things happen. And if it doesn't, then come on back and just let us know how it went. Okay.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you guys for letting me join your live.
Are you going to try it?
Sorry, one more thing, Sarah.
Yeah.
There's also a special Deconstruction Discord. The link is in my bio. I think it's the first. It might be like 4 links down, actually. Go to my bio, and do you use Discord?
No, my fiance does though.
Well, is he deconstructing too?
No, he grew up Catholic. He doesn't believe in religion at all.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, listen, if you use his account, whatever, just jump into our Discord. The link's in my bio. And there's just all sorts of people in there that are deconstructing from this, that, and the other thing. And you'd find a bit of a community there. And that might be really useful for you.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I just followed you guys, so I'll definitely be sure to check it out.
Hey, next time when you come back, bring him up. I'd love to talk to both of you. That'd be fun.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate it. Thanks, guys. Have a good
Do
night.
the trial. Good luck.
Yes, I will.
Okay, I'm going to give that one to Sam. That's a point there.
Thank you.
Good.
It's just,
I gave her the mirror tip, Joel. That's all.
Look, yeah, this is me backstage at the Leah Mike.
Wait, what?
This is me backstage in Utah.
You have a picture? We don't see it.
Hold on.
Oh, there we go. I was expecting to see a bunch of Mormons with wide eyes. Like,
Tinker, you're gorgeous.
Oh,
That was before I went on stage to give my.
Oh my gosh. No, I did not know what they could look like until this moment.
How
Tinker,
long
you're
ago was
silly.
this?
Thank you. This was 2021.
Okay.
Yeah, 2021, right before I went on stage. But like the crazy thing is, like I'm in Utah. Never even knew much about Mormonism. Never heard of a Nephite or a Limonite. Like it's so crazy.
Are you saying that?
Never knew.
That's amazing.
And I'm there, and they're
RT.
like shaking my hand, and like that is, yeah, it's wild. But
Crazy work.
Yeah. Amazing.
yeah, it is what it is, though. I had fun while I was there.
Did you get to go to any of the national parks? Because Utah is fucking dope.
I
and
did
it's Such a
not.
bummer. Oh, it's such a bummer that it's
I was so
overrun
busy.
by like shitty Mormons and weird cults. Because Moab is sick. Like Arches is sick. It has Zion, and then like the top half of the Grand Canyon you can get into from there. Like there's just a lot of beautiful things. Bryce. Is Bryce in there? Yeah, Bryce is along there. So pretty. Such pretty place.
The mountains, oh my god! Like, and there's snow.
They're red and
Yes,
yeah.
and
It just looks
beautiful.
like a different. Like they're redder than you expect. Like you think that like you've seen the pictures and it's like it's different. Have you guys who on the panel has been to the Grand Canyon?
negative.
I haven't.
I'm Canadian.
You guys,
I like going to beaches, not as much like canyons.
Thanks, Brody.
No, that's pretty cool.
Your
actually.
input is invaluable. Thank you.
I was actually going to ask next, like, who's ever been to a beach?
Dude, I love beaches.
Did you say you love bitches?
Not really what.
Well, both. Like, I love no thinker that like you caught me. I love both. I love beaches and bitches, and I'm like.
And you like bitches on beaches, sitting on benches.
Jesus Christ!
I like I'm B.
You have no clue. Like I fucking love it.
Hold on, quiet. Brady, how old are you? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Sick.
That's sick.
You believe in God, bruh?
Yeah, I believe in God, man. God's great. Glory to Jesus.
Nah.
That's so gnar. Like, which one do you believe in? Is it the one of like the Bible?
He said Jesus, bro. He said Jesus, like Bible.
You said Jesus? That sucks.
I know.
Oh wow.
I know.
Sorry you think that.
Well, I'm sorry to tell you this, bro, but like God isn't real at all.
Yeah, totally. Like,
I mean,
don't shoot the messenger.
I respect your belief, but I mean, I would strongly disagree.
Okay, well, he's hecka fake. I don't know if you've read the Bible.
I have.
My cat is such a freaking bitch. Okay, the Bible's like a
No,
mythology
it's a
book.
cat, silly.
Yeah.
Well, the Bible's like such bullshit.
I would disagree. But
I think did y'all notice the shift in his voice? He's serious. Joel, don't play with his Jesus, okay? Like, don't do that.
Shaw, dude. I'm sorry you think that.
Have you, Brody? Have you noticed that the Bible has a bunch of like little typos in it that seem to be incorrect? That kind of like lead you to realize that it's not real.
Yeah, I haven't seen those. You talking about like Old English, like thee and thou, or like what are we talking about? Like what type?
No, I just mean like there's times where I'll just read you this one. Like this is in 2 Samuel chapter 24.
What version are you reading?
This is the NRSV UE.
Oh.
What do you want?
Do you have like an NIV or?
Oh yeah, bro. I should have figured.
Yeah.
Let me get
Sorry.
No, dude. You bro. You're good. Samuel 20.
You search up like BibleGateway.com.
Okay, hold on. Let me find that.
That's like the one that's gonna pop up.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like the like go like not the like you know what I'm saying, like the go-to one that most people use.
It's the goat.
Yeah, it's the goat.
Did you say the NIV is the goat?
I'm saying Bible Gateway, like it's like the go-to
Oh,
online.
the website, yeah, like totally.
I agree with the NIV. I mean, I think its translation is more like relevant and like
It's like so easy to read. That's what I love about it. It's like
Well, I might not be able to associate with you after this.
It's just
live.
popular.
I'm just going to be fully transparent.
Brody, I want you to follow really closely along with this because there's a little error here.
that. Oh, okay, yeah.
Hold on, guys.
Could you tell me what verse you're reading?
Yeah, this is chapter 24, verse 1.
Samuel?
Yes, 2 Samuel.
2 Samuel, okay.
Again, the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he incited David against them, saying, "Go count the people of Israel and Judah." So the king said to Joab and the commanders of the army who were with him, "Go through all the tribes of Israel from Dan to Beersheba and take a census of the people, so I may know how many there are." Now, there's some like silly words in here like Joab, Dan, Beersheba.
That's a person. That's a person.
Lord.
That's referring to God.
Census.
That's referring to a count of how many people there are.
Okay, so who asked David to count the people?
God.
And this is from Dan to Beersheba. Okay.
Wait.
That is
re-explain.
Dan to Beersheba aren't people, they're places. Dan is a it's not Daniel, it's just Dan.
I thought you were referring to Dan.
No, it's like they're saying like coast to coast.
Oh, okay, gotcha, I gotcha.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay. So you know how in the New Testament sometimes you get these things that are like Mark will say a story and then later in Luke it'll say the same story and you kind of get the two like perspectives.
Those are gospel accounts. So like it's like telling the same story.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
That actually happens in the Old Testament too. Like a lot of people know.
Oh, it does?
Yeah, a little bit like
so like
this story shows up again in Chronicles. Yeah.
That's really cool.
Yeah, it kind of helps you get a better view of what's going on. But there's also something weird. So like here in this story later, David, he does it. He's like, okay, God, and he counts all the people, and then God gets mad and sends a plague to kill 70,000 people in Israel. So
I'm not very familiar with Samuel, so
yeah, it's fine. Well, it's just God is like count the people, and David goes okay, and then God kills people for him saying okay and doing it. It's kind of confusing. He kills 70,000 people with a plague.
Wow. I didn't know that. That's an interesting Bible story. I haven't dived into Samuel yet.
Yeah, you should read Samuel 24.
Yeah, I should.
But I'll give you like here's the other like the other part of it, and let me make sure I get the verse right here because I have it tabbed here. So when you go over to First Chronicles, chapter 21, and I'm just gonna read out of my Bible. It's pretty much the same thing.
Yeah.
So remember, the Lord told David to count from Dan to Beersheba. Now notice this is the exact same story told again. There's a really subtle difference here that you're gonna hear. Sam, did you have a question first?
Oh no, it's not a question. It's a very brief announcement of my departure. I have a migraine. I have to wake up at 7:30 in the morning.
Shit, I'm so sorry about that.
3:35. No, it's fine. I think it
because
might have been the racism.
Oh, it was the racism.
I think it might have been the prejudice. Yeah. So
Sam, just chill, bro.
I'm gonna sleep the prejudice off. Yeah. But I love you all. Joel, and I will.
Everyone in chat,
I'm kidding.
W's
I
for
love
Sam.
you too, Joel.
Everyone in chat, W's
say,
for
have a
Sam,
great-
and people in chat say sorry about all the racism, so that she
Have a
feels
good night. You still look beautiful, even though the racism gave you a migraine.
And you know what? Thank you. I'm glad that we're brown. You know. I fuck with it.
Yes. Yeah.
The baby bottle is. You know what? Fuck you, Carlos. Anyway.
Happy birthday, Sam.
Oh yeah, happy birthday.
Bye.
Whose birthday is it?
Her birthday's on
Sam and a
It'll be mine on Friday.
Oh, okay. Happy early birthday.
Everybody go into, if you're going to be live near Friday, everyone go in there and just like flood her with gifts, okay?
Oh, Thank you. Okay, bye.
All right. Sorry about the catch there, but Sam is a good friend, and so we got to do.
Yeah, for
okay.
sure.
Okay. So God tells David, count everyone from Dan to Beersheba. He does it. God kills 70,000 people. Now listen closely to the next telling. There's like I said, a subtle difference. You ready? Satan stood up against Israel and incited David to count the people of Israel. So David told Joab, the commander of the army, go number Israel from Beersheba to Dan and bring your report. So I may know the number. So if you notice, it was Dan to Beersheba. Now it's Beersheba to Dan. Also, now, of course, God is Satan in this telling. But it's okay. The same exact thing happens. The God still comes back and kills 70,000 people from a plague. So it's all the same story. It's the same part of the story. They just switched it from God to Satan.
That's a translation difference is what we're pointing out?
It's not a translation difference. What it is it's a contradiction in the Bible.
It's a contradiction.
Brody, you know what it reminds me of? I don't know if you can picture this, but it's like one of those pictures where it's like two of what looks like the exact same pictures are sitting beside each other, and you're supposed to circle the differences. Like how many differences can you see? And so we've got like Beersheba to Dan, and then in the other one, they've switched like those two pictures on the wall from Dan to Beersheba or whatever.
Yeah.
Right.
So where is that?
And then hold on, Brody, I'm almost done.
Sorry, my bad.
And then like sitting on the chair in the living room in the one picture is God, and it's just like an old man with a beard and a robe. And then on the other picture, sitting on the same chair, there's just like this big red demon, Satan with horns, breathing fire or whatever. And so I think that that's the difference, is like there's just this really big glaring difference between the two. One has God and the other one has the devil.
So I think you're pointing out a translation difference. Am I incorrect in saying that? Because you read from two different Bibles, I'm pretty sure, right?
Yeah, let me make sure in the NIV it still does this. The NIV is a kind of like weird translation of it, and the NRSV does it. Okay, here it is in the NIV. Yeah, it says Satan. Yeah, same thing. Okay, no difference at all.
I'm talking about the location thing. The Satan thing is explainable.
I just do that as a joke. That's just a joke. The Dan to Beersheba thing, from Beersheba to Dan, they just switched them. That doesn't matter. The blaring thing Joel mentioned is that Satan is God and God is Satan.
So when does he say God is Satan? Exactly. Can you point that out?
Who told David to take the census?
So Satan did.
Okay. Do you remember the first time we read it, you said God did?
I believe I answered that. Yeah.
Yeah. So do you see how in the same story, God was God in one and then God was Satan in the other one?
I can see what you're trying to point out. Yeah. I mean, it's explainable. So, I mean, it's
Go ahead. Yeah.
Not argument. Read the first verse one more time.
Okay. Let me make sure I get it in the NRV. So second.
Because what I
I'm going to put them side by side.
I'm not very familiar with 2 Samuel, but I believe the story is Satan ordered Daniel to count a census of the men fighting Israel, and God punished him by murdering 7,000 or 70,000 people. I believe that's a story. I might have mistaken who did the telling. I'm just not very familiar with 2 Samuel. It's one of those.
Yeah, it says the anger of the Lord burned against Israel, and he incited David against them. And then David cries out to the Lord. It's all talking to God, to Yahweh.
Mm-hmm.
So the writer of Samuel says God, but the chronicler says Satan. Chronicles is like a record keeper, a historian that comes along later on and writes history.
Yeah.
So the writer of Samuel says God did it, and then the chronicler comes along later on and says it was Satan.
And that's relevant. Why?
Because who did it? Two different writers.
The biblical story of it is, and I obviously I said I'm not familiar with 2 Samuel, so I can't really give you a ton of details on this. But I said Satan commanded David, or not commanded, but encouraged David.
That's not the biblical story.
Yeah, that's not. That's why it matters.
God did it, and then God was mad that David counted them because he was like not trusting that God would help him no matter what the number was. Even if there was only one person, you shouldn't know. Like, go count him. Is he really going to count him? He did it. He counted them. take 70,000 away. I'll still help you win the war. Stop counting people. Just count on me instead of people. That was the real story from the Bible. And then in another chapter of the Bible, they changed it, and they changed it drastically. It's fine. Look, read them
and
up.
that's not what my faith is based off of, so I can kind of understand when you're looking from an outside perspective, you're kind of looking at the pinpoint differences. And I mean, nowadays there's a lot of translations that mess up certain things, and I mean, I don't even believe in that.
This is for sure.
So then why not just face it and just say that that is a contradiction? Why try to
I mean, because I believe if I looked in more into it right now, I believe I could probably prove that it wasn't a contradiction. But I mean, I don't know. That's kind of my belief. But I mean,
Brody, real quick, just what is?
So I'm not here to argue.
I know that this is going to be a weird question, but what's the opposite of God? If there were going to be an opposite of God character, who do you think it would be?
David?
No, I don't think it would be David.
Jesus?
Who do you think it would be? No, that's still God. That's actually
like a
God.
woman. It's like Mary or
This is a question for Brody, and you're getting it so wrong. You're looking like an idiot. So Brody, what would you say the opposite character to God would be? The antithesis, maybe
Darwin.
That's a real person.
I mean,
I'm talking about the fake
facts and
but I would
logic.
disagree.
Mr. Facts.
Thinker, that's an idea. That's not a person. I'm looking for a person or a character. So it's like somebody in the fake story of the Bible that is the opposite of God, like in the lore.
Jesus.
And the myth.
I said Jesus.
That is
Jesus.
Mezzo said that, and that is God. That the thinker that obviously is God. Brody,
Moses?
No, we're looking. Moses is basically like a typology of Jesus, which is God. So we're looking for someone who's the
maybe it's
opposite
like
of that.
Allah. Like, is it from a different religion?
No, that's a totally other fake story. I'm not saying of all the fake stories. I'm saying we're looking at this fake story, this myth. Which one is the opposite of the God character?
Is the answer
Brody?
in the back? Sometimes they put the answers in the back of.
There's no answer key on this. I just made up the question.
Are we talking about a person? Or are we talking about Satan? Where are you?
Satan! It was Satan, Brody.
Satan.
I said that
I was going to say Satan.
Guys, it's Satan.
I was about to say Satan.
Yeah.
You were not going to say
you know
that.
what's crazy about
Brody got it.
Interesting fact I'm going to tell y'all.
So
you know
the
what's crazy
exact
about
opposite. Hold on, Brody. So the exact opposite of God is the other guy that did the census. So there's two.
Way to close strong.
I didn't finish that sentence very well. So anyway, my point is, how the fuck do we,
There's
square
gotta be an
these?
answer. There's got to be an answer.
there has to be an answer.
But
I would say personally, I'm not sure. As I said, I haven't studied Samuel's second Samuel yet, so I'm not very educated in that book.
It's I haven't read the make 'em ups on the
But wait,
Apologetics.
you've read Chronicles?
I've read. You know what study means?
You studied
a lot of
Chronicles?
times in private schools, they'll go through a chapter of the Bible, and they'll go through each verse and kind of analyze what it's about.
Yeah. You know that both of these people have podcasts where they do that exact same thing?
That's great.
Yeah.
I've never.
Wait,
met
who's
y'all
farther?
before,
How far are you, Thinker?
We're still in Genesis.
Nice.
Joel's kicking your ass. Oh, man.
Yeah.
You guys got to hurry up.
Powering through.
And Brody, how far into the Bible are you?
At my school, we're at. Let me think right now. I think we're going through Acts.
They start in the New Testament. They'll never read the Old Testament.
Yeah, I think those Genesis, Exodus. I think you do Numbers, and then you just kind of skip through.
You do Numbers?
No, they don't. You know what they do? They read the New Testament, and then they read Genesis and Exodus up to Exodus 20, and then they stop. That is Christianity.
Yeah, that's about right.
Wait, so you read the verse where God tried to kill Moses and he had to do an emergency circumcision?
I think that was
his 40-year-old son at that.
He was 40?
Yeah, according to Justin. Justin said he was 40.
Take out your fully grown adult man dick, quick. All right, Mom. All right, I'm going to grab your dick, son. Mom, what are you doing?
Mom, my girlfriend's
here. I got to cut some of your adult dick off. Okay, Mom.
So, Brody, why do you believe in all this nonsensical bullshit?
I mean, I have faith that Jesus Christ died on the cross in about 70 AD. He rose 3 days later, and I based my faith solely off that fact.
But you know, like Jesus claimed to be the God from the Old Testament. That was like his part of his whole deal. He was like, you guys are sinners. I'm going to die for you, so it's fine. And I'm God from the Old Testament, right?
I've never seen him specifically say he was God from the Old Testament. I think he's made references to it. He's also a part of the Trinity. So he's the Son of God. So, I mean...
Yeah, so you believe he's the God of the Old Testament,
I don't
where he
believe
and
that. I believe
best friend
he's part of the
Satan
Trinity.
incited a census together, holding hands.
I believe he's a part of the Trinity. I don't believe he was...
Maybe Satan's part of the Trinity.
Well, that's an interesting belief. I haven't heard that one before.
Yeah, but Brody...
Thinker, was it your live where that guy was trying... Or was it Christina's where the guy was trying to say...
It was my life. He said that Satan has his own Trinity.
Yeah, it was Beelzebub...
Lucifer, Mr. Satan.
Mr. Satan, Lucifer. He said Mr. Satan. He put some respect on that name, which I appreciate. Lucifer, Mr. Satan, and Ballsy-Bubs. But he also forgot the Prince of Darkness and the Devil. So actually, he's got it's 5-3. He's kicking ass.
I told you he was kicking that. I told you he had more power than his God.
Brody, do you believe the New Testament is true?
What?
Do you believe the New Testament is true?
Yes, I believe the New Testament is
what
true.
about even like just Jesus stuff or like Jude?
Jude's not in the New Testament.
Jude
Paul
is in the New Testament.
Is Jude one of the ending chapters in the Old Testament?
Yeah, it's the second last book.
It's after Genesis and right before Revelation. Yeah, Jude.
It was renamed Hey Jude after the Beatles, but it's still like most people just look at it as Jude.
No,
but yeah,
okay.
it's the same.
It's confusing because you have Paul, and then you have and there's John. It goes John and then Paul and then Ringo and then Jude. So
and then Eleanor Rigby and then Revelation.
Yeah. So this is just a verse in Jude I want you to hear. Jude, it's only one chapter, verse 5. I desire to remind you once and for all that Jesus, who saved a people out of the land of Egypt, afterward destroyed those who did not believe.
So referring to him as God of the Old Testament.
Yep, Jesus is that God from the Old Testament.
Yeah,
according
so
to the New Testament.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A part of the Trinity, so that kind of influences my belief on that. Some people don't believe in the Trinity, and so I mean,
yeah, it's stupid. Like it doesn't make sense at all. But even if it's true, somehow in a weird, like illogical, contradictory way, now you have a lot to cope with. You have to deal with the fact that the sweet, kind Jesus that you believe in and get down on your knees and pray to every single night, hoping to have a beautiful day and all those wonderful things, also commanded the slaughter of the Amalekites, also justified slavery and I mean, this is the grape of captive war criminals, you know.
Nothing you listed would be something I would quote unquote cope with.
Wait, what?
You just listed a bunch of stuff and said this is something you have to cope with, word for word.
The Jesus that you pray to is the same Jesus who said you can grape captive,
the Son of God, Son of God the Father, God the Son, God is the Spirit. Yeah.
And so that doesn't bother you at all that the person you prayed to allowed all that?
No, not really. I mean, any action of God.
Dude, your voice is misleading. You seem like a kind of chill dude, but you might be a POSFF.
No, I just believe what the Bible says, man. The Bible has all the answers.
What the Bible says is that Jesus Christ said, go and kill a bunch of babies. Take your sword and plunge it into the little infant baby bodies and kill them to death. I don't really
remember where Jesus said that, but I mean...
Yeah, Jesus says that because, as you say, you're a Trinitarian, and so
I never
your
said
God,
Trinitarian. I just
Jesus...
believe in the Trinity. Like a Protestant.
Same thing. Juan. So...
I am not a Trinitarian. I just believe in the Trinity.
I didn't specify. I didn't like.
Yeah, it's the same thing. So
I haven't heard that term before, so that's on me.
Okay, so you're a Trinity believer in her.
Yeah, I'm Protestant Christian.
And so that means that Yahweh is actually Jesus, right? They're the same guy. So God, Jesus Christ, who you worship, who you pray, thank you for this food, in Jesus' name, amen. That Jesus said,
now go and attack Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have. Do not spare them, but kill both man and woman, child and infant, ox and sheep, camel and donkey. And they do. They cut up the children according to Jesus's command.
So
And then he also says that when he returns, you will thrust every man found with the sword, rob their houses, dash their babies to pieces, and rape their women on the day of his return.
Classic
And rip
Jesus.
open the pregnant women too.
Yeah.
That's Jesus though.
But Brody, are you cool with that?
I mean,
I don't think
as I said, I'm in my bed right now on my phone, so I mean, I can't really look up exactly what you're saying, but we can.
Okay, so
but
if that is
this way, no, that's fine. That's fine. That's okay.
Yeah.
But at least say if all of these verses that you guys are saying are really there, and Jesus actually did say those, then that's fucking bogus. Would you say that maybe?
So I mean, that's a Trinity belief, so that kind of goes back to.
So, even if it is true, you're fine with it.
I wouldn't say that. No.
Okay, then
What
say
do you
you're
mean by
not.
it's a Trinity belief? I don't get this.
So what I'm referring to that is that they're all separate beings in the Trinity. So the acts of Jesus is not the same as the acts of God. They're just considered like the same being.
I see. So when you pray, no. So this is fine. So when you pray, you go, "Dear Jesus, not the Father, not you, not the fuck you, Holy Spirit, but just Jesus, just Jesus." And then you say, "Please give me money," and like tell your dad to stop being.
I mean,
awful.
I don't pray about stuff like that, but that might be.
How do you pray?
How do you pray?
Yeah.
Well, Jesus showed us how to pray. He said, pray this way. Father who art in heaven. No,
that's
not
Yahweh.
Father. Sorry, I said Father who art in heaven. I mean Jesus. Not Father who art in heaven.
Me
not
who will-
Father.
Yeah,
who art
wait,
in heaven.
me.
Jesus, not the Father.
Wait, no,
Anyway.
the Holy Spirit.
Just through the Holy Spirit. Please do not make me think of the killing of the babies. Do not make me think of the killing of the babies.
Move your
Jesus
head,
Christ.
Dad.
All right, Brody.
Y'all are very educated on the Bible. It's
Yeah,
actually
you know,
interesting.
that's why we're all atheists. We read this and we went, "This is fucking garbage," and anyone who would like believe this is either stupid or evil, and that's why we're kind of having a good time with you. So yeah.
Oh yeah, that's interesting. Well, as I said, that's not really what I based my faith off. I based my faith off what Jesus did on the cross.
That's from the Bible. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
Brody, hot tip, that what he did on the cross and the raising from the dead thing is not a fact. That's just a story in a book. You do not have any sort of evidence. There's nothing real that you can
So my
point to.
evidence in that sense would be the 600 people he testified to, or that claim that testified that. I mean, so a big part of my faith.
Hold on,
especially-
Have you read one of their testimonies?
I haven't heard about this.
I mean, it's in the Bible. I mean, why do you think?
No, it's not.
Why do you think they were murdered by the Romans?
What?
Martyrs.
Where is this? What does it say this?
Head over to, I think it's at the end of Acts and be at the beginning of Romans. It kind of talks about it.
And it has their accounts?
Yeah, I mean the martyrs of the Christians.
No, you said the 600 people.
So Jesus appeared to the 500, and I think it was not. It was.
Yeah, but where are their accounts at? Like you've read
That's
their
he said that
accounts.
at the end of Acts. I'm going to read them right now.
Is it like a sentence each, or do they like go into detail?
I mean, this is like a story, so I'm saying like
that's what.
There's not like a petition that you got all the signatures on a petition or anything. This is just like.
I mean, it's 2000. It's 70 AD, so I mean, I don't know where we get the signatures from. I don't know. Did they have ink back then?
People didn't sign things back then. All right, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, my bad.
So how do you have 500 witnesses? I feel like you. What is there, Mezzo? Is it just like one guy saying 500?